Chapter 51, If your family upbringing isn't good, I'll teach you. Chu Feng looked at the few Revolutionary Army members with an ambiguous smile. He wasn't kidding. If Anderson didn't agree, he really planned on killing him. He had suffered too much in his previous life. He had long learned his lesson. Before the war, kill those watching the show first. Only when all the spectators were dead could one ensure that no one would stab them in the back if one was lucky enough to survive. So, what if it was the Revolutionary Army? There is no knowing what is in a man's heart. In his previous life, there had been many conflicts between humans. The general direction was the same. Don't look at Anderson's submissive demeanor now. That was because of the Nightmare Beast King's suppression. If it was only Chu Feng himself, he didn't know what this guy would do. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to put human nature to the test. There was no need, either fight or die, choose for yourself. At that moment, Anderson fell silent. He understood what Chu Feng was thinking. He was not a kind person to begin with as well. On the contrary, he liked having such a decisive and ruthless person as a teammate, and it had to be said that this fellow was always able to reach the heart of people. In this current situation, if they did not cooperate with Chu Feng, they would not be able to obtain anything. Not to mention, they would lose their life. As for cooperating with the demon race, never. They are the Revolutionary Army. They are fighting against none other than the demon race, therefore, they had no choice. Seeing Anderson's expression, Chu Feng knew that this fellow had already agreed with him. He did not waste any time. He said straightforwardly, "Now, tell me about your hidden strengths. Don't tell me that you're the only team that the Revolutionary Army sent. The Revolutionary Army has always liked to have some backup plans even though it's useless." Anderson was even more speechless. Why does this fella seem to know the Revolutionary Army better than he does? And in front of us, is it really appropriate to say that about the Revolutionary Army? Forget it, I'm not as strong as him. I can only endure it for now. But just because he was tactful didn't mean the others were the same. On the other hand, Mei Weiya looked displeased and suddenly snorted. Who do you think you are to question our Revolutionary Army? Don't think that you have the right to criticize our Revolutionary Army just because you can kill a few low-grade spirit transformation trash. Any rank that we send out can easily crush you. Lilia, shut up. The faces of Anderson and the others turned green. Brooke patted his head. Does this young miss not see the current situation? Do you think you are at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters and everyone has to tolerate you because of your father? Your senator father can't save you here, even if he can avenge you. Won't you already be dead? Oh? Really? Hearing that, Chu Feng grinned. You make me want to have a taste of that. Not knowing how to restrain herself, Mei Weiya smiled scornfully. You are not worthy enough for an A rank to kill you. Ah, you seem to be right. However, does that mean that I'll be worthy if I kill you? Chu Feng's smile grew even more brilliant. It looked harmless, but while he was smiling, he suddenly slashed. A sonic boom erupted. No mercy at all, too decisive. Anderson never expected this fellow to draw his saber without a word, just because of a few words of squabble. Hurriedly activating his energy, he wanted to ward the blade off for Mei Weiya, otherwise, Mei Weiya would definitely die. This poisonous saber is too terrifying. Didn't you see how fast even a third-stage spirit transformation demon died? But just as Anderson moved, behind Chu Feng, a lump of black mist enveloped Anderson, instantly subdued, the nightmare-ingesting beast. King proved with his actions as to who was the king here. Anderson could only watch as Chu Feng's incomparably sharp blade sliced through the air. He couldn't even speak. At this moment, Mei Weiya felt a murderous aura envelop her. Even breathing was difficult. He really wants to kill me, and he really dares to kill me. It was only then that Mei Weiya truly realized this. She was no longer as arrogant as before. Her features were almost twisted together. She turned pale with fright. No. Don't kill me. I apologize to you. Don't kill me. She hugged her head in fear and squatted on the ground. Boom! At the last moment, Chu Feng suddenly turned his blade and retracted most of his strength. The back of the knife slammed into Mei Weiya. It directly sent Mei Weiya flying dozens of meters away. It left a trail of blood on the ground. You admitted your mistake in a timely manner, so I'll spare your life. This small punishment is to warn you to keep your mouth in check in the future, Chu Feng said indifferently. From the start to the end, the smile on his face did not change. It was as if he had not done anything. He didn't kill her because Anderson had planned to agree to working together. In that case, they were friends. Since they were friends, Chu Feng did not mind giving him some face. He looked at Anderson, who had just walked out of the black fog with a livid expression. Chu Feng did not mind. He was still smiling. I don't think this young lady has a very good upbringing. I'm helping her father teach her. Anderson's face was ashen. It was good that she was not dead. However, he did not wish to waste his breath on Chu Feng. This guy was temperamental and a little scary. Since they had already decided to cooperate, Anderson wasn't an indecisive person. He said, "Our revolutionary army has a total of 3 teams here. Each party has a sentinel leading them. Strength, numbers." Chu Feng was concise. "I'm Anderson, 3rd stage spirit transformation stage. Mei Erna is an ordinary A rank, Brooks at the B rank peak. She..." Anderson pointed at Mei Weiya, who was still lying on the ground. "Mei Weiya, she just reached B rank." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Same surname. What's their relationship?" Anderson said, "Mei Erna is here to serve Mei Weiya. She was given a last name and is considered a servant." Clearly, this was not a glorious matter. Anderson didn't want to talk about it either. Coming out to fight with the demon race and still bringing along a servant? "I've got to say that the practices in your revolutionary army are just great." Chu Feng's tone was filled with contempt. In his previous life, this was the revolting behavior of the revolutionary army. Internally, the ranks were distinct and there were many races and many factions that kept each other in check. If it weren't for the divine artifact, the Temple of Marvels, they would have long been uprooted by the demon race. Anderson didn't want to respond, because there was no way to say it. He also felt that it was inappropriate for the higher-ups to do this, but he had no right to say anything. He could only continue talking about the other teams. The leaders of the other 2 teams are both at the 1st stage of the spirit transformation realm. Their members are all B ranks and they have already entered Corpse Soul Ridge. If there's a need, I can summon them. Chu Feng smacked his lips. "Your strength is indeed mediocre. I didn't wrong you. However, it's better than nothing. It's good to have them drag down that demon wolf." Anderson pretended not to hear this. "I'll get them here immediately." "Do you have any plans?" Chu Feng shrugged. "What other plans could there be? That 3rd demon son has already lost so many subordinates. As long as he's not stupid, he'll definitely gather everyone. There's no chance of a sneak attack, so we can only fight head-on. We're not weak anyway. However, I can lure them over and set a trap for them to play with. I'll kill as many as I can." Anderson looked at the smiling Chu Feng. He couldn't help but shudder. He decided, when this matter was over, he would stay as far away from this fellow as possible. It would be best if they never met again. Otherwise, Anderson felt that his heart might not be able to take it. Chapter 52, 3rd Demon Son, Mara, after coming with a plan. Everyone began their pre-battle preparations. After Chu Feng had fiercely taught Mei Weiya a lesson, she suddenly became silent. She didn't do any work nor did she say anything. Everyone was happy to see her like this. As long as she didn't cause trouble, they didn't hope for anything else. Anderson had summoned the other 2 squads through a special communication transmission. This way, everyone on Chu Feng's side had gathered. There were 32 B-rank warriors, 1 ordinary A rank, and 2 people at the 1st stage of spirit transformation. When Chu Feng unleashed his full power, he could actually be considered to be a 1st stage spirit transformation cultivator. However, if he used the demonic Fang's venom, he could kill anyone below the 3rd stage spirit transformation. It was hard to say how strong he was. Anderson was at the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. The nightmare ingesting beast king was at the 6th stage of spirit transformation. With the help of the little nightmare ingesting beast and the other clansmen, his true battle prowess would be a bit stronger. Chu Feng made some calculations. The 3rd demon son side was stronger, but it was still acceptable. There was Carl, who was at the 7th stage of spirit transformation, a demon wolf at the 3rd stage of spirit transformation, and the 3rd demon son, who was at the 3rd or 4th stage of spirit transformation. At the thought of the 3rd demon son, Chu Feng's eyebrows knitted together. When he first saw the 3rd demon son, Chu Feng felt that he was not ordinary. He gave him an inexplicable feeling. This guy might have had a restriction placed on him by an A rank or even stronger expert. Even he was unable to clearly determine the other party's strength. He could only vaguely sense it. Therefore, this was definitely going to be a tough battle, but if they won, the rewards would be tremendous. Riches came from danger. If he could kill the 3rd demon son, the Earth demon race would definitely be heartbroken. As long as it was something that could anger the demon race, Chu Feng would be extremely willing to do it. Everyone had arrived. Next was to set up a trap. That thing was actually something that Chu Feng had come up with on the spot. He remembered that he still had 10 fire element scrolls, Flame Dragon Storm. Using them alone would not have much effect on spirit transformation experts. However, it would definitely wipe out a huge number of the B-rank Earth demons. This time around, Chu Feng took out 5. He planned to tie them together and make a flame dragon bomb, even if the explosion didn't kill them, it would still cause serious injuries to the third demon son and the others. It was a good deal. As for the 5 remaining scrolls, Chu Feng was still thinking about the gathering location for the large group of B-rank ferocious beasts. Those were all points. After they were done with their work here, he had to reap another round of points to make this trip worthwhile. This trap was simple and was set up in no time. Then, he lured the third demon son and the others over. This was easy, just let the nightmare-ingesting beast king go out for a while. There was still a large number of the third demon son's spies in the corpse Soul Ridge. After arranging everything, all of them went into hiding and started to wait. Quietly, silence. Silence. Occasionally, they could hear the rustling of the leaves. It was extremely oppressing. Some people whose mental strength was worse subconsciously swallowed their saliva frequently. Like Brooke, even his lips were cracked. The calmest person present was none other than Chu Feng. Not only was he not nervous, he actually felt a little excited. Every cell in his body was shaking. After his rebirth, he yearned for a satisfying battle. Regardless of life and death, every time he swung the blade, Chu Feng would feel his blood raging. Fighting was a pleasure for him. It was as if he was born to fight. All of a sudden, the nightmare-ingesting beast king returned. A concise voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind, "They're here. All of them." Chu Feng gently licked his lips curled up into a smile. Just as he had expected, the battle was about to begin. He looked around, everyone understood and assumed their battle stance. After a while, crisp footsteps could be heard from nearby. There were many, but they were not disorganized, they were clearly well trained. It's one of the Earth Demon race's Imperial Guards. I didn't expect the third demon son to be so careful and even deploy a troop here. Although there aren't any elites, these troops are well trained. Under their human wave attack, it will affect us greatly. Anderson shot a glance at them and frowned. In a battle between experts, a single mistake could result in death, not to mention the fact that there were so many troops nearby, it would put Chu Feng in a very passive state. Is your flame dragon bomb reliable? It's just a few one-time use scrolls. Will it be useful? Worried, Anderson asked again. Chu Feng merely took a glance at Anderson, doubting the power of the flame dragon storm. What a joke! In his previous life, humans had tried countless combinations. In the end, it was selected as one of the 3 most cost-effective god-rank scrolls. The range was extremely large and its power was impressive. It also had the continuous burning and adhesive effect of flames. One could not shake it off once they got it on them. They would continuously lose health. Anyone below the A rank would definitely die if they came into contact with it, no matter what kind of army this was. No matter how well trained they were still B ranks, they would still die. They just had to watch and see how many were left in the end. Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring him, Anderson could only shut his mouth resentfully. He could not voice out his bitterness. No matter what, I'm still a 3rd-stage spirit transformation expert. He was constantly ignored by a C-rank warrior. Frustrated, Anderson wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Feng could not be bothered with what Anderson was thinking. Once the battle starts, the entire team has to listen to me. You, Anderson, are no exception. He turned around and stared at the third demon son and the others, waiting for them to step into the trap. The area of the trap was huge, and it was a path that the third demon son and the others had to pass through. It was impossible to avoid. Thus, Chu Feng was not worried. He began to observe the third demon son with interest. He felt that this guy was different from the rest. He was covered in a black robe and walked unhurriedly. He gave people the impression of a poisonous snake in the forest. Usually, it would be silent, but at the critical moment, it would suddenly deliver a fatal blow. He felt as if someone was spying on him. The third demon son slowly raised his head. A calm smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the team. He slowly walked forward and said loudly, "Friend, since you intentionally lured me here, now that Mara has arrived and you're still hiding, aren't you being a bit rude?" Third demon son, Mara. It was clear that he sensed that this place might contain some dangers. Although he did not feel threatened, he was also unwilling to take the risk. His cautiousness had allowed him to live until now. Oh no, he found out. Brooke looked at Chu Feng anxiously. Anderson calmed down and said in a deep voice, "It's a provocation. Chu Feng, don't be rash. If those traps are useless, then there's no need to use them. You might encounter danger if you leave." Chu Feng grinned. It wasn't easy to set it up. How can I just say that I won't use it? Besides, I'm not stupid. I should go just because he wants me to meet him? What do you intend to do? Anderson felt his scalp tingle from Chu Feng's smile. Nothing good comes out of this fellow's smile. Chu Feng's smile grew even more brilliant. What else can I do? If they don't enter the trap, I'll send the trap to them. Chapter 53, Flame Dragon Storm. He acted as he spoke. Before Anderson could dissuade him, Chu Feng disappeared from the spot. Of course, he did not go out to meet Mara. As for etiquette, has he ever cared? In his previous life, he had dealt with his enemies in all kinds of ways. He had used underhanded means, sneak attacks, and destroyed their nest. What had he not done before? Talking to the enemy about etiquette. He, Chu Feng, was no fool. Mara thought too highly of him. He snuck towards Mara and the others. With Chu Feng's current strength, it was simply unrealistic for him to perfectly conceal himself before those demons. The difference in ranks was too great. However, Chu Feng had never planned to conceal himself. He was just making his movements seem irregular, making him look like a foolish C-rank ferocious beast. He inadvertently ran into this area. Furthermore, Chu Feng did not run straight towards Mara and the others. On the contrary, he simply walked around. He had completely taken on the role of a ferocious beast. On the other side, under the black robe, the smile on Mara's face gradually disappeared. All right, you're not coming out, right? Then I won't be moving either. I'll just stop here. We can all have some fun. With such thoughts in mind, Mara let his subordinates rest on the spot. At the same time, they formed a circle. The strong ones were on the outside, while the weak were on the inside to prevent sneak attacks. It had to be said that Mara's defensive strategy was very on point. If the enemy really wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would be difficult to achieve anything. However, what he did not expect was, his method was even more convenient for Chu Feng. Chu Feng was just worrying about not being able to unleash the full potential of the Flame Dragon Storm. But you did well and gathered everyone together. Once the Flame Dragon Storm descends, TSK, Chu Feng sensed Mara's movements. He could not help but smile, but his movements were still unhurried. Take your time. Bit by bit, he approached Mara and the others. At this moment, some of the Earth Demon race's elites also sensed a C-rank creature slowly approaching, but no one cared. It was just a C-rank creature. The weakest people here were B ranks. They could easily send out one person to take care of it. Furthermore, there were powerful figures like the Demon Sun and Lord Karl. They did not even realize that danger was approaching. At that moment, Chu Feng's strength was his best cover. Even Mara did not take him to heart. Right now, he was thinking about what might happen next. Slowly, Chu Feng got closer and closer. He could even see the other party through the bushes. He couldn't go any further. Looking at Mara, who was still quietly standing in his original spot without the slightest trace of anxiety, Chu Feng realized that this fellow was most definitely a formidable opponent. Perhaps he was even hiding something. There was no room for carelessness, therefore he had to weaken the strength of his subordinates first. At that moment, Chu Feng seized the opportunity. He abruptly tied the 5 Fire Dragon Storm scrolls together and threw them out, supported by Chu Feng's power. The scroll flew towards Mara and the others like an arrow. The distance was very close, so by the time Mara noticed something strange, 5 ordinary-looking scrolls had already arrived in front of the group. Boom. It did not give Mara any time to react. Even if it was still a little short of the best position to explode, Chu Feng would rather detonate the scroll. In the next instant, a powerful and scorching energy wave suddenly erupted from the small scroll. Boom, a series of explosions could be heard. A dazzling white light appeared before their eyes. Then, they heard Karl, who had been silent all this time, suddenly roar, "Demon Sun, be careful, it's a one-time use scroll. We don't know how powerful it is." As he spoke, he stood in front of Mara, intending to take it head-on. He was even prepared to be injured. But the next moment, to Karl's surprise, the majestic-looking explosion brushed against him. It didn't feel like much. The threat to him was close to zero. He looked at the A-rank elites around him. Except for a few unlucky ones who were seriously injured after colliding with the shockwave of the Flame Dragon Storm, the others were only lightly injured at most. Just when Karl was relieved, all of a sudden, Mara's anxious roar could be heard. "Quick! B-rank warriors, hurry up and dodge! Retreat! Retreat!" But before he could finish speaking, the shockwave of the Flame Dragon Storm had already engulfed the entire arena. Everything within a radius of several kilometers was engulfed in a sea of flames. What? What kind of fire is this? It can't be extinguished. Quick! Save me, I'm going to be burned to death. These flames are too powerful. It hurts. At once, screams and roars filled the entire place. Mara looked at the B-rank warriors he had brought with him. Without exception, they were all rolling around in the sea of fire. The look in his eyes turned extremely sinister. He roared, "What a vicious tactic!" At that moment, Chu Feng's voice rang out faintly, "You're flattering me." The next moment, Chu Feng's voice stopped, "Everyone, kill." Chapter 54, The battle begins, in an instant. The entire area of Corpse Soul Ridge burst into flames. All the B-rank warriors led by Mara were either dead or injured. The few who survived were burnt to a crisp, and were unable to move at all. In front of the flame dragon storm, even if it was a well-trained army, they were useless. In just 5 minutes, apart from a few A-rank warriors who were still standing beside him, Mara had already become a general without an army. The handsome face beneath the black robe was already twisted. He did not expect that he was already careful enough, yet he was still tricked. This opponent is very difficult to deal with. At that moment Chu Feng was not far from Mara. He sized him up. 2 ordinary A-rank demons had actually survived. It was a pity. If they had detonated the bomb a little nearer, these 2 would have died as well. However, Chu Feng had already accomplished his goal. During this period of time, Anderson brought the crowd to Chu Feng's side. He wanted to give Chu Feng a thumbs up. However, he was afraid that Chu Feng would ignore him, which would be even more embarrassing. He decided to remain silent. This sentinel was being too lowly. Brooke, on the other hand, looked excitedly at the heavily injured earth demons and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. "Lord Feng, impressive." At the side, there were 2 other Revolutionary Army squad leaders. Tu Gu and Tuade couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. "This scroll is really strong." To be able to create such a scroll, one has to be at least a fire-type A-rank alchemist or even a Grandmaster alchemist. Chu Feng grinned. The items on the miscellaneous item golden ranking list were definitely top quality. Chu Feng also realized that the human race's golden ranking lists was like a cheat. He had too many advantages that other races could not hope to achieve. This was also the key to the rise of mankind. Standing at the side, Mei Weiya could not help but frown and berate the 2 brothers. "What's the use of being powerful? It's too cruel. Can't you see those earth demons rolling around on the ground after being burned? You have no sympathy at all." Tu Gu and Tuade felt awkward, but they did not dare to say anything else. It couldn't be helped. The forces they were under belonged to Mei Weiya's father. Mei Weiya was their little master. How would they dare to contradict their master? Anderson said in a deep voice, "Lilia, stop fooling around. They're demons and our greatest enemy. It's not too much to use any means against our enemy." Mei Weiya snorted, "But they are also living beings." "Why?" Mei Weiya still wanted to retort. However, she happened to see Chu Feng looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. A chill ran down her spine. She swallowed the rest of her words. She had no choice. The fear that Chu Feng brought her was simply too deep. Although Mei Weiya was extremely unwilling, she could only shut up, but she thought viciously to herself, "Just you wait, you puny C-rank warrior. When I return to the Revolutionary Army, I will definitely get someone to kill you. I will dismember you to death." Chu Feng shot a glance at Mei Weiya. Chu Feng did not even have to guess to know what she was thinking. He couldn't be bothered with her now. After this battle ended, it was still unknown if this little brat could return alive. When the fire gradually weakened, Chu Feng and the others also surrounded them. At the same time, he instructed, "Tuagu, Tuade, the 2 of you deal with that 3-eyed demon wolf. Remember, kill it if you can. If you can't, hold it off for me. Anderson, you and I will deal with Mara together. The moment we get there, we will put our lives on the line and catch them off guard. It's best if we can kill Mara first. That fellow gives me a feeling that he's very dangerous." Nightmare ingesting Beast King, stall Carl for now. The 2 of you should be of similar strength. No matter which of the 3 battlefields wins, we will have the advantage. As for the rest of you, deal with the 2 ordinary A-rank demons. Do you understand?" "Understood." At that moment, Chu Feng began to command everyone. He scanned the crowd. He felt that this arrangement should not be a problem. However, he felt uneasy. Is there anything else missing? He pondered for a while but did not find any problems. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Counter soldiers with arms, and counter water with an earthweir. The opponent had a trump card, but so did he. They would only find out after a battle. Chu Feng and the others approached. They were less than 100 meters away from Mara and the others. This distance was only a few steps to an A-rank warrior. Mara carefully sized Chu Feng up. All of a sudden, he pulled down the black robe on his head. A handsome face was revealed. It was not as hideous as the demons, but more in line with human aesthetic standards. Mara smiled lightly and stared at Chu Feng. "Can you tell me your name? I rarely admire anyone, but I'm really starting to admire you. With the body of a C-rank fighter, you killed 2 of my demon guards and killed my imperial guards. Although you used poison, it is still extraordinary. When I was younger, I was far inferior to you. Chu Feng also smiled and appeared to be a bit shy. Demon son, you praise me too much. I feel a bit bad to kill so many of your subordinates. Mara was briefly stunned before he suddenly smiled. It's alright. You can use your head to pay tribute to them later. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. What the demon son says makes sense. Try hard. Oh right, my name is Chu Feng. You must remember this name well. After I kill you, help me apologize to your dead subordinates. If they want to turn into ghosts to take revenge on me, don't find the wrong person. That wouldn't be good. Alright, I'll remember it. Mara laughed heartily. Chu Feng also smiled. The two of them did not look like they were going to fight to the death. Instead, they looked like old friends who had not met each other in many years. Anderson felt his scalp tingle. These two freaks, then shall we fight? Mara asked. Let's fight. Chu Feng nodded. All of a sudden, the battle erupted. Without any warning, they each found their own opponents. A king against a king, a general against a general. Chu Feng and Anderson exploded at the same time. They unleashed all their powers to their limits. On the other side, Demon One retracted his smile and drew out a long sword. It was cold and eerie, and was clearly not an ordinary item. Thick energy waves surged around it. He's a fourth-stage spirit transformation expert. Only then did Anderson confirm Mara's strength. Chu Feng remained silent. Only fourth-stage spirit transformation. Mara in this state made Chu Feng feel even more uneasy. Boom, a huge battle erupted. Anderson went all out with a steel glove in hand as he defended against Mara's demonic sword head-on. Wielding the cleaved-edge saber filled with demonic fang's venom, Chu Feng was like a cheetah in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. Just in case, Chu Feng applied all of the demonic fang's venom onto the cleaved-edge saber. From time to time, he would strike. It was like an antelope hanging its horns. The timing was perfect. This caused a great deal of trouble for Mara. He did not dare to let Chu Feng strike him. He did not care about Chu Feng's strength. However, he did not dare to touch the poison on the blade. For a moment, a C-rank warrior and a third-stage spirit transformation warrior actually managed to suppress Mara with their combined strength. He glanced at the battlefield beside him. There was not much of an issue on the nightmare-ingesting beast king's end. However, Tugu and Tuoda were completely suppressed by the three-eyed demon wolf. As time passed, they would die for sure. When the demon wolf had the time to make a move after that, they would definitely lose this battle. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He instantly made a decision. Create an opportunity to kill the demon wolf first. Chapter 55, Stupid. Kill the demon wolf. Let the two brothers, Tuogu and Tuoda, free up their hands to eliminate the two A-rank demons before helping Anderson and himself kill Mara. After that, they can work together to kill Carl. If everything went well, this battle would end soon. After making up his mind, Chu Feng deliberately led Mara towards the three-eyed demon wolf. Mara narrowed his eyes. He noticed something amiss. However, he had no idea what Chu Feng was planning to do. Kill the demon wolf first. Who would kill it? You, Chu Feng? Not enough. With me here, I won't give you a chance to get close to the three-eyed demon wolf. Furthermore, if Chu Feng were to go and kill the demon wolf, he would not be able to hold me back. I would swiftly kill the middle-aged elf in front of me. When that happens, you will only lose more thoroughly. Mara was also unable to tell what Chu Feng was thinking. He merely felt that what Chu Feng was doing was useless. The next moment, Chu Feng suddenly slashed his blade towards Mara's face at an extremely tricky angle. However, Mara's reaction was extremely fast. He would rather suffer Anderson's punch. He spurted out blood from the corner of his mouth. He also managed to dodge the slash. At the same time, he seized the opportunity when Chu Feng was winding down from the attack. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist and he sent Chu Feng flying with a punch. You're too careless. Mo Luo was very excited. He had struck Chu Feng directly, although his strength had been lacking as he was in a hurry. With Chu Feng's C-rank constitution, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Everyone present saw it. Like a kite with its string cut, Chu Feng was sent flying far away by that punch. Fresh blood spurted wildly, but they didn't know if it was a coincidence. But he landed right behind the three-eyed demon wolf. Not good. Mara was shocked at this sight. He instantly understood. Chu Feng did that on purpose. He was making use of me. He deliberately took a punch from me in order to get near the three-eyed demon wolf in an instant. However, Mara was still a little confused. Even if Chu Feng's scheme succeeded, he had also been punched by me. Even if he doesn't die, he would also be severely injured. Will he still have the strength to launch a sneak attack? At that moment, many thoughts flashed across Mara's mind, but he only had time to shout, "Demon wolf, be careful!" He didn't even have time to warn the three-eyed demon wolf to be careful. At that moment, the three-eyed demon wolf was engaged in a fierce battle with Tuagu and Tuade, and it had the upper hand. He was planning to finish off these two fellows in one go. He had no idea that Chu Feng was behind him. Suddenly, he heard Mara's voice, be careful of what?" Just as he wanted to make a move, it was already too late. He felt a cold sensation on his back and abdomen, a tingling sensation. Before it could figure out what was going on, it felt a sharp pain. It was as if someone had sliced it open. Oh! It howled in pain. He suddenly twisted his huge body and saw the person clearly. It was Chu Feng. Die. The pain overwhelmed his rationality. The three-eyed demon wolf frantically attacked its surroundings to prevent Chu Feng from approaching. Too bad I only slashed him thrice. Time was tight. As a ferocious beast, the three-eyed demon wolf's physique was too powerful. Chu Feng had to accumulate his power in order to cut through its skin, and it had to be the weakest part, the abdomen. 0.3 grams of the demonic fang's venom has probably penetrated its body. It's probably not enough to kill this big guy, but it should still be sufficient. The three-eyed demon wolf was dozens of meters long. With such a massive body, he would need double the amount of poison to kill it. 0.3 grams was not enough to kill it, but it could make it completely immobile for a certain period of time. This period of time was enough for Tuagu and Tuade to kill it. As for Chu Feng himself, he was already on the verge of death. After withstanding Mara's punch, his injuries were not light. He had expended a lot of stamina to execute the consecutive strikes. Fortunately, his constitution had been strengthened many times previously and was comparable to a B-rank ferocious beast. Otherwise, that punch would have taken his life just like Mara thought. Everything had happened in a flash. Mara didn't have time to feel regret. He hastily rushed over to save the three-eyed demon wolf. However, this was a situation that Chu Feng had exhausted half of his life to create. As such, how could he give up halfway? He bellowed, "Anderson! Fight with your life! Burn your elven heart and stop him!" Anderson remained silent but did as he was told. Even if burning the elven heart would cause irreversible damage to him, and if his elven heart burned out, he would die, Anderson still did it, not for anything else, but merely because Chu Feng had executed this move beautifully. To be able to make use of the opponent's strength in such a short period of time to create a sure kill situation for the demon wolf. Strength, courage, and the ability to control the battle were indispensable. He even needed some luck, otherwise, he would have been killed by Mara's punch. There would then be no need to continue. Can't let Chu Feng's efforts go to waste. This was Anderson's only thought at that moment. Seeing how obedient Anderson was, Chu Feng smiled. This is what a revolutionary army should look like. Tuagu, Tuade, quick, kill the demon wolf! Chu Feng shouted. At that moment, the three-eyed demon wolf had collapsed onto the ground and was whimpering, his eyes filled with fear. There was a huge hole in his abdomen and the blood that flowed out was black, although it wasn't fatal. He wouldn't be able to move for a while. This time, there wouldn't be any accidents. Tuagu and Tuade were also very excited. Just as they were about to kill the three-eyed demon wolf, suddenly, they heard a female voice shout, "Tuagu, Tuade, stop! Don't kill it! Look at its eyes! I can sense that he's frightened. It seems to be crying. It won't be a threat to you anymore. Let it go. I can try to reform it." The next moment, she appeared in front of the three-eyed demon wolf. She had rushed over from the B-rank battlefield. She stared angrily at Tuade and Tuagu. "I order you not to kill it." Tuade and Tuagu hesitated for a moment. In just that instant, the three-eyed demon wolf exerted all of its strength and grabbed Mei Weiya, who was in front of him. "Don't move. Take one more step and I'll kill her." The three-eyed demon wolf's gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Where did this idiot come from? From the looks of it, she has quite a status. At the very least, the two of them first-stage spirit transformation experts will listen to her. With this fool as a hostage, they won't dare to kill me. When I recover later, these people will all die. Tuade and Tuagu's pounded their heads in regret. Oh no, seeing this situation, everyone knew what this meant. As for Mei Weiya, she was staring at the three-eyed demon wolf in fear. I'm here to save you. How can you treat me like this?" The three-eyed demon wolf stared mockingly at Tuade and Tuagu. "Where did you guys find such an idiot?" On the other side, Mara, who was being suppressed by Anderson, also noticed the situation. He was overjoyed. Demon wolf, well done. Kill them all and the final victory will be ours." Anderson threw his head back and sighed, "Stupid fool. The great situation was ruined by his own people." He was indignant. He looked at Chu Feng. He wanted to know what Chu Feng was thinking, and whether or not there was any way to remedy the situation. However, he realized that at that moment, Chu Feng's hands were drooping slightly and his head was hung, his face expressionless, only his eyes were terrifyingly cold, like a demon from hell. Choosing humans to devour, out of the blue, he raised his head and stared at Mei Weiya as if he was looking at a dead person. Anderson seemed to know what Chu Feng wanted to do. He hastily roared, "Chu Feng, calm down. Her father is one of the 16 council members of the Revolutionary Army. If you kill her, you won't be able to escape your doom." Chapter 56, The Price, Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. Anderson's anxious roar echoed in his ears. Chu Feng heard it. But did it matter? Not important. Adults have to pay for their mistakes. So what if your father is a council member? Does it have anything to do with me killing you? Chu Feng took out the last life potion from his personal storage space. He drank it without hesitation. Initially, he had planned to feign weakness and use the recovery ability of the life potion to increase his chances of victory. Now, there was no need. He needed to recover his strength quickly and kill her at all costs. He walked towards the three-eyed demon wolf in silence. With every step he took, Chu Feng's aura grew stronger. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Up ahead, Tuoda and Tuogu had awful expressions on their faces. They could neither stop him nor retreat. Mei Weiya was their little master. If she was to be killed by Chu Feng before their eyes, both of them would be in trouble. They stood there stiffly. They wanted to persuade Chu Feng, but they were responded with Chu Feng's blade. A sharp blade slashed right in front of both of them. Before either of them could speak, Chu Feng's slightly hoarse voice rang out in their ears, "Either scram or die. Right now, no matter who it is, if you try to stop me, you'll be an enemy. And enemies must die, even if he used all his trump cards, and would rather lose to Mara." He would not hesitate. Tuoda and Tuogu were frightened by Chu Feng's gaze. What kind of look is that? Dead silence, indifference, mingled with murderous intent. It shocked them to the core. Unconsciously, they moved aside. At this moment, the entire battle stopped. Everyone's gazes were focused on Chu Feng. Even Mara was looking at Chu Feng with a serious expression. Chu Feng continued. Onward, he muttered to himself as he walked. His voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just enough for everyone to hear. Actually, I am very tolerant towards my teammates who fight alongside me. It's nothing if my teammates are weak. If they can't defeat the opponent, I'll think of a way to help. It's fine even if they ruin my plans because they're weak. I'll just find a way to remedy it, but I won't blame them or anything. But I can't tolerate stupidity. Because of your stupidity, the situation that I had worked so hard to create was ruined. Because of your pitiful kind-heartedness, you might cause everyone to get wiped out. Such a person deserves to die. Chu Feng's voice was very soft. It was so soft that it felt like he wasn't angry. He was merely stating a simple fact. After a pause, Chu Feng continued. He sounded like he was talking to Anderson. You said that her father is one of the 16 council members of the Revolutionary Army. If I kill her, they will take revenge on me. Honestly, I don't give a shit. In truth, your Revolutionary Army is nothing but a bunch of trash in my eyes. Even though they have great power, they are constantly competing for power and holding each other back. Just count for yourself. Over the years, how many successful operations have there been? Countless people died, but the results achieved were minimal. What else can such an organization be but trash? Of course, none of this is my business. If you want to get back at me, I'll take it, that's all. What a rank, what S rank, or even stronger existences, just come and kill me. If I get killed by you all, it's because I'm incapable. However, if you all are unable to kill me, then just you wait for my revenge. I will put you in the same position as the demon race. Until I uproot you all. And I have the confidence to do that. At this point, Chu Feng was already standing before the three-eyed demon wolf and Mei Weiya. He was so close. He looked up at the three-eyed demon wolf and smiled. Will you give her to me? Don't worry. In return, I won't touch you until you recover. I may like to do things unscrupulously, but there is one thing that I value very much, which is keeping my word. Give her to me if you trust me. The three-eyed demon wolf was flabbergasted. It felt like its brain wasn't enough to process this. Trust you? We are enemies who will fight to our last gasp in order to kill this dumb woman. Are you really willing to give up on the great situation you created just now? Just as the three-eyed demon wolf didn't know what to do, in the distance, Mara suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, demon wolf, listen to him. Hand her to him. After he finished saying those words, he looked at Chu Feng and grinned. Chu Feng, you have truly broadened my horizons. If it wasn't for the fact that our standpoints are different, I would want to become friends with you. Chu Feng turned around and flashed him a smile in response. However, his tone was very firm. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be friends with demons. Nevertheless, thank you for giving her to me. He turned around again and smiled at the three-eyed demon wolf. Can you give her to me now? With its master's orders, the three-eyed demon wolf no longer hesitated. He released his claws. Thank you. Chu Feng nodded. Looking at the trembling Mei Wei, he smiled as well and asked softly, do you know your mistake? When Mei Wei heard that, she thought Chu Feng was going to let her off, so she quickly said, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was too willful and soft-hearted. I don't have any experience. I thought. Chu Feng waved his hand to indicate for her to stop talking. Mei Wei was overjoyed. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Chu Feng shook his head. Kneel down. Kneel down? What for? Mei Wei looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Suddenly, Chu Feng boomed, kneel down. His voice shook the mountains and rivers. It oppressed Mei Wei's legs in an instant. She fell to her knees with a boom. It was so painful that Mei Wei burst into tears. What? What are you going to do? You can't kill me. My father is. But before she could finish her sentence, Chu Feng raised his blade and slashed down. A round head separated from its body. Blood gushed out. Mei Wei's body fell to the ground. Chu Feng was expressionless. I won't do anything. I'll just cut your head off. At that moment, there was dead silence. Everyone was quietly looking at Chu Feng and the young Missy of the Revolutionary Army beneath his feet. She was deader than dead. After doing these things, Chu Feng suddenly looked at the three-eyed demon wolf. With your physique, 5 minutes worth of time is more than enough for you to recover. I won't touch you for 5 minutes. Tuagu, Tuade, you two are not allowed to touch him either. Otherwise, I will kill the two of you first. The reason why things had developed to this point was related to the hesitation of these two brothers. Of course, Chu Feng could not be bothered to look into it. Then, ignoring Tuagu and Tuada's reactions, he leapt tens of meters in one step. In just a few steps, he arrived before Mara with a faint smile. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself in front of you. I didn't expect such a person to exist on my team. Mara was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a smile. Why don't we cease the battle in these 5 minutes? There's no need. Continue fighting. After all, you have the advantage. After he finished saying that, Chu Feng did not give Mara a chance to refuse. He glanced at Anderson, who was still in a daze. Can you still fight? Anderson returned to his senses and looked at Chu Feng with a complicated gaze. He nodded. As long as I don't die, I will continue fighting. Chu Feng grinned. Actually, I forgot to mention just now that you're not trash. If the Revolutionary Army was filled with people like you, the demon race would have had a headache long ago. Anderson was speechless. Are you praising me? He was still not used to it. Seeing Anderson's nervous expression, Chu Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He wielded his cleaved-edge saber and slashed at Mara, casting away all distracting thoughts. He pushed the first wave of the art of the nine-wave saber to its limits, transforming into thousands of blade shadows. He slashed at Mara, under an extremely calm state of mind. The moment he struck out with his saber, Chu Feng vaguely felt a slight difference. Chapter 57, Breakthrough, Surprise, Turn of Events, Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. At the same time as he slashed out, Chu Feng suddenly came to a realization. It was the second wave of the nine-wave saber art. Under this extreme saber attack, Chu Feng seemed to have sensed it. Two of the slashes had completely fused together, like two waves. They were originally rushing towards the shore one after another. At that moment, under Chu Feng's control, the wave behind became slightly faster, but it was this slight acceleration that allowed it to catch up to the wave in front. The two waves merged together. Instantly, a formidable violent energy erupted. It was not as simple as 1 plus 1, this was a superposition, it was fusion. Boom, up ahead, Mara had just sent Anderson flying. The next moment, he met Chu Feng's saber head-on. Chu Feng, your blade is too weak. It is unable to threaten me. If you were to launch a sneak attack on me, I might still take precautions against you. But right now, this won't do. As Mara said this, he didn't dodge. A cold sword ray collided with Chu Feng's blade. Boom, the clang. At that moment, intense sounds of battle erupted from the battlefield. Boom. Boom, both of them retreated at the same time. Mara looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. How can this be? Your saber. Chu Feng grinned. It should be powerful enough now, right? Unfortunately, it still can't hurt you. But at the very least, it should be able to put up a fight. At that moment, Mara was extremely solemn. He could feel that the power contained in Chu Feng's slash just now was completely comparable to a third-stage spirit transformation expert. Even if they were to face him head-on, they would only be at a slight disadvantage. Although it was because he had underestimated his opponent, it was still difficult for Mara to accept. This meant that the threat Chu Feng posed to him was increasing exponentially. Chu Feng was no fool, as long as he continued to let Anderson hold the front. He, Chu Feng, would just wait for an opportunity to sneak attack like before. With the power and speed that Chu Feng was able to unleash at that moment, it was impossible for Mara to dodge as easily as before. This also meant that Mara might be struck by Chu Feng's poisonous blade. At that time, he would be in danger. Needless to say, Chu Feng immediately understood what Mara had thought of. He shot Anderson a look. The latter understood. He was slightly excited. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng had really managed to find a way to break out of this situation. Kill. Without hesitation, he stood at the front. As for Chu Feng, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. From time to time, he would sneak an attack on Mara. This caused a great deal of trouble for Mara. He could only defend passively. Chu Feng's blade was too strange and crafty. As the saying goes, if you defend for a prolonged period of time, you will lose. Mara was caught off guard and didn't manage to defend in time. His body was struck by Chu Feng's blade. His skin was cut. The demonic fang's venom instantly flowed into his body through the blood. Mara felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt dizzy. He could no longer control the energy to be condensed on the sword. Anderson seized the opportunity and threw another ferocious punch towards Mara's face, a direct hit without any fancy moves. Mara was sent flying. The situation was extremely bad. Just then, the three-eyed demon wolf's wounds were almost healed. Seeing that his master was in critical condition, he hurriedly wanted to save him. However, he was held back by the two brothers, Tuada and Tuagu. Perhaps the two of them wanted to redeem themselves, so every move was an all-out move. They kept the three-eyed demon wolf busy. Chu Feng and Anderson both had rich battle experience. They understood the logic of taking one's life while they were down. They did not hold back at all. With a flash, they chased after him and wanted to continue the killing. Chu Feng's cleaved edge saber also violently slashed down. Just now, about 0.1 grams of devil's tooth venom had seeped in. Just a few more slashes and even Mara would die beyond doubt. At that moment, the three-eyed demon wolf was being held back. Carl was also stopped by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Mara seemed to have been forced into a corner. Anderson also believed that victory was within his grasp as he continued punching. He directly blasted Mara into the ground. Anderson panted heavily as he looked at Chu Feng with joy on his face. Is he dead? Chu Feng frowned. He was always on guard. He had a feeling that Mara wouldn't die so easily. That fellow made Chu Feng puzzled. The next moment, as if to verify Chu Feng's speculation, a sigh suddenly came from the underground cave. Ha, you guys really surprised me. Looks like I have no choice but to remove the restriction. Otherwise, I'll be beaten to death by you guys. In the next instant, a handsome figure jumped out of the hole. His feet lightly touched the ground. It was none other than Mara. However, the current Mara was different. He was no longer as pathetic as before. Even his injuries were mostly healed. He looked radiant. Thick energy fluctuations surrounded him. Spirit transformation. 6th stage. How is that possible? Anderson cried out in alarm as he stared at Mara, the guy who was almost killed by them. How did he suddenly change? Not only did he recover from his injuries, his strength had also increased by several times. He became a 6th stage spirit transformation stage expert just like that. Anderson found it hard to accept. What's impossible about it? How would you understand the wonders of my demon forging technique that's inherited in the Earth demon race? Mara sighed. It's just a pity that all of the power I've spent a year cultivating is gone in an instant. After I kill you all, I'll have to trouble my teacher to set up a new restriction. I hope that the 1,000-soul spirit flower can make up for my loss. Otherwise, I'll be making a huge loss. At this moment, victory was within Mara's grasp. He spoke in a much more casual manner. Chu Feng had a serious expression on his face. It's actually the demon forging technique. He had heard of this cultivation technique in his previous life. It was an extremely magical technique. The demons who cultivated this technique could temper with and forge the magic power in their bodies over and over again. The tempered magic power would become more condensed. It might even appear that his rank had dropped. but at the same time, his foundation was much stronger than his peers, and with the continuous suppression, the amount of energy accumulated in his body would increase. When it reached a critical point, it would erupt all at once. It could even result in an increase of an entire rank, Chu Feng remembered. It seemed like the city lord, Mo Qianfan, had used this method to break through to the A rank all of a sudden. This cultivation technique was also a rare treasure in the demon race. No ordinary person could cultivate it successfully. No wonder Mara had such a high status in the demonic city. Obviously, Mo Qianfan had already treated Mara as an A rank in the demonic city. This is troublesome. Chu Feng began to ponder non-stop about how to handle this. At this critical moment, there was suddenly an additional 6th stage spirit transformation cultivator. There was no way to defend against it. Mara was well aware of this. From the moment he undid the restriction, the outcome of this battle already did not have any suspense. Therefore, he was very calm. He strolled to the front of the crowd and carefully sized Chu Feng up. Out of the blue, he grinned. "Chu Feng, you're really not bad. I'll give you one last choice, either die or submit to me. Don't worry, in the future, we'll address each other as brothers. After I subdue the nightmare-ingesting beast king, that demon wolf can be given to you. When I reach the A rank, I'll also create opportunities for you. How about it?" The nightmare-ingesting beast king was at the 6th stage of spirit transformation. With Mara's soul strength, he could barely subdue it and would not be able to control other pet beasts after that. Therefore, it was better to do Chu Feng a favor. Not every race could use super balls to subdue pets endlessly like humans. A careless word may reveal much to an attentive listener. As Mara quietly waited for Chu Feng's reply, an extremely crazy thought suddenly popped up in Chu Feng's mind. Perhaps he could turn the tables. He might even be able to kill Mara. Chapter 58, Forcibly Subdued. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. When Mara mentioned the three-eyed demon wolf, a crazy plan suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind. He had never tried it in his previous life, but once he succeeded, it would be a superb opportunity to instantly kill Mara. Everyone knew that a warrior needed to make a soul contract to tame a pet beast. This soul contract required a warrior to offer part of their soul to control the pet beast. If this part of the soul was torn apart in an instant, it would cause tremendous damage to the warrior. In serious cases, it could even cause a warrior to go crazy. Even the lightest situation would cause one's soul to become deranged for a period of time, causing one to lose the ability to move. Chu Feng suddenly thought of a treasure. That high-quality super ball he had originally planned to use it to forcefully subdue the nightmare-ingesting beast king. In fact, this was Chu Feng's original goal for entering the abyss, but after coming here, he had experienced too many things. Because of that, Chu Feng had forgotten about the super ball in his hand. Unlike pet beast balls, the super ball's effect was much stronger. Not to mention, it was a high-quality super ball. There was a high chance of subduing an A-rank creature. There was a very low chance of subduing an A-rank creature. Even A-rank creatures could possibly be subdued. Of course, the possibility was almost negligible. But this also meant that it had powerful controlling abilities. Chu Feng's idea was that he would use the super ball to subdue Mara's pet, the three-eyed demon wolf. With the heaven-defying effects of the high-quality super ball, there was a high chance of success. This was also why the super ball was so sick. As long as the quality of the super ball was high enough, it could even forcibly subdue the opponent's pet beast. In this way, he could forcefully break Mara's soul contract. It would cause great damage to Mara. He could also add another third-stage spirit transformation creature to his combat power. He went over the plan in his mind. Chu Feng felt that it was not safe enough. He shot a glance at the nightmare-ingesting beast king and the general of the demonic city, Carl, who were still engaged in a fierce battle. The battle between a demon and a king was immeasurably fierce. The nightmare-ingesting beast king appeared and disappeared unpredictably as it constantly attacked Carl with soul penetration skill. Carl, on the other hand, relied on the fact that he was stronger and forcefully defended with his strength. At the same time, he constantly seized the opportunity to counterattack. It also caused quite a bit of trouble for the nightmare-ingesting beast king. This battle in this battlefield was of the highest level, but it was also the hardest to determine the victor. If Mara managed to finish off Chu Feng and the others, he would then join hands with Carl to kill the nightmare-ingesting beast king. If that happened, the nightmare beast king would definitely die. Therefore, the nightmare-ingesting beast king was anxious. It wanted to save Chu Feng. However, Carl tenaciously held it back. He could only sigh helplessly. The next moment, the nightmare-ingesting beast king received Chu Feng's message. It was sent through the little nightmare-ingesting beast. Mara could not discover it either. It was a simple sentence: Mara's soul will be heavily injured later. Wait for my signal and take the opportunity to strike him with your soul penetration. I'll kill him. Shock flashed across the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's eyes. He did not understand how in such a desperate situation would he be able to pull it off, but now he could only make a Hail Mary effort. I'll try. At the same time, Anderson received Chu Feng's message, worried that Mara would find out. Chu Feng said even less to him. There was only one sentence: listen to my signal later, and slay Mara. Anderson didn't know where Chu Feng got his confidence from. Even though he was shocked, he did not show it on his face. All of this happened in a flash. At that moment, Mara was still smiling as he waited for Chu Feng's reply. If Chu Feng refused, he would have no choice but to kill Chu Feng to prevent future troubles. Actually, pledging allegiance to me is not a bad thing for you. With your talent, you can totally receive my master's focused grooming. It will be good for you, and even for your Inferno elf race. Mara even tried to persuade him by bringing up his race. However, Chu Feng merely raised his head indifferently. The corners of his lips were turned up in a smile. I remember saying that I would never be friends with demons. In other words, I will only be enemies with demons. Ha! In that case, you've rejected me. What a pity, I can only send you to your death. Mara no longer hesitated. With the dense demon sword in hand, he planned to kill Chu Feng and Anderson with a single strike, but at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly moved. A golden ball had appeared in his hand. He turned around and threw the ball towards the three-eyed demon wolf. At the same time, he roared, Tuada, Tuagu, go all out. Don't let the demon wolf turn around. The two brothers were facing Chu Feng. They did not know what had happened. All they saw was that Chu Feng seemed to have thrown something. Then, they heard Chu Feng's roar. There was no hesitation this time. They instantly ignited their elven hearts. Even the three-eyed demon wolf didn't dare to be careless in the face of two first-stage spirit transformation experts' desperate attacks. Besides, it had no idea what was going on. He could only hastily meet the attacks. But he did not see a small ball rapidly approaching. The moment it touched the fur on its back, the three-eyed demon wolf felt an irresistible gravitation. It was like a massive black hole. He was unable to resist at all as it swallowed him up. All that was left on the spot was a shimmering golden ball. The golden ball trembled continuously. It was as if the three-eyed demon wolf was struggling violently, but slowly, the trembling of the golden ball weakened, until it was completely calm. Success! Chu Feng felt relieved. This was his first time doing something like this, so he had no idea what would happen. Now it seemed that things were going according to his plan. In front of him, Mara was still unaware of what had happened. The sword in his hand was still suspended in midair. However, he suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness. He felt his soul being torn apart. He had a splitting headache. He couldn't even sense the three-eyed demon wolf anymore. What happened? Is the three-eyed demon wolf dead? But even if he died, the backlash shouldn't be so severe. Mara felt his vision blur. His perception of the outside world had dropped to its lowest point. Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, soul penetration skill. Anderson, kill Mara. At the same time, there were two voice transmissions. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King burned its origin soul crystal without hesitation. The distance was too great. That was all he could do. In an instant, the range of the black fog increased by several times. It even enveloped Mara, who was 1,000 meters away. An invisible soul penetrated through Mara's head. Mara, whose soul was on the verge of collapse, suffered another heavy blow. He hugged his head and knelt on the ground. It created a huge hole in the ground. The intense pain prevented him from uttering a word. At that moment, Chu Feng's blade in Anderson's fist had an aura capable of tearing through everything as they arrived before him. Mara, I'll send you on your way. At that moment, Chu Feng did not hold back at all. The second wave of the art of the nine-wave saber, the water element domain field fused perfectly. This was definitely his most powerful attack. On the other hand, Anderson wasn't much worse. It was also a sure kill punch. It was as if Mara would die an ignominious death in the next moment. Chapter 59, The Phantom. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. The current Mara had no defense ability at all. The intense pain made it difficult for him to move. He looked like he would die of pain in the next second. However, Chu Feng knew, forcibly severing the soul contract would cause heavy damage to Mara, but it wouldn't be fatal. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King's attack was crucial. However, the distance was too great to hurry. It was unrealistic to kill Mara directly. Only when he and Anderson worked together, using their fists, saber and poison to completely kill Mara, would they feel at ease. Chu Feng took the lead. Anderson followed behind him. Their attacks landed. At this critical moment, Mara forced himself to sober up. he endured the pain and barely managed to prop up a protective shield. Even though he was currently at the 6th stage of the spirit transformation realm, this sort of hasty defense was still unable to withstand the full force attack of 2 warriors that were comparable to the 3rd stage of the spirit transformation realm. With a loud bang, the protective shield shattered. Under the backlash, Mara vomited blood. Then he faced Chu Feng and Anderson's attacks head-on. With just his physical body alone, only the Abyssal royalty would be able to withstand it. Mara, who was from the Earth Demon race, was far from being able to do so. Kill, kill. The next moment, a saber and a fist approached Mara's face. A sharp aura sliced across Mara's handsome face. At this moment of life and death, suddenly, from Mara's chest, a pure white hand reached out, like white jade. It was crystal clear, as if there were no impurities at all. The moment he saw this hand, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He roared, "Anderson, retreat!" After he finished saying those words, Chu Feng did not hesitate in the slightest. He would rather endure the backlash from the blade as he forcibly retracted the cleaved-edge saber. Wind stirred beneath his feet as he moved away from where Mara was in a flash. As he retreated, he continued to stare at that hand. On the other hand, Anderson's reaction was a beat slower. Even though he had heard Chu Feng's warning, before he could do anything, the hand met Anderson's fist. "What the hell is this?" Before Anderson could react, the jade hand tapped slightly. Crack! The next moment, Anderson suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His right fist had shattered. It was not obvious from the outside, however. All the structures inside his fist were completely destroyed in an instant. Enduring the intense pain, Anderson quickly returned to Chu Feng's side. Fear filled his eyes. If not for the fact that the hands did not choose to chase after him, he would have been dead by now. Terrifyingly powerful. It's very impolite of you to use your fists on others, you know? A small punishment. However, the little guy who uses a knife is quite interesting. He runs quite fast. The voice seemed to come from all directions. This black fog makes one quite uncomfortable. Disperse. The voice sounded again. The next moment, everyone was horrified to see that the black fog, which had originally covered nearly 1,000 kilometers, began to melt and evaporate like snow that had encountered the scorching sun. In the distance, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's eyes were also filled with shock. What the hell is that thing? With a wave of his hand, he completely destroyed the black fog space I had created by burning a portion of my soul crystal. As the black fog dissipated, everyone got a good look. A translucent human figure was floating above Mara. His jade-like right hand was particularly eye-catching. He stood there quietly. It was as though he was the master of this space, and all the energy fluctuations around him were all restrained. Chu Feng was unable to take his eyes off him. One word at a time, he spoke with a deep voice, shedding its mortal form and transforming into a spirit, jade-like body condensation, and a rank. There was even a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Once upon a time, he could do all of this. He was even stronger than the fellow before him. Just wait. In this life, it won't be long before I reach that stage again. And this is only the starting point. A fire was ablaze in Chu Feng's heart. Beside him, Anderson's eyes widened. What? He's an A rank? He stared at the figure in the air as he muttered, "That's right, floating. The symbol of an A rank. We're dead for sure this time." Chu Feng's words attracted the attention of the phantom. A hint of a smile appeared on his blurry face. This little fellow's perception isn't ordinary. It's been tens of thousands of years, yet another human has entered the abyss. It's just that he's a bit too weak. Human? This time, Anderson was even more shocked. He did not even care about the threat of the A rank anymore. He stiffly turned around to look at Chu Feng. You are a human? Chu Feng did not utter a single word. Ever since he saw the phantom appear, he knew that he could no longer hide his identity. Although the disguise potion had good effects, it could not stop an A-rank expert from seeing through it. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose as he sneered at the phantom. From the looks of it, you aren't that strong either. Your jade body is less than 50% condensed, yet you dare to sever an arm to condense into an avatar. You sure are willing to do so. This Mara's identity isn't ordinary, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be worth such a huge price for an A rank like you. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the phantom fell silent. There was a long pause. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, "You know quite a lot. Could it be that humans have already given birth to A ranks at this stage?" Chu Feng did not explain. Anderson anxiously said, "Chu Feng, are you saying that this guy isn't actually an A rank? In that case, do we stand a chance?" Chu Feng could not help but smile. What do you take A ranks as? Even the weakest A rank can wipe out a group of cultivators at the 9th stage of the spirit transformation realm. Even though this guy was only an avatar formed from the arm of an A rank, at the very least, he was comparable to a 9th stage spirit transformation elite. What could they use to fight, although the situation was extremely dangerous? Chu Feng did not panic. He still had one trump card that he had yet to use. It was to prevent such a situation from happening. One of the 3 great fragments of the blazing wings of the sky, the first blazing angel, Michael's wings, special feature, 100 times the speed of sound. After the improvement of his constitution during this period of time, the maximum speed Chu Feng could manage was already close to 10 times the speed of sound. He reckoned that this incarnation in front of him could not catch up to him. In other words, he could leave whenever he wanted. However, in that case, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, Anderson, and all would definitely die. Chu Feng had mentioned it before. He had tactics to treat his enemies. However, if they were friends, they would also be treated as friends. Chu Feng was unable to watch his friends die. Furthermore, Chu Feng was unwilling to just run away like that. Various tactics flashed through his mind. However, he knew all too well how powerful A ranks were. Even if it was only an incarnation, Chu Feng did not have the slightest certainty. At this moment, Mara slowly awakened from the intense pain in his soul. Seeing the scene before him, he was stunned at first. Then he became pleasantly surprised. "Teacher, why are you here?" Then, he lowered his head obediently. "I've embarrassed teacher." The phantom chuckled. "It doesn't matter. It's also a good thing to have you come into contact with the cunning humans ahead of time. After all, a battle is inevitable." Humans? The race described in the history books? Who is a human? Chu Feng? Mara looked at Chu Feng. He said firmly, "It must be you. Humans are truly a mystical race." Chapter 60, Counterattack. Hearing Mara call him teacher, realization dawned on Anderson. Looking at the floating figure in front of him, he exclaimed in shock, "You're the city lord of the demonic city, Mo Qianfan?" The phantom smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying it. It was mainly because he was too lazy to talk to some ants. The reason why he spoke with Chu Feng was because Chu Feng's appearance had indeed caused his eyes to shine. On the ground, Mara looked a little dejected. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng. He had lost, a crushing defeat. Even if his teacher had come and ended up killing Chu Feng and the others, Mara knew that he had lost. He had lost to a human. Ever since he was young, his teacher had intentionally imparted information regarding humans to him. According to the legends, this was a race that even the great demon race had never conquered. In ancient times, the epitome of the human race could compete with the abyssal royalty. Mara had been looking forward to competing with a real human, but after a real fight, he had completely lost. From the beginning to the end, he was led by the nose by this young man before him. He, who was a C rank warrior, had forced him to remove his restriction. He had thought that victory was within his grasp, but this guy had taught him another lesson. When he had the upper hand, he was nearly killed. If not for his teacher's sudden appearance, he would already be dead right now. Mara's emotions were very mixed. As for Chu Feng, he simply did not care about Mara's reaction. He's just a kid. He can't even take such a small blow. Chu Feng was thinking about how to find a way out of this predicament, and how to lead the crowd to escape successfully. He didn't have the time to lament with Mara. How about if he just brought away as many as he could with the blazing wings of the sky? Chu Feng thought to himself. He would have to hope that this rank incarnation was not good at speed. Otherwise, if he flew with a few people, his speed would definitely decrease. Whether he could escape or not was another question altogether. This sudden change caused everyone to stop fighting. Everyone gathered around Chu Feng and Mara. Chu Feng took a glance. On his side, other than the deaths of more than 10 B ranks, there were no losses. On the other side, only an ordinary A rank warrior had died as well. After fighting for so long, this was it. Chu Feng was speechless. Alright, I can't be considered to have gained nothing. At the very least, I captured a 3rd rank spirit transformation 3-eyed demon wolf. On the other side, Mo Qianfan was lecturing Mara as if there was no one else around. He could tell that Mara's heart was in a mess. Remember, Mara, failure isn't something unacceptable. In this world, the winner is always the king. In my opinion, this fellow is indeed a rare genius of the human race, but a dead genius will no longer be a genius. You can step into the A rank step by step and even become a demon venerable, but he will forever remain as a C rank warrior. Master will make a move later and imprison this human. If you kill him, it will mean that the war between the demon race and the human race will begin again. Teacher, I understand, Mara answered obediently. Mo Qianfan nodded lightly. He looked down at Chu Feng and the others. It was as if he was looking at a bunch of ants, and he did have the ability. He could not be bothered to speak anymore. With a gentle wave of his hand, a sort of light formed, like a bolt of lightning. It charged toward Chu Feng and the others. He actually planned to kill everyone in one strike. So powerful, I can't ward it off. Anderson clenched his teeth and planned on risking his life. Waiting for death was not his character. At that moment, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King suddenly moved. He forcefully faced the sword shadow. The sword shadow pierced through the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's black fog. The scorching energy ignited the black fog. However, after it was blocked by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, the power of the sword shadow had also been exhausted. Oh, you're quite capable. The nightmare-ingesting beast race is quite interesting. You can be a pet beast for Mara, Mo Qianfan casually said. What are you doing? Chu Feng frowned and sent a voice transmission to him through the little nightmare-ingesting beast. In his opinion, there was no need for that. If everyone resisted together, a few people might die, but they would not be severely injured. Chu Feng could tell that the nightmare-ingesting Beast King was seriously injured. At this time, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's voice reached him through the little nightmare-ingesting beast. Chu Feng, perhaps I have a way to fight against him. Upon hearing this, even Chu Feng's eyes widened. You're only at the 6th stage of the spirit transformation realm. And he's comparable to a 9th stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. How are you going to fight him? The nightmare-ingesting Beast King continued. I deliberately took a blow from him to experience it just now. After all, he's not the main body. He's only an incarnation and has limited energy. After his energy is depleted, he will naturally dissipate. On the other hand, the nightmare-ingesting beast race possesses a large amount of origin fog. In terms of energy density, it can be considered one of the strongest races. I can use the origin black fog to condense into a super huge bomb. Even if it doesn't explode, it can exhaust him to death. Chu Feng began to ponder about the feasibility of this method. He immediately thought of a crucial point, but the nature of your energy is not strong enough. If you used up a unit of energy, you might have to pay the price of 10 or even 100 times more energy. At this rate, it will still not be enough to exhaust him. Upon hearing this, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King said, I've considered everything you've said. If the energy itself isn't strong enough, I can burn my soul crystal to make up for it. Moreover, I still have the 1,000-soul spirit flower in my hand. The 1,000-soul spirit flower is a soul-type treasure. As long as I absorb it, my soul will transform and it will greatly increase the strength of my soul crystal. At that time, even if I'm not as good as him, I'm sure it wouldn't be too far off. Chu Feng remained silent for a long time. Do you know that you will die if you do this? Firstly, the burning of the soul crystal is a desperate measure. If you want to cause substantial damage to Mo Qianfan, you will need to burn most of your soul crystal. Your soul might collapse and you will die without a doubt. Secondly, it's true that the 1,000-soul spirit flower is a treasure, but your soul crystal can't withstand it. Its energy is too powerful. It's best to wait until you're at the 9th stage of spirit transformation before consuming it. If you use it now, you won't be able to completely break it down and absorb it. The remaining energy will be enough to take your life. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was silent for a moment before speaking without hesitation. All right, cut the crap. I know what you're saying, but if we don't go all out now, we can only wait for death. Unless you have a way to escape with us, we'll die anyway. Let's give it a shot. Even if I die, I'm sure that fellow on the other side will be more or less exhausted. I hope you can treat my clansmen well and bring them to the human world. Don't be so wishy-washy. This is unlike you, Chu Feng. Chu Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile when he heard those words. In that case, let's give it a shot. What do you need me to do? The Nightmare Beast King said directly, I need time to prepare. My actions cannot be hidden from an A rank, and Mo Qianfan will definitely find out what we're thinking. If he comes to stop us, there will be none of us to stop him. At this point, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King suddenly fell silent. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about that? As long as Mo Qianfan killed him first, no matter how he burned his soul crystal, it would be useless. No one on their side could stop Mo Qianfan. They couldn't even ward off a single attack. At that moment, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth curled up. We've already said that we'll give it a shot, so how can I be missing from this equation? Leave Mo Qianfan to me, as long as I'm alive, he won't be able to affect you. His tone was very light, but it contained an unquestionable confidence. Chapter 61, How about it? Do you dare to have a bet with me? Since he had a plan, under such circumstances, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King chose to trust Chu Feng unconditionally. This fella had led them to create too many miracles. Who knows, this might work as well. Besides, there's no other way, isn't it? All communication had happened in a flash. The next moment, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King retracted all his origin black fog. At the same time, he began to frantically burn his soul crystal. His origin black fog began to churn violently. It continued to expand before being compressed. The cycle continued. A dense energy fluctuation formed ripples like water ripples. The pressure in their surroundings caused Anderson and the others to be stunned. It was frightening. However, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King still felt that it was not powerful enough. A seemingly ordinary flower flashed past. It merged into the origin black fog. It was as if he had added a powerful catalyst. The origin black fog expanded dozens of times faster. Even the nightmare-ingesting Beast King could not control it. He did his best to restrain the gigantic black ball in front of him. All of this was seen by Mo Qianfan, but he only smiled faintly. Going all out? The power seems pretty good, but it's a pity that it takes too long to prepare. Mo Qianfan was indeed an experienced demon. He quickly analyzed the pros and cons. There was a faint mocking expression on his face. I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable, or are you just stupid and ignorant? Accumulating energy in front of an A rank? Do you really think I'm blind? As long as I kill you, what's the use of having more power? With that, Mo Qianfan gently raised his right hand. His two fingers were like swords, ready to kill the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Anderson, Tuagu, Tuadet, and the others hurriedly stood in front of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. They also saw clearly that perhaps this was their only chance. Even if they would die, they had to stall for time for the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Hee, stupid ants. Mo Qianfan couldn't be bothered to waste time talking. These low-stage spirit transformation beings didn't even have the chance to stall him for a moment. Under his sword slash, they would definitely die. At that moment, Chu Feng patted Anderson's shoulder. He grinned. You guys move aside. You can't stop him. There's no need to throw your lives away for nothing. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Anderson's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You said you want to stop an A rank by yourself? Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Anderson was going crazy. Don't forget that you're only a C rank. Besides, that guy can fly. You can't even touch him. Chu Feng grinned. He can fly? I can too. With that said, he ignored Anderson's surprised gaze. Chu Feng took a deep breath. First blazing angel, Michael's wings. This battle is completely dependent on you. The next moment, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, a pair of beautiful white wings slowly appeared behind Chu Feng. It enveloped Chu Feng's entire back. The wings gently flapped, as if he had teleported. Chu Feng soared into the sky, speed 10 times the speed of sound, floating steadily in midair. He faced Mo Qianfan head-on. How is this possible? Oh my god! Anderson was speechless with shock. You can fly. Aren't you a human? Only those of a rank and above had the privilege of flying, unless they were flying creatures to begin with. This was the consensus of the various races in the abyss. But how could a human fly? Furthermore, that speed just now. Were they seeing things? Anderson didn't dare to speculate. He seemed to be even faster than the A rank that he had seen in the organization. How is this possible? Across from Chu Feng, for the first time, Mo Qianfan's expressionless face revealed shock. He took a deep breath and muttered, You surprised me. Just now, it was 10 times the speed of sound. So fast. Chu Feng smiled faintly. It's alright, but it should be much faster than your incarnation. Mo Qianfan was silent. What Chu Feng said was the truth. His incarnation could barely reach twice the speed of sound. With the 5-time disparity, he could not even touch Chu Feng's shadow. You don't think you can stop me from killing the nightmare-ingesting Beast King with just speed, do you? I don't care about your attacks, I can just kill him by force. Mo Qianfan said coldly. The moment that was said, Anderson and company turned nervous once again. That's right, even if Chu Feng's speed was fast enough, he had no way of stopping Mo Qianfan from doing anything. Chu Feng smiled lightly upon hearing those words. You're right. I can't stop you from doing anything, but I'm much faster than you. If you go and kill the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, I'll kill your disciple. Trust me. With my speed, Mara will definitely die without any pain. If worse comes to worst, we can just make an exchange. After killing him, I'll leave. You can't stop me. As for Anderson and company, there's nothing I can do. I can't save them. You can just kill them. If they die, I will take revenge for them. I will kill your Earth demon race until it has no descendants. I will kill until your entire race is exterminated. I guess you should believe that I have this ability. Chu Feng stood in midair. His tone was calm. As if he was stating an insignificant fact. If he couldn't save them, then he wouldn't. It would be great if everyone died together. On the ground, Anderson suddenly burst into laughter when he heard this and couldn't help giving Chu Feng a thumbs up. You did well. I can't help but admire you. You're right, if I'm killed, you have to let at least 10 Earth Demon Spirit transformation experts be buried with me. Tuade and Tuagu couldn't help but laugh foolishly. The two of us will take 8 of them, we're not greedy. Even Goblin Brook shouted at the top of his lungs, me. Me. There's still me. I just want one. It feels good to have a spirit transformation expert be buried with me. A B rank. It was noisy on the ground, no one was afraid, and no one blamed Chu Feng. Instead, each and every one of them was picking and choosing like they were buying vegetables at a market. Some people even started fighting over the rights to have a spirit transformation expert buried with them. After all, there was a limited number of spirit transformation warriors in the Earth demon race. Grab it fast while it lasts. It was not that everyone was not afraid of death, it was simply too satisfying. Chu Feng had done something that they did not even dare to imagine before. In front of an A-rank demon king from the abyss, Chu Feng had pointed at his face and threatened him. If you dare to do it, I will eliminate your race, domineering, invincible. Furthermore, this demon king clearly hesitated. He also felt that Chu Feng was not kidding. Rather, it was something that might truly happen in the near future. These warriors had been enslaved by the demon race their entire lives, and they could hold their heads high before their deaths. They would be also able to hold their heads high in front of their ancestors after their death. The crowd on the ground was agitated. Chu Feng also smiled. He looked at Mo Qianfan, who was both shocked and furious. He said calmly, "You would rather cut off an arm to condense into an incarnation. Just to secretly protect Mara. He must be very important to you. Since that's the case, why don't we have a bet?" Chu Feng said slowly, "Let's bet on whether the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's attack can deplete the energy of your incarnation. If it depletes, you are unlucky. If it doesn't deplete, we will naturally lose our lives. Oh, I might not die. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me?" Chapter 62, Amazing. Mo Qianfan's face alternated between flushing and turning pale. How long has it been? It has been too long since he had experienced being led by the nose. Today, he actually experienced it from a C-rank warrior. The feeling was indescribable. There was nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. Mara's mood was even heavier than Mo Qianfan's. Not only was he unable to help his teacher, instead, he had become a burden to his teacher. Shame, self-blame, anger. Mara even wanted to commit suicide. This scene was firmly etched in the depths of his mind. It was a nightmare that he could never forget. Chu Feng was not anxious either. "I was stalling for time anyways. The master-disciple duo can act as they pleased. I'm in no hurry." However, to Chu Feng's displeasure, Mo Qianfan suddenly snorted, "Brat, don't think you have me in your hands. I won't kill the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, but I can kill you. Your speed is indeed fast, but as long as I touch you once, you will definitely die. I can make countless mistakes, but you only have one chance. Die." After he finished saying those words, he did not give Chu Feng any time to react. He charged forward, like a rainbow. He was extremely fast. As long as he kills this annoying fellow, everything will be over. Mo Qianfan was unwilling to be played by a junior like this. He was even willing to lower himself to sneak attack Chu Feng and kill him with his hands. Chu Feng smiled coldly. Having countless battle experiences in his previous life, how could he not be wary of his enemies? Sneaking an attack on me, ridiculous. At the instant Mo Qianfan moved, Chu Feng also moved. Moreover, the speed at which he erupted was much faster than Mo Qianfan. Die. Mo Qianfan's sword fingers pierced towards Chu Feng's body. However, gradually, Chu Feng actually disappeared into the sky. He became an afterimage. Chu Feng's speed was simply too fast. Leaving behind afterimages, Mo Qianfan did not say anything. With his strong A-rank spiritual senses, he accurately predicted Chu Feng's landing point. Like a ferocious tiger, he pounced forward. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Young man, you haven't reached my level yet. So you don't understand. Speed doesn't mean everything. I can predict your next move based on your movements and make it impossible for you to dodge. As if victory was within Mo Qianfan's grasp, a victorious smile appeared on his face. But at the next moment, when he pounced on the place where he thought Chu Feng was going to land, to his surprise, he had missed again. In the sky not far away, Chu Feng looked at the slightly disheveled Mo Qianfan with a shadow of a smile as his faint voice resounded through the sky. Old man, it seems that I have predicted your prediction. How is that possible? Mo Qianfan was truly shocked this time. How can you avoid the spiritual senses of an A rank? This was one of the unique abilities of A ranks, Chu Feng sneered. Prediction using spiritual sense. I played it better than you in my previous life. Moreover, in order to avoid the S-rank expert Lin Yi's pursuit in the past, Chu Feng had to live on the edge every time. The prediction using spiritual senses had long become an instinct, carved into the bones. Simply put, it was forced out of him. Even if he only had experience left, he could still toy with Mo Qianfan in his palms. Impossible. Mo Qianfan refused to believe it. The spiritual senses prediction that he was so proud of was seen through by a mere C-rank warrior. You're just lucky. With that, Mo Qianfan flew into a rage out of humiliation. He used his extreme speed and formed thousands of apparitions in the air. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The next moment, the countless figures turned into rays of light and rushed towards Chu Feng with unbelievable speed. They were determined to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng took a deep breath. In this sort of situation, he became extremely calm instead. His brain was racing. In Chu Feng's eyes, it was as if the trajectories of every shadow in front of him had been deduced. They charged at him in a fixed trajectory. The speed, sequence, route, and landing point were clear. The next moment, he moved. Using the extreme speed of the blazing wings of the sky, he flipped and turned like the wind. Like a nimble fish, he would pass by Mo Qianfan's phantom at an unbelievable angle. Every time, swimming, weaving, constantly dodging. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade. It gave off an extreme sense of beauty. Beautiful. Amazing. Impeccable. On the ground, Anderson and company watched nervously. Although they could barely see the rays of light streaking across, when the two of them stopped, they were able to see quite a bit of Chu Feng's amazing actions. With a C-rank body, he could fight against an A-rank, battle those in the spirit transformation realm, and even an A-rank. Anderson no longer knew how to describe Chu Feng. He's a monster, a miracle. Mo Qianfan's wild attacks came to an end, but he didn't even touch Chu Feng's clothes. He gave up. He floated quietly in midair, his face expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Old man, why aren't you continuing? Mo Qianfan raised his head and let out a long breath. The gaze that he looked at Chu Feng with was a bit more indescribable. After a long time, he said slowly, you are the most monstrous C-rank warrior I have ever seen. At the same rank, you are much stronger than one of the princes of the abyss that I have met. Your combat awareness, your ability to grasp the situation of the battle, and your ability to deal with minute details are not those of your rank at all. To be honest, I feel like I'm fighting an opponent of the same rank. Mo Qianfan laughed at himself. Sure enough, regardless of whether one is a human or a demon, it's impossible to not succumb to age. After Chu Feng heard Mo Qianfan's words, the smile on his face gradually became calm. In the past, an elder once told me that when the enemy begins to praise you, it means that he still has a trump card. Moreover, that person believes that his next attack will be able to kill you. Hence, you definitely can't let your guard down. Old fella, am I right? When Mo Qianfan heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Insightful. In terms of speed, I am indeed inferior to you. I admit that I underestimated you before, but in front of absolute strength, it's useless. Mo Qianfan regained his composure. He raised his hand slowly. Thus, I decided to do my best to kill you. Even if the others were to escape, there's no harm in that. You're too great a threat. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Qianfan raised his hands. Half of the sky started to turn red. It was as beautiful as fresh blood. The air around Chu Feng suddenly turned hot. It was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Feng was on high alert. The next moment, thick, red-hot chains seemed to appear out of thin air and quickly wrapped around Chu Feng. Mo Qianfan's veins were bulging as he howled, "Demonic prison, descend!" His hands came crashing down. At that moment, the sky turned dark and sand flew everywhere. it was as if hell had descended upon the world. A series of demonic sounds rang out. Everyone covered their ears, the weaker warriors even began to bleed from all the 7 openings of their heads. It was everywhere, there was nowhere to hide. Chu Feng was surrounded by a crimson fog, no one knew what was happening inside. Can Chu Feng withstand it? Chapter 63, Complete Victory. At that moment, the world was deathly silent. Anderson and company were stunned by this earth-shattering scene. Is this the power of an A rank? It was as if he could do anything. What's more, this was merely the incarnation of an A rank. Compared to him, those spirit transformation warriors were like ants. In midair, Mo Qianfan panted heavily, even he was exhausted. This incarnation had consumed more than half of its energy. But Mo Qianfan felt that it was worth it. Chu Feng was simply too monstrous. Even Mo Qianfan was a little afraid. He was afraid that Chu Feng would soon reach the A rank. There was no doubt about that. At that time, it would be the end of Mo Qianfan. The most important thing was to get rid of the threat as soon as possible. Mo Qianfan stared fixedly at the red blood fog in front of him. He did not even care about the threat from the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He urgently wanted to know how Chu Feng was doing. His brain told him that Chu Feng was doomed. Even if it's an incarnation using this skill, it's comparable to the full-powered attack of a 9th-stage spirit transformation warrior. How can Chu Feng, who was only a C rank, possibly be able to withstand it? However, there was another voice in Mo Qianfan's mind that kept telling him, Chu Feng is still alive. This made Mo Qianfan so frustrated that he was about to go mad. Time ticked by. After a long time, the blood mist slowly dissipated. A burst of mocking laughter suddenly came from within. Damn, so it was just the unleashing of an ultimate skill. I was so scared that I quickly used a scroll. My heart hurts a little. The moment this voice was heard, Anderson and company danced in excitement. That fellow is too abnormal. He can't even die with this. What a monster. I'm convinced. In the future, if anyone says that this guy is a C-rank warrior, I will fight with him. Just then, the blood mist completely dissipated. Chu Feng stood in midair. The corners of his clothes fluttered even without wind. He was completely unharmed. There was even a faint shadow of a protective barrier around Chu Feng. It was this protective shield that had warded off the fatal blow, a one-time use water-type scroll that was known as the strongest defensive scroll against those of a rank and below, absolute protection. Back then, after much hesitation, Chu Feng decided to buy one, with the thought that no matter how poor he was, he could not afford to be poor in life-saving equipment. It had successfully saved Chu Feng's life. Fortunately, that attack just now was only executed by Mo Qianfan's incarnation. If it had been released by his main body, there would be an indescribable qualitative change in the power produced. At that time, even 10 absolute protection scrolls would not be able to ward it off. Chu Feng was in a very good mood. It was good to be alive. It was a pity that Mo Qianfan felt as if he had eaten SHT. How many trump cards does this guy have? Why does it seem endless? Whenever he had forced Chu Feng into a corner, Chu Feng would always counterattack. Could this be the legendary son of destiny? Mo Qianfan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. For a moment, he stood rooted to the ground. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly received the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's signal. The super bomb was ready. Chu Feng made a prompt decision. Quick. Take advantage of this guy's absent-mindedness and blast him. This is a godsend opportunity. Otherwise, we'll have to consider how to strike this old fella. Just now, Chu Feng had even planned to go and entangle Mo Qianfan himself, but if that happened, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Now, while Mo Qianfan was scared silly by him, they could blast him. Fire. Following Chu Feng's order, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King that Mo Qianfan had forgotten about suddenly appeared in front of him, without any hesitation. He threw out a black ball the size of a football. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it brushed past Chu Feng. Chu Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. Just now, that thing gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than Mo Qianfan's demonic prison. If he was to be implicated, he would definitely lose his life. Run, stay away, don't let the blood splatter on you, teacher. On the ground, Mara discovered the black ball first. Seeing that his teacher was still motionless, he hurriedly reminded him. Mo Qianfan immediately reacted. He could feel the destructive aura close at hand. He was shocked. I can't block it. He reacted immediately. If he had not expended so much energy just now, he might have been able to withstand it, but now, there was no way he could block it. Once his incarnation dissipated, there was no way Mara could escape. What should he do? At that moment, it was Mo Qianfan's turn to feel vexed. He had been too careless. At this critical moment, Mo Qianfan glanced at Carl, who was hiding in a corner. He had no choice but to sacrifice the rook to save the king. his hands turned into claws in it. Suddenly he sucked the dumbfounded Carl in front of him. King! What are you doing? Carl was shocked, he felt the danger of death, but he didn't dare to resist at all, it was too powerful. Mo Qianfan was unbelievably cold, it's time for you to contribute. With that, a surge of energy gushed into Carl's body, because they were of the same origin. Mo Qianfan directly activated all of Carl's strength, even burning his soul to erupt with a formidable strength. No. Before he died, Carl stared at Mo Qianfan with hatred in his eyes. King! You will die a horrible death. Mo Qianfan turned a deaf ear to his words. He completely shattered Carl, who was at the 7th stage of the spirit transformation realm, into a massive energy source. Like a shield, it stood before him and Mara. All of this happened in an instant. The next moment, the black ball exploded. An even more powerful energy wave swept through the entire arena. In an instant, violent winds howled and yellow sand filled the sky. The sky changed color. Mo Qianfan continuously poured energy into the energy shield to keep it from shattering. This lasted for 5 minutes. The black storm gradually subsided. Mo Qianfan's light shield had also shattered. At this moment, Mo Qianfan's expression was extremely horrible. He lost, a complete loss. The last bit of strength this incarnation had was about to dissipate. There was no time for anger. Picking up Mara, who had been knocked unconscious, he swiftly escaped, like a stray dog. He was afraid that after the energy storm completely subsided, Chu Feng would catch up to him by relying on that frightening speed of his. At that time, it would be a small matter if his incarnation dissipated. Mara's death would be the greatest loss. Mara could not die yet. Mo Qianfan's figure disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. He was no longer in sight. When the dust settled, only Chu Feng and the others were left with their faces covered in dirt. Because they were far enough away, they had all survived. On the other side, there were broken limbs everywhere. It was a scene of hell. Everyone remained silent. After a long time, Anderson looked at Chu Feng beside him in disbelief and muttered, Chu Feng, did we win? Chu Feng grinned, revealing a row of pure white teeth. Yes, we won. Anderson pressed on. Mo Qianfan's incarnation and Mara, they escaped. However, I will definitely take revenge. The reason why Chu Feng was so certain was because he had already received a notification from the golden ranking list. The reward for killing the demon race had already been awarded. It seemed like someone was lucky. Chapter 64, Unexpected Surprise, Ordinary Killing of A-Rank Earth Demon, Reward of 10,000 points, additional 50% bonus points for killing demons, a total of 5,000 points, successful cross-rank killing of a creature 2 ranks higher. Additional reward, points 1,000%. Total reward, 15,000 points, cooperative killing of an A-rank 7th stage spirit transformation earth demon. Reward, 100,000 points, additional 50% bonus points for killing demons, a total of 50,000 points, successful cross-rank killing of someone 2 ranks higher. Additional point reward 1,000%. Total reward, 1.5 million points. He listened to the crisp sound of the golden ranking list and looked at the large number of points awarded. Chu Feng felt rather satisfied. This time, in the golden ranking list's judgment, it should be him and the nightmare-ingesting Beast King taking half of the credit each. That ordinary A-rank demon was not worth mentioning. On the other hand, Carl, who was at the 7th stage of spirit transformation, should have been worth 200,000 points. After they split it evenly, it would seem a bit too little. Even so, at that moment, Chu Feng's accumulated points had reached a terrifying 4 million. This trip to the abyss was worth it. With so many points, who knew how many life-saving equipment he could buy when he returned? The next time he encountered this sort of incarnation, Chu Feng felt that he would be able to smash its head into pieces. Just as Chu Feng was about to close his personal information window in satisfaction, all of a sudden, another reward notification popped up. Surprised, Chu Feng opened it. The notification this time was different. After examination, the human, Chu Feng, has collaborated to kill an A-rank earth demon incarnation. Contribution points, 58%. Successful cross-rank killing beyond 3 ranks, pseudo. Special reward, 3 chances to draw a sub-legendary treasure chest. What's going on? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. Collaborated to kill the incarnation of an A-rank earth demon? Could it be that after Mo Qianfan's incarnation escaped, he could not hold on and dissipated? And it's taken into my account? Chu Feng's eyes shone. This is awesome. He did not expect to gain something unexpected. As for this reward, it was something that Chu Feng had never encountered before. He had never even heard of it. In his previous life, There were quite a few people who had killed incarnations, but he had never heard of anyone obtaining rewards because of this. Logically speaking, only by killing the main body would one be rewarded. Chu Feng muttered to himself, is it because I killed someone 3 ranks above me? Chu Feng pondered, that was probably the only reason. After all, cross-rank killing of demons 2 ranks above was not something humans could do, let alone crossing 3 ranks. Especially when there was a huge gap between them, he was simply inhuman. The 3 chances to draw sub-legendary treasure chests is worth 3 million points. So this is the actual big deal. As Chu Feng counted with his fingers, he was unable to contain his smile, but the next second, his expression changed. That's not right, I've lost out. Killing someone 3 ranks above me, this is a super achievement that no one has ever achieved before, yet I merely earned the chance to draw a sub-legendary treasure chest? At the very least, it should be a legendary treasure chest. So stingy, Chu Feng was beside himself with joy as he thought about it. However, he also knew that his cross-killing of an opponent 3 ranks above him was an overstatement. He merely killed the incarnation of an A rank. Moreover, it was still a collaborative kill. A reward of 3 chances to draw a sub-legendary treasure chest was already generous enough. What more do you want? Standing at the side, Anderson and the others looked at the expression on Chu Feng's face. He was smiling foolishly one moment and looked annoyed the next. They even thought that there were repercussions after he had been hit by Imo Qianfan. He panicked, he extended his hand and planned to touch Chu Feng's forehead, but Chu Feng, who managed to react in time, slapped his hand away. FCK, what are you doing? Do you have such a preference? Damn it, looks like I have to stay away from you in the future. Anderson wanted to curse, however, he suddenly recalled another important matter, so he hastily said, Chu Feng, hurry up and take a look at the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. After it threw the black bomb, the remaining black fog around it seemed to have solidified. It didn't respond even when I shouted. I wanted to get closer to see the situation, but I realized that the energy around it was too dense. I couldn't get close at all. Everyone's lives were saved by Chu Feng and the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Now that something bad seemed to have happened to the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, everyone was very worried. When Chu Feng heard this, the joy of victory was instantly washed away. His mood plummeted. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King had burned most of his soul crystal and went beyond his absorption limit to use the 1000-soul spirit flower. He was in grave danger this time. Chu Feng arrived before the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. The origin black fog that had initially covered over 1,000 meters was now reduced to covering half a meter in radius. Furthermore, it was filled with dead silence. It was as if he had completely lost his vitality. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King's injuries were too severe. The soul was the foundation of all living beings. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King had burned more than half of his. He was bound to die. However, because he had the 1000-soul spirit flower to constantly replenish his energy, he had been hanging on to his life. This resulted in his current comatose state. Chu Feng, it. Grief flashed across Anderson's eyes. In the abyss, with such injuries, it was basically impossible to save him. Chu Feng carefully observed the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's condition and said in a low voice, I only have one way. As for whether it succeeds, that will depend on his luck. The eyes of Anderson and company lit up. What way? Chu Feng said in a low voice, use my blood. Your blood? Anderson's eyes widened in confusion. Chu Feng did not explain. His bloodline contained 2 divine bloodlines. The destruction bloodline could dissolve all things in the world for him to use. It could help the nightmare-ingesting Beast King break down the 1000-soul spirit flower that it had yet to finish consuming. If it was just the nightmare-ingesting Beast King alone, he would be stuffed to death by the energy of the 1000-soul spirit flower. However, it might not be the case if the destruction bloodline chimed in. Other than that, there was also the ancient immortal bloodline, which had an undying and indestructible property. It could be used to awaken the sleeping nightmare-ingesting Beast King and help him heal. As for whether or not it would end up as Chu Feng had anticipated, Chu Feng had no idea. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Chu Feng slit his wrist. A stream of blood was controlled by Chu Feng and assimilated into the black fog. The origin black fog was like the body of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Chu Feng could only make a Hail Mary effort. However, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King did not react at all. Chu Feng did not have any other thoughts. He just continuously contributed his blood. The reason for that was because Chu Feng's regenerative ability was very strong. In fact, he needed to slit his wrist repeatedly. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Even with Chu Feng's constitution, he felt weak and powerless. Even his powerful blood production ability could not keep up with the consumption. The black fog in front of him suddenly fluctuated. Gradually, the fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. Anderson was overjoyed. There's a reaction. Chu Feng did not say anything. He continued to pour his blood into the body. The entire black fog was dyed a blackish red. Just then, the origin black fog that was half a meter in radius suddenly began to shrink. It condensed into a ball again. However, this time, it was no longer destructive. Even the deathly aura from before had vanished without a trace. In its place was a thick aura of life. It was more like an evolution, the advancement of life. Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, rising from the ashes. Chapter 65, Invisible Form. Chu Feng was also drawn to the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's transformation. What happened? Even with his experience, he could not be sure at the moment. Could it be that it was caused by my two divine bloodlines? The Thousand Soul Spirit Flower was a soul-type cardinal treasure. His divine bloodline was even more unique. The combination of the two could bring about an unprecedented change to the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. From the looks of it, the chances of him getting better were higher. With that, Chu Feng felt relieved. It didn't seem like a big problem. Chu Feng planned to stop the blood transfusion. Even if his physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, he could not provide an unlimited amount like that. However, just when Chu Feng planned to stop, an extremely weak voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was none other than the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He was alive, however. Before Chu Feng could rejoice, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King muttered in a weak voice, "Blood. Don't stop." Chu Feng's face turned ashen upon hearing those words. "What the hell? Are you addicted? Do you know how precious my blood is?" That said, Chu Feng knew very well what was happening. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was probably at a crucial moment, and his blood was the key for the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's evolution. FCK, what a huge loss. My blood is almost drained. Although Chu Feng was cursing and swearing, he did not stop the blood transfusion. Conversely, he even increased the amount. Bastard. Let me tell you, after we go back this time, if you don't become my pet beast, I'll suffer a great loss. In order to save you, I used up all my treasures. I was almost killed several times. You are even sucking my blood. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King forced a laugh and replied in a broken voice, "Huh? All right. Wait for me." His voice broke off before he could finish, but it didn't matter. He believed that Chu Feng would be able to understand it, after fighting side by side several times. The Nightmare Beast King completely acknowledged Chu Feng. If it wasn't for Chu Feng saving him several times, he would have already died, and now, he was even using Chu Feng's miraculous blood to complete the most important evolution of his life, the legendary evolution of the nightmare-ingesting beast race, breaking through the shackles of life. Ordinary nightmare-ingesting beasts could at most evolve to become an A rank. A Black Fog-level nightmare-ingesting beast could at most evolve into an A-rank creature. As for the nightmare-ingesting beast that had completed its final evolution, it was as if he had broken the restrictions of the genetic seal. There was no longer any restriction on the rank in his life. His potential was limitless, his future limitless. The remaining time was akin to torture for Chu Feng. It was really killing him. This guy felt like an oversized leech. No matter how much blood he had, he would just take everything. At the moment when Chu Feng felt that he was about to faint, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King finally completed its evolution. A blinding light flashed across. One could not help but close their eyes. The next moment, when Chu Feng opened his eyes again, he realized that the black ball formed by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had completely disappeared. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King seemed to have vanished into thin air, no matter how hard Chu Feng tried to look for it or sense it. He was unable to detect its existence. Interesting, Chu Feng muttered. His interest was piqued. The existence of nothingness? From somewhere, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's voice slowly rang out. "Yes, master. This is my new form, the form of nothingness. Living by relying on space, I can pretty much ignore all physical attacks and weaken most soul attacks unless the enemy has the ability to directly break through this space." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "This is so sick. Ordinary A ranks can't even threaten you." He was truly invisible. He could come and go without a trace, killing people without a trace. Suddenly, as if he had snapped out of it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Did you just call me master just now?" The nightmare-ingesting Beast King replied to him, "Yes, master. Us nightmare-ingesting beasts always repay kindness. If it weren't for your miraculous blood, I wouldn't have been able to break the shackles of life. Also, seeing the potential you displayed, I'm willing to follow you." This was the advantage of being a ferocious beast: gratitude and grudges are clearly distinguished. Good taste. Chu Feng did not refuse. There was nothing to hide. This was one of the objectives of his trip. There was no free lunch in the world. Chu Feng had paid too high a price in order to obtain the approval of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Don't worry, since you followed me, I won't let you suffer any grievances. In the future, leave the resources needed for your advancement to me, Chu Feng confidently guaranteed. With his ability to earn points, raising pet beasts was easy. As the master, he had the obligation to help his pet beast advance. This was also so that the pet beasts could help them better. I'll let you stay in the pet beast ball for a few days. When we get back, I'll get you a super ball to rest in. Thank you, Master. I have another request. Can Master bring my clansmen to the human world? Without my protection, I'm worried. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King hurriedly said, Master can also subdue them. They won't disturb the order of the human world. Without hesitation, Chu Feng nodded his head in agreement. No problem. Your clansmen can also increase your strength at crucial moments. All the more I would welcome them. Furthermore, I will also groom them. The stronger they are, the stronger the amplification effect on you. Thank you. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was extremely grateful. As for Chu Feng, he searched for a long time but was unable to find the location of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He was not afraid that the nightmare-ingesting Beast King would escape, but as the master, he could not even find his own pet beast. It was a little embarrassing. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King seemed to have seen through Chu Feng's thoughts. He revealed himself. Everyone was waiting to see it again. He was quite different from before. The origin black fog had all turned transparent. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see him clearly. This ensured that no matter when or where, it could conceal itself to the greatest extent. Great. Chu Feng was grinning from ear to ear. This trip to the abyss was really worth it. Not only did he obtain more than 4 million points, he even picked up a super divine pet without any effort. If he could cultivate it to the A rank, wouldn't that be the nightmare of all A ranks? Oh, that's right, there was one more thing that he has yet to do. Chu Feng had never forgotten his great goal of killing monsters. It had not been a day or two since he had been eyeing those large groups of B-rank ferocious beasts. Now that he was done with his work, it wouldn't stop him from earning some extra money. At this thought, he hurriedly dug out the 5 flame dragon storm scrolls that he had previously buried underground to set a trap for Mara. Thank God, they're not affected. After sensing them for a while, he realized that he could still continue to use them. With that, Chu Feng felt relieved. It was necessary for killing monsters. Just when he was about to leave, he saw Anderson staring at him like a resentful woman. That bitter gaze caused Chu Feng to shudder. What are you doing? That look. Chu Feng raised his fist and punched him. Don't look at me like that again. Anderson didn't flinch. He grunted. Are you planning to leave just like that? What else? Chu Feng was surprised. If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay here to accompany you to enjoy the breeze? Anderson nearly exploded. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You killed the daughter of a counselor of the Revolutionary Army. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? You should at least ask me about this counselor and some of his subordinates. Also, the Revolutionary Army and humans are 2 great influences with the same goal. I would also like to speak with you and see if there is any chance of facilitating the union of these 2 great influences. Could it be that you aren't interested in our Revolutionary Army at all? Anderson felt insulted. Chapter 66, Cursed Island. Anderson felt like an aggrieved woman who was whining. He was one-sidedly showering his concern, but the other party did not care at all. This made Anderson extremely depressed. Only then did Chu Feng snap out of it. Oh, I almost forgot. Sorry. You. Forget it. Anderson scratched his head angrily. This was indeed not Chu Feng's fault, the way Chu Feng saw it. So be it that he killed the daughter of a counselor. It was really not a big deal. As for revenge, can the counselor's men go to Earth? As for the next time he came to the abyss, he didn't even know what disguise he would have on. Who was he going to take revenge on? In any case, even if he takes revenge, that's exactly what Chu Feng wants. What was his biggest regret in coming to the abyss? Of course it's that his bloodline was not upgraded enough. The destruction bloodline had improved a little, however, the ancient immortal bloodline hadn't been strengthened at all. Chu Feng was pondering about how he should strengthen his bloodline. In his previous life, the immortal emperor had been very strong. There must have been a special method to become stronger. The 2 divine bloodlines seemed to be divided into tiers, however, he knew too little about them. he still had to slowly figure it out. The more men the counselor sent, the more blood he could absorb by killing them. As for discussing cooperation, Chu Feng simply did not have such thoughts. At the current stage of the human race, it was still unsuitable for them to come into contact with the Revolutionary Army. Firstly, they had no strength. Secondly, they had no confidence. If they cooperated, they would be at a disadvantage. It was better to let nature take its course. Chu Feng did not plan to interfere. Seeing the look of indifference on Chu Feng's face, Anderson took a deep breath. He was afraid that he would suffocate if he continued keeping it in. Forget it. I don't need you to ask me anymore. I should just tell you and be done with it. I just had to go and create trouble for myself. He didn't wait for Chu Feng to respond. He didn't want to hear it. He simply said, Mei Wei's father, Mei Long, is one of the 16 counselors of the Round Table Conference. He is the leader of the White Elves and has quite an influence in the entire elf race. All right, other than the chairman and vice chairman of the Revolutionary Army, these 16 counselors have the most authority. They can even mobilize summer ranks. I'll do my best to cover up what happened today for you. But there's no hiding the truth. Mei Long will find out sooner or later. After all, there are plenty of people here who are still alive. With that said, Anderson glanced at the others, including the two brothers, Tuogu and Tuode. Instantly, their faces fell. We won't. Our lives were saved by brother Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. If I'm not wrong, Anderson doesn't belong to the faction led by Mei Long, otherwise, this fellow wouldn't have told me so much. As for the two of you, answer whatever the counselor asks. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Tuodet and Tuogu shook their heads firmly. This time, us two brothers also saw it for ourselves. In the Mei family, us elves with different surnames as them are only seen as servants and can be scolded as they please. Since that's the case, we also give up. This time, we don't plan to return. At most, we'll just wander around. In the future, if brother Chu Feng has any use for us, we will definitely come back. However, Anderson raised an eyebrow. Don't decide not to go back. You guys are the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. If you don't want to return to the Mei family, then come to our family. Our family doesn't have as many rules as the Mei family. Spirit transformation expert, no matter where they were not common. It would be great to poach them from the Mei family. Chu Feng cast an annoyed glance at Anderson. This fella is quite good at seizing opportunities. However, it might be a better choice for the two brothers. Since the family had taken in two brothers, it also meant that they were safe. It was unlikely that Mei Long would go after them. This matter was settled. Anderson was quite happy. He ignored Chu Feng's disdainful gaze and continued, Actually, you're the first human to come to the Abyss. Other than Mei Long, who might seek revenge on you, the other Revolutionary Army factions probably won't be so short-sighted. They might even try to stop him from seeking revenge on you. Our family will also mediate matters. Furthermore, you humans are very skilled at disguising yourself. Spirit transformation warriors cannot see through it. It will be difficult for Mei Long to find you. You'd better not let us see your appearance. That's the safest way. Chu Feng nodded indifferently. Even if Anderson didn't say it, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his true appearance in front of so many people. All right, do you have a communication stone? Leave a mark so that we can contact each other in the future. Anderson did not want to be unable to contact Chu Feng in the future. If that was the case, wouldn't the contact with humans be severed? Chu Feng shook his head. I'm just a human. How can I have anything from the Abyss? I have a blank one here, but it's of a lower grade. It can only transmit messages within 1,000 miles. Tuoda hurriedly took out a small stone with a special fluctuation on it. Chu Feng did not hesitate. This thing was like a human's phone, and it was not expensive. In his previous life, he had obtained a high-grade communication stone. It could be used to transmit messages throughout the entire Abyss. They left their marks on each other. Chu Feng did not linger around. He kept the nightmare-ingesting Beast King into his pet beast ball and flew into the sky. On the ground, Anderson, Tuodet and Tuogu watched as Chu Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. Anderson let out a long sigh and muttered, I have a feeling that the Abyss will never be peaceful again because of this freak. After Chu Feng left, he flew all the way up into the high clouds. Not even ordinary flying beasts would come here. Only then was he safe. Chu Feng continued flying south at 8 times the speed of sound. His memories of his previous life kept replaying in his mind. To the south of the second level was a vast sea. There were countless dangers in the ocean, powerful ferocious beasts, and perilous natural environments. Hence, no one knew where its boundaries were. The place that Chu Feng wanted to go to was located on an isolated island deep in the South Ocean. It was the place humans called the Cursed Island in his previous life. It was because of the ferocious beasts that lived there, regardless of the race. None of them could advance to the A rank. It was as if there was a restriction that restrained all creatures from breaking their shackles. In his previous life, a peak B rank human had tried it before. As long as one was on the small island, no matter how one tried, it would be impossible for one to make a breakthrough. Anyone who stepped onto the island would feel as if they had been cursed. The only way to advance was to leave that place. Any creature above A rank would die mysteriously after stepping onto the island. Even those at A ranks were no exception. That was why it was called the Cursed Island. This was the heaven for B rank ferocious beasts. The name was not auspicious, but it was indeed a treasure ground for killing monsters. Groups of B rank ferocious beasts lived there, bringing along a bunch of flame dragon storm scrolls. He could kill monsters till his hands turned weak. Chu Feng was only a C rank, so he naturally did not care about the curse. Besides, he had already kept the nightmare-ingesting beast king in his pet ball. In his previous life, humans had tested that A-rank pet beasts would not die if they were in the pet beast balls. However, as long as they were released, they would definitely die. Even those who escaped immediately were no exceptions. The Cursed Island was just that strange. They flew for an entire day and night. When the sun rose, Chu Feng was finally able to faintly see the outline of the small island. This glance caused Chu Feng's heart to tremble violently. Looking down from the sky, how is this a small island? It's clearly a tomb. Chapter 67, Time to Kill Monsters. It was no wonder Chu Feng was so shocked. In his previous life, he had only been here when he was a B-rank warrior. He couldn't fly then. He had come to the island by boat. After advancing to the A rank and even A rank, he didn't dare to approach this strange island again. As such, he had never been able to float in the air to see the entire island. But today, Chu Feng got a good look at how the entire island looked from the sky. It was like a huge tomb. In the middle of it all was a raised hill. In front of the towering mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. Chu Feng gulped. He had previously thought that it was a cliff. Outside the main area of the tomb, the surrounding was a large green primeval forest. There were countless towering trees, just like how humans like to plant a few trees around a cemetery. It was early in the morning. The island was covered by a thin layer of fog. At first, he did not think much of it. However, at that moment, Chu Feng felt an eerie sensation. It was terrifying. At that moment, Chu Feng actually did not dare to land. After a while, Chu Feng clenched his teeth. He can't possibly return empty-handed from a treasure mountain. He was already here. In his previous life, so many humans had come here, but they did not encounter any danger. As long as he was careful, nothing would happen to him. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of something. What would happen if he displayed strength far beyond the B rank on the island? Will he die without even knowing why? At the thought of this, Chu Feng felt all his hair stand on end. He must not reveal his full strength. Perhaps he will be fine. After all, he was indeed a C rank warrior. He was still far from reaching the limits of that rank. But better safe than sorry. Before completely understanding the strange situation here, Chu Feng felt that it was better to be cautious. As he pondered over this, he landed on the island. At that moment, Chu Feng was no longer as relaxed as before. He planned to leave right after killing the monsters, return to Earth. On this desolate island, Chu Feng had returned to his original appearance. He still had some disguise potion, but he had to use it on the way back to Earth. He did not know how long he would have to stay here. He should save as much as he can. The location where Chu Feng landed was quite far from the tomb. At most, it was considered the peripheral area. In his surroundings were towering trees that were almost touching the sky. From time to time, he could hear the cries of apes, wolf howls, and birds chirping. Hearing these sounds, Chu Feng immediately became spirited. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Getting the points was the way to go. These sounds represented B ranks. Perhaps there were even some weaker C rank groups, but Chu Feng was clearly not interested in them. Before Chu Feng could set off to search for prey, he suddenly felt like he was being targeted. He spun around. In the depths of the forest, many blood-red fierce gazes were staring at Chu Feng. He was surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves that had woken up early to hunt. Chu Feng was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. Heh, did I just land in a wolf's den? I wonder how many there are. As there were only 5 flame dragon storm scrolls left, it meant that Chu Feng could only kill 5 groups of monsters at most this time, so he had to maximize his rewards. As Chu Feng pondered, a bloodthirsty demon wolf suddenly opened its bloody mouth and came over to bite him. Chu Feng grinned. With just a slight movement, he nimbly dodged it. After fighting with a group of spirit transformation experts and even the incarnation of an A rank, Chu Feng's battle instincts from his previous life seemed to have been completely activated. To him, a B rank creature's attack was like playing house. The attack speed was too slow, the attacks were too direct and did not vary at all. If Chu Feng was willing, he could have killed the bloodthirsty demon wolf the instant he brushed past it. There was no need to use powers beyond the B rank either. However, Chu Feng was too lazy to do anything. Killing them one by one would only earn him a few points. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Chu Feng roughly counted the number of bloodthirsty demon wolves in front of him. There were only 30 of them. It was too little. This should only be a part of the wolf pack. Thus, the next moment, Chu Feng made his decision: walk the wolves. While everyone else walked their dogs, Chu Feng walked the wolves. His goal was to find their lair. These guys were probably out for breakfast, therefore, the pack shouldn't be too far away. Then, Chu Feng deliberately provoked the wolf pack. After confirming that he had provoked all the demon wolves, he sped up his escape. Behind him, a group of angry demon wolves were hot on his heels. He was too much of a bully. The C-rank 8 creature in front had actually kicked all the demon wolves. But, thus, on this desolate island, an amazing scene appeared. A human was running for his life at an unhurried pace while a group of demon wolves were in hot pursuit behind him. As Chu Feng fled, he used his senses to sieve out the location of their lair. Before Chu Feng could sense anything, the wolves behind him suddenly howled collectively. It was as if they were calling their companions. You called for the other wolves? TSK, these little fellas are so obedient. Chu Feng even wanted to praise those adorable fellas. You know that it's not easy to look toward, so you called the wolves over. When he thought of that, Chu Feng hurriedly lowered his speed. He was afraid that the wolves would retreat if they were not able to catch up to him. Before long, Chu Feng suddenly sensed many energy sources appearing in his surroundings. Pairs of scarlet eyes were all staring at Chu Feng. Ordinary people's legs might have gone weak from being stared at by so many ferocious-looking beings. In his previous life, even those B-rank warriors, who brought scrolls along with them, were also very careful when killing monsters. They had no choice. If they were really surrounded by a large group of B-rank, ferocious beasts, they could forget about escaping. At most, they could only use the scrolls and perish together. They were not as efficient as Chu Feng. Yet now, this pack of demon wolves were completely ignored by Chu Ying. Not only that, but Chu Feng had also begun counting. 1, 2, 3. The more Chu Feng counted, the more excited he became. 102. Nice. And all of them are B ranks. Awesome. He couldn't be bothered to deal with them anymore. Chu Feng soared into the sky and flew out of their encirclement. The bloodthirsty demon wolves that were left behind were stunned. The blazing wings of the sky was a special equipment, and it would not be cursed by the rules here. Floating in midair, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with desire as he stared at the 100+ bloodthirsty demon wolves below. In a while, these would all be points. Without hesitation, he took out a flame dragon storm scroll and threw it down. Chu Feng was worried that if he delayed for too long, some bloodthirsty demon wolves would escape out of the range of the scroll's damage. Boom! There was a loud explosion. A sea of flames instantly appeared beneath Chu Feng's feet. The bloodthirsty demon wolves were burnt to a crisp. With the spreading effects of the flames, these bloodthirsty demon wolves could not even escape. A large number of them died. On the other hand, the trees in the flames only made crackling sounds, but few trees were lit. The trees on the cursed island were special. Chu Feng did not understand it in his previous life. However, he did now. It was probably because these trees were contaminated by too much energy. It was very difficult for ordinary flames to ignite it. Therefore, even though the ground was covered by the flame dragon storm, they still stood firm. He couldn't be bothered to care about whether the trees were burned or not. Chu Feng only cared about how many points he could earn in this wave. All of a sudden, the notification of the golden ranking list sounded as if a switch had been turned on in his mind. It started sending notifications in a frenzy. Chapter 68, Accidental Extermination of a Clan. It was as if Chu Feng had turned on the notifications for the golden ranking list. The notifications about his killings were like snowflakes. There was no time to read it. Chu Feng roughly glanced through them. Ordinary killing of B-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward, 2,500 points. Successful cross-rank killing of a creature 1 rank higher. Additional, reward, points 100%. Total reward points, 5,000 points. 3. Ordinary killing of B-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward, 2,500 points. 3. Successful cross-rank killing of a creature 1 rank higher. Additional reward points 100%. Total reward points 5,000 points. Ordinary killing of B-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward 3,000 points. Successful cross-rank killing of a creature 1 rank higher. Additional reward points 100%. Total reward points 6,000 points. 3. There were 102 notifications about his killings, none of them had escaped. Within 5 minutes, Chu Feng had merely thrown out a scroll. He gained a total of 528,000 points from there. This was much easier than killing the Earth Demon race. Of course, even if other humans brought scrolls to this place, it was impossible for them to accumulate 500,000 to 600,000 points in one shot like Chu Feng. Ordinary human B-rank warriors could not fly and did not have Chu Feng's strength. They had to be careful when luring monsters out. Most importantly, there was no reward for cross-rank killing. To be able to obtain 30,000 or 50,000 points in one go was already not bad. Moreover, they had to risk their lives. However, their capital cost would already be a Flame Dragon Storm Scroll, worth 10,000 points. It was still a profitable business. In his previous life, there were quite a number of humans who came here to search for gold. Without wasting any time, Chu Feng continued to search for traces of other, large B-rank clans based on the habits of different ferocious beasts. He looked at the footprints on the ground, listened to the different cries of the ferocious beasts, and even looked at their feces. Chu Feng could easily determine which ferocious beasts were ahead of him. He could even roughly estimate their numbers. This was the importance of experience. Here, he didn't have to worry about A rank or even stronger ferocious beasts hiding in the dark springing a bite on him out of the blue. Hence, his safety was still guaranteed. This lone island covered quite a large area. The primitive forest was even more dense. There were countless ferocious beasts living inside. Thus, it was still not an easy task for Chu Feng to find a group of ferocious beasts that suited his wishes. He walked and stopped. Just like that, half a day had passed. Along the way, Chu Feng discovered several ferocious beast clans. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. At the very most, there were only 10 or so of them. Chu Feng was not interested in them. It was a hot afternoon 01. Chu Feng casually found a large tree and sat down cross-legged. He planned to rest for a while before setting off to search again. However, before Chu Feng's but even got warm, he suddenly felt as if a large amount of sharp aura was about to burst out from the soil beneath his butt to attack him. It didn't feel fatal, but there were plenty of them. Chu Feng immediately leapt up, just in case. He had even instantly utilized the blazing wings of the sky, floating in midair. He stared at the spot where he had been sitting. It didn't matter if he didn't look. The moment he took a look, Chu Feng nearly fainted from joy. Great strength black ants. There was a black mass of great strength black ants. He seemed to have sat on their roof just now. That was why he was attacked. This is like a meat pie falling from the sky. It's fantastic. He had been struggling to find a suitable group of ferocious beasts. The great strength black ants came knocking on his door. Great strength black ants, hymenopterans in the insect order, creatures that live together in large groups. They were about 5 centimeters long and completely black. As their strength increased, their physique would also gradually increase. The longest was probably less than half a meter. These guys could be said to be at the bottom rung for ferocious beasts of the same rank. They lacked effective offensive and defensive methods. Other than their strength being a BLT greater, they were pretty much useless. At one point in time, they had once been at the top of the prey list for ferocious beasts. They were almost eaten to the point of extinction. He did not expect to find such a large group of great strength black ants on the cursed island. From the many auras that attacked him just now, there seemed to be ants from D rank to B rank. To be able to give birth to a black strength ant that was comparable to B ranks, it meant that this clan must be quite huge. As long as there were enough of them, there would be a qualitative change. They could even turn other ferocious beasts into their food. Furthermore, they were not picky about food at all. Take the bloodthirsty demon wolves for example. If they were to really encounter the great strength black ants, in less than the time for an incense stick to burn, they would be eaten up by these ants. Although the great strength black ant could be considered the weakest of ferocious beasts, there were too many of them. Any ant colony had thousands of them. Merely from what Chu Feng had sensed earlier, there were already 50 to 60 B-rank great strength black ants. There could be more underground than he could sense. As for those below the B rank, Chu Feng was simply unable to count them all. A conservative estimate would be over 10,000, or even hundreds of thousands. This was like poking an ant's nest. Chu Feng was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. This was the best resource to kill monsters. Although his main goal was the B-rank ferocious beasts, That was because, when he threw the Flame Dragon Storm scroll down, the B-rank ferocious beasts would bring him the highest profit and had the highest cost efficiency ratio. If it were a few hundred C ranks, they would at most have 8,000 to 9,000 points. He wouldn't get the additional reward for killing creatures of a higher level. It wouldn't even be enough to cover the cost. Naturally, no one was stupid enough to kill C-rank monsters. However, it was different for a race like the Great Strength Black Ant. Perhaps there were fewer B-ranks, but there were hundreds of thousands of them. No matter how weak they were, no matter how little points they gave, many little drops make an ocean, many a little make a mickle, it would still be a huge sum of points. Chu Feng's eyes were burning with passion. Based on his experience, he roughly estimated the area covered by the ant colony. It was huge. One Flame Dragon Storm scroll was definitely not enough. However, Chu Feng did not care. The profit this time was definitely beyond imagination. He had saved himself the trouble of searching for other ferocious beasts. As for most of the black ants being underground, that was fine too. These guys didn't have any defensive means and were extremely afraid of fire. His main target was also the large group of C-rank Great Strength Black Ants. With the might of the Flame Dragon Storm, even if they were separated by the ground, he could still burn them to death. After determining the location, in his excitement, Chu Feng's instantaneous burst of speed surpassed 10 times the speed of sound. Almost at the same time, he threw the scrolls in 3 different locations. The next moment, flames soared into the sky and smoke rose from all directions. The surrounding temperature rose abruptly, waves of heat swept in all directions. The underground was the main target. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Chu Feng was speechless, and no wonder so many ferocious beasts like to eat these great strength black ants. This thing actually smells so fragrant after being roasted? Chu Feng was floating in midair, quietly waiting for the flames to dissipate. At the same time, Chu Feng felt as if his brain was about to explode. Notification alerts that were countless times faster and fiercer than before flooded out. Chu Feng hurriedly turned off the notification alert. He was slightly traumatized. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Chu Feng, who the incarnation of an A-rank could not even handle, nearly passed away from the notifications in his head. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Chu Feng felt as if the sky had turned dark, the fire slowly extinguished. He looked at the charred ground. Chu Feng coughed awkwardly. Looks like I accidentally exterminated the entire clan. Chapter 69, Change. The law of the jungle was the law of the abyss. Chu Feng did not feel any guilt. He was not a good person to begin with, much less a saint. Good people could not survive in this era. Only by being ruthless could one live longer. After confirming that there were no great strength black ants left in the surroundings, Chu Feng flew into the air. He found a place to R. It was time to count the rewards. This was Chu Feng's favorite segment. As there were too many notifications, Chu Feng took a total of 2 hours to roughly calculate them. The number of B-rank great strength black ants was indeed the least, but that was only relative to the entire colony. Actually, there were about 200 of them. However, because they were too weak, the points given by the golden roll were almost the bare minimum. Each of them were worth 1,000 points, and together with the cross-rank killing reward, it was only 2,000 points. These 200-strong black ants contributed 400,000 points in total. It was not little either. The main contributors were still the C-rank great strength black ants. Seeing the final total, Chu Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but gasp. How many sins have I committed? C-rank great strength black ants, 20 points for each one, with no cross-rank killing rewards. But even so, they also contributed 1.6 million points to Chu Feng. In other words, 80,000 C-rank black ants had been burned to death by Chu Feng. The remaining ones were the most numerous D-grade great strength black ants. In terms of numbers, Chu Feng did not even bother to count them. There were simply too many. It would probably take a few days if he counted them. Chu Feng was no fool. He used his total points to minus the points he had just counted. All that was left was the points contributed by the D-rank great strength black ants, 400,000. One had to know that these were the weakest of D-rank ferocious beasts. It would be considered pretty good if they were worth 2 or 3 points each. But this was the result. Chu Feng gulped. You guys had better have died properly. Don't turn into a ghost or something, and come looking for me in the middle of the night. We don't do that in the abyss. A total of 2.2 million points. These were the benefits brought by Chu Feng's 3 scrolls. This terrifying yield, even the capitalists would cry upon seeing this. At this point, Chu Feng's total points balance was 6.8 million. The numbers after 10,000 were omitted. There was only one Flame Dragon Storm scroll left. However, Chu Feng already felt that it did not matter. The harvest this time around had far surpassed his expectations. Thinking about 2 weeks ago, He had been so happy that he got carried away, just because of his first barrel of 70,000 points. Chu Feng was much calmer now. He even looked down on the person he was 2 weeks ago. However, with the thought that it was shameful to waste stuff, Chu Feng still planned to do his best. He had to make good use of this last scroll. He continued on his journey to find the ferocious beasts, but this time, Chu Feng's luck seemed to have been used on the great strength, black ants, such that he did not discover anything after a full day. Moreover, he had already reached the center of the island. If he were to continue onward, Chu Feng felt that he would enter the true core region of the isolated island, the place where the tomb was. Chu Feng was truly afraid. It was not worth it to delay any longer, he thought. About it, Chu Feng planned to find a group of few dozen B-rank ferocious beasts to use the scroll on. However, just when Chu Feng made his decision, he suddenly sensed an extremely dense bloodline aura not far ahead. This aura seemed to carry a scorching aura. To Chu Feng's destruction bloodline, it was as if he had seen the perfect nourishment pill. A feeling of hunger that came from deep within his cells caused Chu Feng to move his feet. However, that aura seemed to be coming from the core area. Chu Feng hesitated. However, the urgent need from his body nearly caused Chu Feng to faint. Enter. In his previous life, when everyone did not know that this was a tomb, they went deep into the core area. No one had heard of anyone encountering anything terrifying there. Of course, it was also possible that they never had the chance to speak again after encountering those dangerous creatures. At that moment, Chu Feng was merely consoling himself. Riches come from danger. In the new era, which human warrior didn't dance along the edge of a blade every time they went into the abyss? They put their head on the line. Humans never lacked the spirit to fight for their lives. It was for this reason that they were able to achieve such a feat in just a few years. Countless experts were born. Even the abyssal demon race had to admit that the human experts were difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Chu Feng had the blazing wings of the sky. If the situation didn't look good, he would flee immediately. In terms of survivability, he was much stronger than ordinary humans. After making his decision, Chu Feng no longer hesitated. He dashed towards the bloodline aura that was attracting him. Along the way, Chu Feng was extremely careful. He kept thinking about what dangers he might encounter and how he should resolve them. But when he reached the location, there were nothing but trees around. Compared to the periphery of the core area, it was just that there were a lot more boulders and gravel on the ground. Other than that, Chu Feng did not sense anything else. Standing on the spot, Chu Feng's eyebrows were knitted together. This should be the place I sensed just now. Chu Feng was certain that his perception was correct before Chu Feng could think of anything else. His gaze suddenly turned solemn. Behind, it's a living creature. That sense of attraction appeared again. Furthermore, it was on the tree behind Chu Feng. It seemed like it was waiting for an opportunity to attack Chu Feng. As he didn't know what his enemy was, Chu Feng decided to beat them at their own game. Pretending not to know anything, he continued walking forward. The next moment, when Chu Feng extended his leg to take another step, he sensed that the living creature had moved. Whoosh! It arrived behind Chu Feng. It thought that it had hidden perfectly, but little did it know that to Chu Feng, its dense bloodline aura was like a lighthouse that constantly alerted Chu Feng. The moment it approached him, Chu Feng suddenly spun around. He managed to dodge the attack perfectly. At the same time, he saw clearly what had attacked him. Purple blood frost WYRM? Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. It was not a shock, but deep confusion. How can it be a purple blood frost WYRM? Impossible. Chu Feng knew about this sort of ferocious beast. It was an utterly cold creature. Even its blood was cold. How could it have such a rich and fiery bloodline power? This goes against common sense. This purple blood frost WYRM was only at the peak of the B rank. It would not cause any harm to Chu Feng. If he was willing, Chu Feng would be able to instantly kill it and absorb its bloodline power. However, Chu Feng did not do that. He merely continuously dodged the purple blood frost WYRM's attacks. At the same time, he kept observing its body. It's a normal purple blood frost WYRM. Its body size, shape, and scales are all normal. Also, due to the restrictions of the island, it is not beyond the B rank. But where did its rich bloodline power come from? Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Just when Chu Feng was unable to understand what was happening, the purple blood frost WYRM charged forward again. As if by instinct, Chu Feng used the devouring bloodline's power on it. At that moment, a change occurred. Chapter 70, the power to create life. At the instant Chu Feng activated his destruction bloodline, the purple blood frost WYRM that was originally going berserk on Chu Feng seemed to have seen something terrifying all of a sudden and suddenly curled up. It tried its best to escape the devouring range of the destruction bloodline. Is it afraid? Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. Since you're afraid, I can't let you escape. Chu Feng suddenly increased the devouring power of the destruction bloodline. He firmly controlled the purple blood frost WIRM in front of him, floating in midair. It screamed helplessly. Chu Feng planned to continue studying it, but at the next moment, the purple blood frost WIRM suddenly curled up into a ball. Following a sharp screech, it actually melted. It turned into a blood pearl. It was completely round and emitted a strong bloodline power. It was even stronger and purer than the A-rank demon bloodline that Chu Feng had absorbed. Simply put, there were almost no impurities. It was attracting Chu Feng. This scene made Chu Feng's heart go cold. What on earth has happened? Why did a living ferocious beast turn into a blood pearl after coming into contact with the devouring power of his destructive bloodline? Previously, when he devoured the enemy's bloodline power, he could at most suck them dry. Such a fundamental change in the structure of matter had never happened before. During the entire process, Chu Feng did not feel anything strange. The destruction bloodline only transmitted a sense of urgency to absorb it. Everything else was the same as when he absorbed an enemy's bloodline power. Slowly, Chu Feng reorganized everything that had happened in his mind. If his destruction bloodline was fine, then the problem was with the purple blood frost WIRM. From the beginning until the end, Chu Feng felt that such a ferocious beast shouldn't exist here. It has an ice-cold physique but possesses a scorching bloodline power. It actually didn't die. This was unreasonable. Chu Feng thought about a lot of things. Suddenly, he recalled the words he had read in an ancient book in his previous life. Great ruler. The creator. Creation, a thought emerged uncontrollably. Chu Feng's hair immediately stood on end. Could it be that this purple blood frost WIRM was created by someone? He knew fear, knew how to escape, and even possessed some intelligence. It was no different from a real life form, if not for the fact that the characteristics of the purple blood frost WIRM were completely contradictory to the bloodline power in its body. Chu Feng would be unable to discover the difference. Such a realistic living being, however, it condensed into a blood pearl after death. That was frightening. Creation, it could even create life. What kind of existence can have such brilliant skills? Chu Feng found it incredulous. He looked at the blood pearl floating in front of him. Chu Feng gently extended his hand and touched it. The next moment, the blood pearl suddenly entered Chu Feng's body. It frightened Chu Feng so much that he hurriedly mobilized the two divine bloodlines to prepare for battle. What made Chu Feng feel slightly relieved was that after the blood pearl entered his body, it did nothing. It passively waited for the destruction bloodline to break it down into the purest bloodline power. At that moment, Chu Feng was unable to contain himself as he cried out in pleasure. Just what sort of bloodline power is this that the quality is so high? Suddenly, Chu Feng discovered that after the destruction bloodline had broken it down into the smallest unit, it did not pour all the bloodline power into his cells like before. Instead, it was as if half of it had been cut off. Only a small part of it was divided up by the cells. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered that the destructive bloodline act of monopolizing the bloodline power made the ancient immortal bloodline very agitated. Anger, fury, it even launched an attack against the destruction bloodline at all costs. It was as if it was trying to snatch the bloodline power. Its attitude was that of, if you don't split it with me, or I'll just take you down with me. He watched as the two divine bloodlines showed signs of battling in his body. Again, Chu Feng's face looked green. Sirs, please don't. My small body can't withstand you guys tormenting it, and in this wilderness, if I'm tormented to the point of fainting by the two of you, they'll be eaten by any ferocious beast that comes around. Fortunately, the situation did not develop in the direction that Chu Feng was worried about. The destruction bloodline might have admitted defeat. Or perhaps it was because they had fought before and knew that they could do nothing to the other party. If they continued fighting, both sides would suffer. Thus, the destruction bloodline slowly distributed half of the bloodline power to the ancient immortal bloodline. At this point, the ancient immortal bloodline was satisfied as it enveloped the bloodline power. It absorbed it happily. That was close. Chu Feng wiped away his cold sweat. These two divine bloodlines had heaven-defying effects. However, they were also like two bombs. If they were to explode one day, the first person to die would definitely be Chu Feng. As the two divine bloodlines began to absorb the power of the bloodline, Chu Feng actually felt something different. This time, it was not the improvement of his constitution. Instead, it seemed to be the increase in power of the two divine bloodlines. Even his human bloodline was strengthening. Realization dawned on Chu Feng. This type of bloodline power can be used to strengthen the bloodline itself. Chu Feng still remembered, in his previous life, the immortal emperor's ancient immortal bloodline did possess some special abilities. He did not just use it passively like Chu Feng did. It seemed that when a bloodline was powerful to a certain extent, there would also be other changes. Perhaps the immortal emperor's ancient immortal bloodline had also been strengthened. In this regard, Chu Feng felt as if he had seen the light. He desperately wanted to obtain more bloodline power to verify his speculation, but where did it come from? The purple blood frost WIRM came from that direction. Chu Feng carefully searched his surroundings, on the ground, on the tree trunk. There were many marks left by the purple blood frost WIRM. Every creature has its own habits. Based on their characteristics, one could deduce many things, like now, through the traces left behind by the purple blood frost WIRM. Chu Feng found the correct direction. He kept going. He was getting deeper and deeper into the core area, but since he was already here, there was no turning back. He could only take the risk. Finally, after walking for a long time, Chu Feng stopped before a majestic mountain. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. It looked spectacular. However, Chu Feng's expression immediately fell. Damn it, I still ended up here. Isn't this the foot of the tomb? He looked around. To Chu Feng's right was a place covered by weeds. It was like a dark cave. The bottom of this cave was the last place where traces of the purple blood frost WIRM had been found. It's clear now. That purple blood frost WIRM must have run out from this cave. Chu Feng took a deep breath. I wonder what's inside this cave. There were too many unknowns on this island, mysterious, evil, and unpredictable. Enter or not. Chapter 71. Shocking. This time around, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He strode right in. Although he cherished his life, he made decisions when it was time to decide. When it was time to give it a shot, he would never show mercy. After entering the cave, everything in front of him suddenly became pitch black. In front of him was a deep tunnel that led to an unknown place. It didn't seem to be formed naturally. The walls and floor of the tunnel were very smooth. This cave didn't look big from the outside. However, after Chu Feng entered it, he realized that there was another world inside. He walked for an hour, but he still could not find the exit. In any case, it had always been this pitch-black winding passageway. After walking for some time, suddenly, Chu Feng's body was filled with intense hunger again, and this time, it was extremely intense, much more than before. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his head. Finally, a little light appeared ahead. Chu Feng focused. The thing that attracted him was right ahead. Whether it was opportunity or danger, the outcome would be clear up ahead. He barely suppressed the pounding in his body. He carefully walked forward. After 15 minutes, Chu Feng arrived near the exit. The sound of seawater could be heard. It was the roar of the waves. Where am I? Don't tell me this is the bottom of the sea. Chu Feng felt nervous. He rushed out of the cave. The next moment, Chu Feng was suddenly frozen to the spot at the exit of the cave. He was truly dumbstruck. Before coming here, Chu Feng had thought of many possibilities. However, he did not expect that he would be in the belly of a ginormous mountain. He saw a sea, the blood sea. The bloodline power that was extremely attractive to his body was right here. It actually transformed into a sea. At a glance, there was no end in sight. Furthermore, there was wind in this place. A gust of wind blew past, swirling up a 100-meter-tall wave. It was a vast ocean formed from bloodline power, but there was no smell of blood. In its place was a faint fragrance. Just a light sniff was enough to make one feel relaxed. Where is this place? Chu Feng's heart started to beat frantically. Back then, when he obtained the destruction bloodline from you, above the space you was in was a lake of blood, but this time, it was much more shocking. It was also much stranger. Chu Feng carefully took a few steps towards the sea. When he got closer, Chu Feng felt that he was about to go insane. What did he see? At the seaside, the crystalline bodies that had been casually battered by the waves were like gravel. It was actually the solidified bloodline power. On the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, there was actually a term for this item, blood essence. It was an existence that had been purified and condensed from bloodline power. The effect was much stronger than ordinary bloodline power. It was sold in grams on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, 100,000 points per gram. Furthermore, that was only the price of the most ordinary blood essence. If the blood essence in front of Chu Feng was condensed from the bloodline power in the ocean, Chu Feng no longer dared to imagine their value. He took a casual glance. This was at least a few dozen kilograms. This was worth several 100 million points. Compared to this, the several million points that Chu Feng saved up after putting his life on the line were nothing. Chu Feng's heart was beating rapidly. Where is this place that I accidentally came to? Who created this place? The existence that could create such a place had greatly surpassed Chu Feng's imagination. Just a casual puff of air from it would be able to eliminate Chu Feng 1,000 times over. Chu Feng forcibly suppressed his nervousness. At that moment, Chu Feng had arrived at the shore. The few pieces of blood essence were already within reach. Chu Feng bent down and planned to pick it up. Just then, the surrounding wind seemed to have suddenly stopped. the surging waves were instantly smoothed out by an unknown force. There were no more ripples. At that moment, Chu Feng's heart trembled violently, an indescribable fear engulfed Chu Feng's entire body. This was an oppression at the fundamental level of life. The oppression of a high-level life form against a low-level life form. What a rank! What S rank! Compared to this pressure, they were all trash. Chu Feng felt that only when he met you back then could he compare to this existence. He barely moved her body. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He was already in despair initially, but he could still move. Without any hesitation, he randomly grabbed stuff at the beach, not caring what he grabbed. Then, he immediately summoned the blazing wings of the sky. He fled madly as if he had no regard for his life. 1 second, 2 seconds. Chu Feng did not seem to encounter any danger even after he rushed into the cave. However, that oppressive might was still present. Chu Feng did not have the time to think about anything else. He lowered his head and ran for his life. Running out of the cave was not enough. He soared into the sky and left the island. He flew for more than an hour at maximum speed. All the bones in his body could not bear the burden and let out cracking sounds. It was as if they would shatter at any moment. At that moment, he was already tens of thousands of miles away from the cursed island. At the same time, an ethereal voice came from somewhere in the cave. It echoed in the space. I think I slept for 17 eras this time. Not bad, but I wasted a lot of time rebooting myself. Where's that little fellow? Why did he run? TSK, he ran quite quickly. He's already run 20,000 kilometers away in such a short period of time. Should I forcefully pull him back? Forget it. Back then, the master said that I shouldn't force him. Forget it, I should just continue sleeping. This little fellow disturbed my sleep, I should whack him. Then, several tens of thousands of miles away, Chu Feng, who had just stopped, suddenly felt a pain coming from his head. A huge bump appeared on the back of his head. FCK. It hurts. What attacked me? Chu Feng looked around. He was surrounded by the sea, and he was still in midair. Where did the attack come from? Am I hallucinating because I'm too nervous? But how can this huge bump be explained? Chu Feng muttered to himself, forget it. Perhaps I was bitten by a mosquito on that strange island. Anyway, I'm not injured. Who cares? Chu Feng casually muttered a reason under his breath, then, he began to rush forward. In his hand were a few rocks that he had picked up from the beach. Chu Feng did not even dare to look at what those things were, because from the way he was beaten up for no reason, Chu Feng had guessed it. It must be the work of that terrifying existence in the cave. It was too terrifying. Despite being tens of thousands of miles away, it could still toy with him as it pleased. Thus, Chu Feng deliberately made up an excuse. He just didn't want that terrifying existence to continue. Paying attention to him, he did not dare to look at the treasures that he had taken from that existence's territory, even though this was nothing to that kind of existence, who knew what it would do on a whim. Regardless of whether it was killing him or taking the item back, Chu Feng would definitely be the one to suffer. It's too scary. Run, the further the better. Return straight to Earth. I don't believe you can still monitor the Earth. Chu Feng was truly in no mood to stay in the abyss. He hurried on his way. After passing through the South Ocean and entering the abyssal land, he consumed a disguise potion. Then, he kept running. Along the way, he would not stop if he could, until he stepped into the teleportation array that connected the first and second levels of the abyss. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief, finally safe. However, right after Chu Feng uttered those words, at some point in time, another huge bump appeared on the back of his head. Chapter 72, Blood Essence of the 10 million level. At that moment, Chu Feng truly felt like crying. He had confirmed it now. The person who teased him probably had no intention of killing him. However, anyone who was constantly being watched by a terrifying existence that far surpassed S rank would be on tenterhooks, until the teleportation ended and he returned to the first level of the abyss. Chu Feng still had his mouth tightly shut. He did not say anything, even the thoughts in his mind were completely blocked. He did not dare to think about anything. He was afraid that that guy would even know what he was thinking. At that moment, Chu Feng was like a wooden block. He flew towards the Abyssal Passage in a daze. Until the moment he went through the Abyssal Passage and returned to Earth, Chu Feng felt like crying. This trip to the abyss was too full of ups and downs. The main thing was it was scary. This time around, Chu Feng opened his mouth and muttered a few words. In fact, there were even some words that subtly provoked the terrifying existence. There was no reaction that confirmed it. He didn't know if that existence didn't want to or couldn't do it, but he no longer paid attention to Chu Feng, who was on Earth. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He walked slowly towards his house, on the way home from school. It was only then that Chu Feng took a glance at the stones in his hands that were covered in sweat. One, after staring for a long time, he then muttered with a dazed look, "I think I'm rich." At that moment, in Chu Feng's right hand, there were one big and two small stones, a total of 3 blood essences. The bigger one was estimated to be about 150 grams, while the smaller ones were estimated to be about 50 grams each, a total of about 500 grams. In other words, in the end, Chu Feng casually grabbed some and retrieved half a kilogram of top-grade blood essence. Ordinary blood essence was sold at 100,000 points per gram on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Chu Feng didn't know the price of higher-ranked blood essences or whether they were even for sale. But even at 100,000 points per gram, Chu Feng's casual grab was worth 25 million points, tens of millions. It was like a pie falling from the sky. After a long time, Chu Feng's throat bobbed, but he was unable to say anything. All of this felt like a dream. He had worked so hard to kill demons and kill monsters, but they did not even match up to this casual grab. Unfortunately, the miscellaneous items golden ranking list did not accept repurchases, otherwise, Chu Feng's points would increase by 10 times. Once the trading area opened, he could trade there. However, Chu Feng was no fool, he had to make good use of this treasure. He planned to use these blood essences to see if he could continue strengthening his 2 divine bloodlines. Chu Feng stood by the road for over 10 minutes, then, he slowly walked home. He was about to knock on the door when he reached his house. However, the door suddenly opened. Chu Tianlai stood at the entrance and stared at Chu Feng aggressively. He looked like he was going to reproach him fiercely. Behind him, Chu Feng's mother, Sun Yanning, kept shooting Chu Feng meaningful looks. FCK. How could I have forgotten about this? 1. Chu Feng cried out in his heart. His parents had asked him to go to the capital to find Captain Wei Xinghua, for special training, but even though he promised them, he had gone into the abyss behind their backs. He completely forgot about this. Now, he actually dared to swagger back home. Even Chu Feng admired his courage. Looking at his father's serious expression, Chu Feng grinned and laughed awkwardly. Dad, Mom, you're both home. I was wondering why the weather is so good today. Chu Feng, who was fearless even in the face of an A-rank earth demon, began to speak incoherently in front of his family. If Anderson and company knew about it, their jaws would probably drop. Don't change the subject. Chu Tianlai harumphed coldly. Tell me, where have you been all this time? If I hadn't contacted O1 Wei, I wouldn't have known that you didn't look for your Uncle Wei after leaving home. Beside him, Sun Yanning rolled her eyes at Chu Tianlai. Look at the dust on the child's body. Can't you let him come in to take a shower and change his clothes before asking him? Chu Tianlai let out a muffled snort. You've spoiled this child. However, Sun Yanning rebutted him without hesitation. You're making it sound like I'm the only one spoiling the child. Wasn't it you who reminded me again and again to ask O1 Wei to give Xiao Feng another place in the special training? You were afraid that the child would lose this opportunity. Hearing this, Chu Tianlai hurriedly tried to shut Sun Yanning up, but it was too late. He was frustrated. You wretched old woman. Didn't I tell you not to tell the child about this matter? I have to teach him a lesson first so that he can learn his lesson. Why are you giving it away now? Sun Yanning ignored Chu Tianlai. Get up, don't block the way. It's good that the child is back safely. Even if you're not in a hurry to eat, Xiao Feng must be hungry. Chu Feng watched as his parents bickered with one another. Yet, not a single word was able to leave his mouth. Love, care and comfort were overflowing in their speech. Chu Feng felt warmth in his heart. Isn't this hard-earned peace and happiness what he had risked his life to protect? First, the small family, then the larger family. This was human nature. Protecting the earth also meant protecting his own small family. Chu Feng was also able to see this very clearly. Thus, Chu Feng did not dare to relax for even a moment. Xiao Feng, come in quickly. Mom made your favorite cola chicken wings. Listening to his mother's urging, Chu Feng couldn't help grinning and hurriedly replied, Thank you, Mom. As he spoke, he walked past his father who had a livid expression but was helpless. He nearly burst out laughing. This time, in the battle with his mother, his father had lost again. It seemed like after spending half their lives together, his father lost more than he won. He was probably used to it. Chu Feng was extremely satisfied with his meal. The tension he had from the abyss instantly eased by more than half. After dinner, under his father's murderous gaze, he made up an excuse that he had gone traveling with his classmates. He eventually managed to smoke them. It was mainly because of his mother helping him. Even if his father didn't believe him, he had to. In the end, he could only throw out a sentence, just continue to spoil him. If Chu Feng doesn't get into the University of Warriors, his starting point will be later than others. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng grinned. Can't get in, impossible. If he can't get in, then the University of Warriors might as well change their name. They should just change it to University of Rank Warriors. After eating and drinking his fill, he naturally returned to his room to lie down. Chu Feng had just laid down when he heard his father speaking as he stood by the door. Humph, you rascal. I won't scold you since you just came back. Rest well. We'll go to the capital together tomorrow. All right, how's the effect of the fruit I gave you last time? I bought you another one this time. You can come out and eat it later. It'll be good for you. Got it, Dad. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Even if there were more D-rank warriors now, and they had also obtained more spirit flowers and spirit fruits from the abyss, buying one was still not cheap. His father must have paid a heavy price. Damn. Dad's way of expressing his feelings is always so roundabout. Chu Feng smiled lightly and muttered to himself, no more next time. Chapter 73, Soul of the Ancient Ancestral Dragon. His father returned to the house. After lying on the bed for a short while, Chu Feng got out of bed. Time was precious. It was enough to enjoy this rare period of leisure. He still had many things to do. He sat cross-legged by the bed. Chu Feng first raised his head to look at the golden ranking list. It had changed a lot. Another week had passed. Human society had changed drastically. D-rank warriors had emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some of the elites had even become true C-rank warriors. The spiritual energy golden ranking list was filled with people. Not only that, the top 10 were all C-rank warriors. Of course, Chu Feng was still at the top of the rankings. Chu Feng had killed too many powerhouses on this trip to the abyss. The golden ranking list rewarded him with a large amount of spiritual energy. Furthermore, Chu Feng's cultivation speed was over 100 times faster. Actually, if Chu Feng was willing, he could instantly become a B-rank warrior. However, that would be meaningless to Chu Feng. The disadvantages outweighed the benefits. The current Chu Feng was capable of cross-rank killing of a third-stage spirit transformation. Cultivator. That said, Chu Feng knew very well what was happening. Only a small portion of his current strength came from the increase in his rank. The true reason was actually the nirvanic rebirth power of the two great divine bloodlines. The major accomplishment level of the water element domain field, and the art of the nine-wave saber. This was the reason why Chu Feng was able to fight those above his rank. Of course, it was also because of the demonic fang's venom. After advancing to the B rank, it would be a smaller addition to Chu Feng's strength. At most, he would be able to fight a 4th or 5th stage spirit transformation cultivator. To Chu Feng, there was simply no difference. But in that case, the reward for the cross-rank killing of 2 ranks higher, that was enough to make everyone envious and jealous would be gone. This was the bulk of the points. It was also the most important reason why Chu Feng could accumulate close to 10 million points in a short period of time. Losing these benefits in order to advance to the B rank was not worth it. Thus, not only did Chu Feng not choose to advance, but he also did his best to suppress the advancement in rank. It was also to build an unprecedented foundation. Furthermore, he had absorbed quite a bit of bloodline power during this trip. Chu Feng's constitution had also become much stronger. The amount of spiritual energy his body could hold was even more than that of an ordinary B-rank warrior. If the bucket that contained the water was large, it could naturally contain more water. On top of that, Chu Feng had deliberately compressed his foundation. Thus, it was expected that he did not advance. After being reborn, Chu Feng knew very well what his topmost priorities were at every period of time. Even so, Chu Feng was still ranked first on the spiritual energy golden ranking list. He opened his personal information panel. Name: Chu Feng. Rank: C rank 65%, Pet Beast, Nightmare Ingesting Beast King, Spirit Transformation Stage 7, Nightmare Ingesting Beast, B rank, Point 1. Skills: Water Element Domain Field, Major Accomplishment Level, Certified, Bloodline Enhancement Nirvana. Art of the Nine-Wave Saber, First 3 waves, Items, Fragment of the Blazing Wings of the Sky, First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wings, Top Grade Blood Essence, High Grade Pet Beast Ball, Points, 680-5320. Trading Area, Opening Progress, 3,650/10,000. He closed his personal information panel. Chu Feng continued to look at the spiritual energy golden ranking list. Lin Yi still occupied the second place. Chu Feng knew that even though this guy had lost the most important opportunity in his previous life, the force behind him was enormous. It was enough to provide him with a vast amount of resources for his cultivation. Thus, Chu Feng was not surprised. After that, he saw the names of some famous people from his previous life. However, none of them were worthy of Chu Feng's attention. Chu Feng had a preliminary plan for the future pillars of humanity. It was only a matter of time before he made them part of his team. But now was not the time. He closed the spiritual energy golden ranking list. Chu Feng still had an extremely important matter to do, to receive the only divine grade reward from the Pet Beast golden ranking list. This was also a reward that Chu Feng placed great importance on. A week ago, when Chu Feng subdued the B-rank little nightmare-ingesting beast, he could already receive it. Unfortunately, at that time, the little nightmare-ingesting beast desperately wanted to help the nightmare-ingesting beast king. Chu Feng decided to let him be, so he didn't bring it back to Earth. As such, he would not be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the Pet Beast golden ranking list. However, Chu Feng was not worried that someone would beat him to it. It was very difficult to gain the recognition of the Pet Beast golden ranking list. Not even the average B-rank pet beasts would do. Until today, humans had not even produced a B-rank, let alone subdue a B-rank pet beast. They probably couldn't even afford a high-grade pet beast ball. Of course, Chu Feng had a better option now. The nightmare-ingesting beast king, a super existence at the 7th stage of spirit transformation. After its evolution, the nightmare-ingesting beast king's rank had increased by 1 rank. It was just that Chu Feng did not pay too much attention to it. At this thought, he also released the nightmare-ingesting beast king from the pet beast ball. Even in front of humans, no one would be able to detect the nightmare-ingesting beast king's form. There was no need to worry about it being exposed, master. Being kept in the pet beast ball meant that it had signed a soul contract with Chu Feng. At that moment, the nightmare-ingesting beast king was absolutely loyal to Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded. Later, you might feel a power entering your body. Don't panic. It will disappear in a moment. Got it? The nightmare-ingesting beast king responded, but was soon confused. Master, what kind of power is this? Could it be that even my illusory form can't stop it? It was worried that its special form of existence would make its master waste his efforts. Hearing those words, Chu Feng grinned. He sounded very certain. You won't be able to stop it. Not to mention you, even an S rank won't be able to stop it. This is the biggest secret of us humans, the power of the golden ranking list. Chu Feng did not explain too much. He directly communicated with Pet Beast golden ranking list. At that moment, there was not a single word on the Pet Beast golden ranking list. It looked somewhat desolate, Chu Feng thought to himself, applying for Pet Beast ranking evaluation. The next moment, a golden light seemed to pierce through time and space. With precision, it entered the illusory form of the nightmare-ingesting beast king, and even into the depths of its soul. It was as Chu Feng had said, the special form of the nightmare beast king could not hide from this golden light at all. After a long wait, Chu Feng heard the voice of the golden ranking list. It has been verified that the human, Chu Feng, has subdued an A-rank pet beast, the nightmare-ingesting beast king, 7th stage spirit transformation. It meets the requirements to be on the golden ranking list. Ranked in 1st place. Do you agree to be ranked? Yes. Chu Feng answered. Following Chu Feng's confirmation, the mechanical voice continued, the first reward for the Pet Beast golden ranking list has been released. The pet absorbs energy at a rate of 10 times, changes according to ranking. Due to the fact that human, Chu Feng's pet beast is in 1st place, it can obtain the only divine grade reward on the Pet Beast golden ranking list, the soul of the ancient ancestral dragon. Hearing this crisp sound, Chu Feng was unable to contain his excitement. This is it, a remnant of the soul of the ancient ancestral dragon, a legendary existence. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it can still be considered a divine pet. A golden light flashed, a special pitch-black ball suddenly appeared in Chu Feng's hand. It was not as unique as the pet beast ball in terms of appearance, nor as dazzling as the super ball. It was ancient and reserved. It looked more like an ordinary black stone. However, Chu Feng knew very well, this is the legendary Master Ball. The Master Ball that has a 100% chance of subduing an A rank. Chapter 74, top of the Pet Beast golden ranking list. Looking at the Master Ball in his hand, Chu Feng gasped with admiration. In his previous life, he had once owned a Master Ball and even managed to tame an A-rank pet beast. Unfortunately, while Lin Yi was chasing after him, his pet beast blocked the fatal blow for him. Chu Feng had escaped, but his pet beast had been killed by Lin Yi, so that Master Ball became useless. Whether it was a pet beast ball, a super ball, or a Master Ball, the soul contract enclosed within could only be used to contract a pet beast once. Therefore, there was no way to use it repeatedly. The Master Ball was also sold on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. 1 million per ball. It didn't look very expensive. With Chu Feng's current points and a half-price discount, he was able to purchase 12 balls. With the power of the Master Ball, Chu Feng could even subdue an A rank. With Chu Feng's strength, it was entirely possible for him to secretly approach an A rank and successfully subdue it. Unfortunately, perhaps the Master Ball was also a scarce resource for the golden ranking list, therefore, this thing was a limited purchase. There was even a purchasing qualification. Human warriors above a rank were limited to purchase 1 ball per person. If they wanted to buy more, they had to pay more. First ball cost 1 million points, the second ball would cost 10 million points, the price of the third ball would increase tenfold. As for whether or not there was a limit, Chu Feng did not know. In his previous life, no one was so extravagant. Besides, the Master Ball was bound to the purchaser's soul. There was no way to trade, in other words, no one could buy it for him. This eliminated many opportunists. One must be at a rank to purchase it. Even if Chu Feng had money, he would not be able to buy it. He could only wait. He played with the Master Ball for a while. Chu Feng was planning to open it to see what the legendary ancestral dragon looked like. Suddenly, golden light flashed across the sky outside. The pet beast golden ranking list seemed to have enlarged and emitted a golden light that far surpassed other golden ranking lists. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire world. Damn, is the pet beast golden ranking list about to open? What open? The moment the top 10 golden ranking list appeared, they were all opened. It's because someone made it onto the ranking list this time. What? Made it onto the ranking list? How is that possible? I heard that Master Lin Yi didn't make it on the ranking list even after subduing a C-rank pet beast. Which godly person is it? Could it be that Master Lin Yi has tamed another B-rank pet beast? I heard that people like him have something called internal energy. Their true strength far exceeds their own rank. It's not impossible for them to tame a B-rank pet beast beyond their own rank. It's possible. Master Lin Yi has been in the limelight for the past few days. I heard that he can already fight a B-rank ferocious beast in the abyss. At this moment, another voice rang out. Do you guys think it's Master Feng? I feel like this master hasn't moved in a long time. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have realized it. Indeed, I haven't heard about Master Feng in a long time. Amidst the countless discussions around the world, a line of words slowly appeared at the top of Pet Beast Golden Ranking List. First Pet Beast, Nightmare Ingesting Beast King. Rank, A rank. At the back were a few bold and fancy words, owner, phone. When they saw this line of words, the entire world froze for a moment. Everyone held their breaths as they stared straight at the Pet Beast Golden Ranking List in the sky. SSS. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's an A. It's an A rank. Unbelievable. It's Feng. Master Feng is back. He even subdued an A rank pet beast. Oh my god. While the others are only at C rank, Master Feng's pet beast is already in A rank. Is this guy still human? Holy shit, I can't even compare to a pet beast. Look, Master Feng is only a C rank on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. Unbelievable. Could it be that Master Feng subdued an A rank pet 2 ranks above him? Also, I remember that taming an A rank pet beast requires a Super Ball. The cheapest costs 10,000 points, and the highest costs 100,000 points. Rich people. I only have 80 points now. This time around, Chu Feng's appearance on the rankings immediately caused an uproar throughout the entire world. It was more impactful than the previous few times. Things were different now. Humans now understood the meaning of these letters. While everyone was still working hard to break through the C rank and B rank, Chu Feng's pet beast crushed all the humans. The difference was too great. In an instant, the headlines of all the major websites were frenziedly reporting on this matter. Everyone was curious about this Feng. From the very beginning, he had been ahead of the entire human race by leaps and bounds. Later, people thought that as time passed, Feng's initial advantage would level off, but reality made everyone slap their faces. Level off? This is a complete win. Flipping through the news at home, Chu Feng found it slightly funny. If others were to know that the nightmare-ingesting Beast King was not an ordinary A rank and that it could easily wipe out a group of A ranks, would it cause people's jaws to drop? Oh, right. It seemed like the humans are still unclear about the realms above the A rank. Just when Chu Feng was speculating, all over the world some people with power and status received this news immediately. In the depths of Mount Kunlun in Huaxia, the Kunlun immortal realm known as the ancestor of 10,000 mountains, inside a grand and magnificent palace atop a mountain peak shrouded in clouds, a young man in a white training suit sat cross-legged in the middle of the palace. The young man's breathing was slow and steady. As he breathed, his aura was like that of a snake. It could be seen that his foundation was extremely solid. The hall was empty. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged warrior rushed in, wearing an ancient Chinese costume. The moment he entered, he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Young Master Yi." The white-robed youth slowly opened his eyes. He was intimidating even without any show of anger. He had the aura of a superior. "What are you panicking for? Speak." The middle-aged martial artist hurriedly replied, "Young Master Yi, as per your request, we have been paying constant attention to that warrior called Feng. According to the latest news." "Speak." Lin Yi was a bit angry. His subordinate is usually quite capable and experienced. "What is going on today?" The middle-aged warrior did not dare to hide anything and hastily said, "Feng has returned and tamed an A-rank pet beast. It's in first place on the Pet Beast Golden ranking list." Bang! Lin Yi punched the ground in front of him. He stood up expressionlessly. "Tell Uncle Wan that I'm going into the abyss." The middle-aged warrior was stunned. "Didn't you just come back not long ago? Moreover, the entrance examination for Huaxia Warrior University will be in a few days." Lin Yi glanced coldly at the middle-aged warrior. "Didn't you hear what I said? It's just a bunch of kids playing house at Huaxia Warrior University's assessment. If I can make it back in time, I will naturally participate. If I can't make it back in time, they can just give me a spot. Am I not qualified?" The middle-aged warrior nodded in agreement. "With young Master Yi's abilities, if you can't pass, then no one in the world can." Lin Yi did not respond. He walked out of the palace. He raised his head to look at the 10 golden ranking lists. He took a deep breath. "Feng, is it? I'll let you be smug for a while longer. I'm the direct descendant of the Kunlun Holy Region, the sacred land of ancient martial arts inheritances. How can you compare to me?" Chapter 75, The Ancestral Dragon's Resurrection. Chu Feng did not know what had happened in Kunlun. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Ancient martial arts, internal energy, in front of spiritual energy, they were nothing. It was undeniable that there were still some experts in the ancient martial arts lineage. Perhaps an ordinary ancient martial arts successor would have an advantage in the early stages of the spiritual energy awakening. However, the further they progressed, the weaker the effect of their internal energy. Spiritual energy was the only thing that mattered. Chu Feng knew a bit about ancient martial arts. In his previous life, during the Great Calamity 3 years later, Chu Feng had also seen the so-called strongest ancient martial arts cultivators. After cultivating for close to 100 years, they were barely comparable to an A rank. At that time, there was already a group of S-rank spiritual energy cultivators, and the number of A ranks had already reached 3 digits. There was no commensurability at all. From the beginning to the end, Chu Feng did not take ancient martial arts seriously. He stroked the black master ball in his hand. In comparison, he was more interested in the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon inside. He abruptly opened the master ball in his hand. A burst of white light flashed across. A slightly transparent dragon-shaped creature appeared. It was curled up and floating in midair. The dragon-shaped creature was not big. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if it was sleeping. "This is the ancestral dragon? Don't kid me." Chu Feng was unable to contain himself. "This guy looks like a snake no matter how I look at it. It has a pair of dragon horns, but it feels too weak. It's still sleeping. Who can it defeat?" Having a slight meltdown, Chu Feng opened the pet beast interface. Every subdued pet had a special pet beast interface. Due to the fact that Chu Feng had been in a rush the entire time, he had not been able to take a look at it. This time, he only remembered this because he wanted to see what this thing was. He opened the ancestral dragon's interface. Pet beast, remnant soul of the ancestral dragon, age, 300 eras, rank, none, unique characteristics, unknown, skills, unknown. Seeing that, Chu Feng felt even more depressed. "It's nothing, just..." Then, a message suddenly popped up on the Ancestral Dragon's Pet Beast interface. Mission title, Ancestral Dragon's Resurrection, Mission Introduction. Countless years ago, the ancestral dragon known as the ancestor of all demons died and his cultivation disappeared. A wisp of his remnant soul was captured by the golden ranking list and preserved until today. Your mission is to resurrect the legendary ancestral dragon step by step and become the strongest dragon knight. Resurrection Stage 1. Reconstructing its body. Content description. With the help of the golden ranking list, the ancestral dragon will reform its body and integrate its remnant soul into it. It will fight for you. Physical body ranks. 1. B rank physical body. Required resources, 20 portions of life potion. 2. A rank physical body. Required resources, 200 portions of life potion. 3. At rank physical body. Required resources, 10,000 portions of life potion. 1 Heavenly Soul Pearl, and 1 9 Revolutions Calamity Pill, FCK. Really doesn't treat me like a human. After reading the conditions, Chu Feng couldn't help but grumble. Although the resources required for B rank and A rank bodies were ridiculously expensive, at least Chu Feng knew what they were. But what are the Heavenly Soul Pearl and 9 Revolutions Calamity Pill? Chu Feng had never even heard of them. From the looks of it, with his current wealth, he could at most help the ancestral dragon to construct a B rank body. At most, he could just improve it in the future. However, Chu Feng still couldn't help but grumble inwardly, after putting in so much effort in the end. He only got a B rank pet beast. He felt like he had suffered a huge loss. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the ancestral dragon, Chu Feng might have directly thrown the little snake away. What the heck? Construct a B rank body. Although he was grumbling, he still had to get the serious matters done. He had to resurrect the true ancestral dragon. It was a legendary existence. No one knew who was stronger and who was weaker when comparing the 10 great ancient master gods. However, Chu Feng was certain that this thing would definitely be a super fighter after nurturing it, the kind that would kill whoever it struck. After Chu Feng uttered those words, the miscellaneous items golden ranking list popped out and deducted 1 million points from him. 20 portions of life potion. The original price was 2 million. This was already half price. Chu Feng felt as if his heart was bleeding. He glanced at the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. You better work harder, or else you'll be my punching bag in the future, Chu Feng viciously thought in his heart. In front of him, a stream condensed from the life potion appeared out of thin air. It was mixed with dazzling golden light. Chu Feng could sense that this golden light was possibly the most important material in reconstructing the body. The life potion was merely a supplement. Not long afterward, a small snake with flesh and blood appeared before Chu Feng. It was less than half a meter long, and its body was covered in grayish-black scales. However, his eyes were still empty. The next moment, the slumbering remnant soul of the ancestral dragon was wrapped in golden light. Swoosh, it infused into the small snake. In the blink of an eye, the snake seemed to have been given life. It opened its bright eyes. The ancestral dragon returned to the world in another manner. Chu Feng thought to himself, golden ranking list. This can be considered as creating life, right? I really don't know what kind of existence created the golden ranking list. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, he suddenly heard a series of chirping sounds in his head. Chu Feng opened his eyes wide. He looked at the ancestral dragon. Are you the one talking? The little ancestral dragon widened its big watery eyes and floated around Chu Feng. Hearing what Chu Feng had said, it hurriedly nodded. It had just been BOM, so it could not speak yet. Chu Feng hurriedly opened the pet beast interface. Compared to before, the ancestral dragon's interface had much more content. Pet beast, ancestral dragon, youngling, age, 1-year-old, 300 eras, memory recovery in progress, rank, B rank 1%, unique characteristics, 1, deterrence, the natural deterrence that high-level lifeforms instill against low-level lifeforms, causing fear in the opponent's heart and preventing them from unleashing their full strength. 2. Battle instinct, the battle instinct inherited from the ancestral dragon. 3. Genetic lock lifted. There are no bottlenecks during the evolution process. As long as there are sufficient resources, the body can bear it, no upper limit. 4. Body tank damage reduction. Thanks to the special scale structure, its physical body is strong and difficult to harm for those of the same rank. Skill, Dragon Flame. After reading the long introduction, Chu Feng gulped. He would never say that this guy was trash again. Is there really a creature that can possess all these characteristics at the same time? Furthermore, Chu Feng did not dare to guarantee that this was all of it. As the ancestral dragon's strength increased, it might even obtain other characteristics. This is a divine beast. Chu Feng desperately wanted to know how powerful the ancestral dragon that had just been born was. He kept the ancestral dragon in the master ball, bringing the nightmare-ingesting beast king along. He flew straight into the abyss. To determine one's strength, the most direct way was to fight. Fighting on Earth would cause too much of a commotion. He found a secluded place in the abyss and released the ancestral dragon. He gave a command in his mind, worried that the little guy was too young and didn't understand. Chu Feng tried his best to describe it. Fight me. Do your best. That was the general idea. Chu Feng thought to himself, can even fight a powerful cultivator at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm. Testing the little ancestral dragon's strength is a piece of cake, but the moment the battle began, Chu Feng wanted to slap himself. What's there to show off? Why didn't he just let the nightmare-ingesting Beast King test it? Deterrence. It caused an instinctive fear in Chu Feng's heart. His entire body was ice cold and his strength was less than 10%. A single dragon flame from the little guy was far more powerful than the A-rank scroll, Flame Dragon Storm. Chu Feng could not even dodge it. Every single one of the little guy's attacks seemed to have fused with some sort of profoundness and completely predicted all of Chu Feng's escape routes. Even though Chu Feng's speed was much faster than it, he was still unable to dodge. In the end, he had no choice but to utilize the blazing wings of the sky. With this terrifying combat instinct, it could unleash 200% of its strength with every attack. As for the little guy, its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. When Chu Feng's attacks landed on its body, they could not even break through its skin. What's the point of fighting the B-rank ancestral dragon and the C-rank Chu Feng? Surmounting ranks did not exist here. Chu Feng was convinced. Chapter 76, Super Evolution Combination. He looked at the little ancestral dragon that was still making noises. Chu Feng's heart was pounding rapidly. Found a treasure. This guy is only a Class B, but his true combat power is comparable to a spirit transformation expert. With Chu Feng's strength, he was unable to determine exactly how powerful it was, because he could not win. It was hard to imagine how strong the little guy will be when he reaches the A rank. Could it be that it can really defeat an A rank with its A rank body? Chu Feng speculated. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to nurture the little ancestral dragon to the A rank. Chu Feng remembered there was a benefit from the Pet Beast Golden ranking list. It was that it would come up with the most suitable evolution plan for every pet beast. In his previous life, humans liked to call it a super evolution combination. By combining different precious resources, one could achieve the most efficient evolution. For someone like the little ancestral dragon who had no bottlenecks at all, basically, as long as he had enough resources, he could improve rapidly. Filled with excitement, Chu Feng opened the ancestral dragon's super evolution combination page. However, the next moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Chu Feng's head. His heart turned cold. Expensive. It's too expensive. Black-hearted, Chu Feng even began to suspect whether or not the golden ranking list was taking advantage of him. Little Ancestral Dragon had 3 super evolution combinations. Combination 1 increased the speed of evolution by 10 times and reached the peak of B rank within 3 days. Required resources: Advanced Spirit Stone x10, Blood Essence x 10 grams. Total of 1.6 million points. Combination 2 increased the speed of evolution by 50 times. Reach Spirit Transformation Initial Stage, Stage 1 to 3, within 3 days. Resources required are 100 grams of Blood Essence. A total of 8.6 million points. Combination 3 increased the speed of evolution by 100 times. Reach Spirit Transformation Stage 9 in 3 days. Resources required. A total of 23.6 million points. This price caused Chu Feng to sigh regretfully. It's fast enough for sure, the results can be seen within 3 days, but the price is too high, especially the last combination. Even the life of an A rank is not worth that much. Of course, Chu Feng predicted that if the little ancestral dragon reached the 9th stage of spirit transformation, it would probably be able to chase after A ranks and beat them up. Although it was very tempting, Chu Feng's points balance truly did not allow for it. Chu Feng originally thought that after entering the abyss and obtaining more than 6 million points, he was already a rich dude, but reality teaches people how to behave. It was better to save up properly. After pondering for a while, he decided to use Combination 1 to speed up the little ancestral dragon's evolution. A few days later, after participating in the University of Warriors evaluation, it would be time for him to enter the abyss again. At that time, the stronger the little ancestral dragon and nightmare-ingesting Beast King were, the better. It would also be safer. After all, there were many who wanted to kill him in the abyss. He clicked on Combination 1, but a total of 1.6 million points. It was 800,000 points after the half-price discount. The benefits of this half-price discount were becoming more and more powerful. However, Chu Feng's heart still ached, just as he was about to close the Pet Beast information interface. All of a sudden, Chu Feng had a sudden impulse and wanted to see how many points he needed to help the nightmare-ingesting Beast King break through to the A rank. He quickly opened the information panel of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He scrolled to the bottom and clicked on the page for the Super Evolution combination. He only had 2 options for the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Combination 1 increased the speed of evolution by 10 times. Reach Spirit Transformation Stage 9 in 3 days. Resources required. A total of 6 million points. Combination 2. Increase the speed of evolution by 100 times, reaching a rank within 3 days. Resources required. A total of 45. 2 million points. Chu Feng was stunned. Fine, he couldn't afford it. It was probably because the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had undergone a metamorphosis, so it was not an ordinary pet beast. It was difficult to increase its strength, so the price was not low, especially to break through to the A rank. More than 40 million was needed. After the discount, it would still be more than 20 million. Chu Feng was able to understand the reason for that. After the nightmare-ingesting Beast King evolved, it merely had the potential to advance to a higher rank. It did not mean that there was no bottleneck like the little ancestral dragon, if it wanted to break through to the A rank. There was still a moat before it. The golden ranking list had to ensure that it could break through within 3 days. Hence, it was normal that a huge price had to be paid. With regard to the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, Chu Feng had no intention of accelerating its evolution speed. Even if it had reached the 9th stage of spirit transformation, it would not mean much. The remaining 5 million points were still useful. He closed the pet beast interface, these two money-devouring beasts, out of sight, out of mind. He put away the two pets and returned to his room quietly. During this time, his parents had already gone to sleep, thus, no one would notice if Chu Feng had disappeared for a period of time. He closed the window. Just then, the order that he had made for the little ancestral dragon in the abyss arrived. A golden light flashed. There were suddenly many treasures in the room. The spiritual energy fluctuations became denser. These were heavenly treasures worth 2 million points. There were spiritual fruits that glowed with a precious light, as well as Lingji mushrooms that were as rich as blood. These things could not be compared to the spiritual fruits that humans used. Now, Chu Feng estimated that the points consumed by the entire human race would probably only be equivalent to what he had. He was a big client on the golden ranking list. He put all these into the master ball. The space inside the master ball given by the golden ranking list was big enough for a pet beast to live. The little ancestral dragon can slowly take its time eating inside. It would reach the peak of B rank in 3 days. This speed is truly enviable. He also bought a high-grade super ball for the nightmare-ingesting Beast King and changed its home. He was pretty much done settling the pet beasts. Right now, Chu Feng was planning to digest the various harvests he had obtained from entering the abyss. It was best to convert points and treasures into strength as soon as possible. He thought about it. Chu Feng took out the 3 high-grade blood essences that he had borrowed from the cursed island. He wanted to verify a question he had. This question concerned Chu Feng's future path of cultivation. It was rather important. That was whether the 2 divine-grade bloodlines in his body could be strengthened. How can they be strengthened to the best effect? What is different about a strengthened bloodline? Chu Feng pondered a lot. The first person he thought of was the immortal emperor in his previous life. This was the owner of the ancient immortal bloodline in his previous life. Chu Feng had only seen the battle between the immortal emperor and the elites of the demon race a couple of times. Every time, his might would shake the heavens. He could destroy the world with a single move. Once, the immortal emperor seemed to have summoned an incarnation. Together with the incarnation, he killed an S-rank demon venerable. Chu Feng did not feel anything about this in the past. However, ever since he obtained the ancient immortal bloodline, he started to reminisce about it. He suddenly felt that the incarnation of the immortal emperor had an immortal aura at that time. Ordinary A ranks and even the incarnations condensed from S rank would require some kind of vector. Just like how Mo Qianfan used the arm of an A rank to coalesce his incarnation. After being beaten to death, it was completely dead. After that, the vector would be useless. But that battle with the immortal emperor back then, his incarnation was shattered many times, but it would be restored very quickly. It was as if he could not be killed. Everyone thought that the immortal emperor had used some treasures to restore his incarnation. However, Chu Feng had a faint feeling that perhaps that incarnation was related to the ancient immortal bloodline. You once said that when the destruction bloodline reached a certain level, it could give birth to a child. The devouring bloodline, the ancient immortal bloodline, should also have some special characteristics. Chapter 77, The Path to Strengthening the Divine Grade Bloodline. Following this train of thought, Chu Feng linked many things together. Next up was the time for verification. As for how to strengthen his bloodline, Chu Feng had some ideas in mind. The supreme grade blood essence he obtained previously was the best material. After the ordinary bloodlines are broken down by the destruction bloodline, the vast majority of them would be sent to various parts of Chu Feng's body to strengthen his body. The quality was probably too low for the 2 divine grade bloodlines to be interested in them. However, the blood pearl that was left behind after he killed the purple blood frost WIRM actually made the 2 divine grade bloodlines fight over it. Most of it had been absorbed by the 2 divine grade bloodlines. this meant that these two guys were quite picky. However, Chu Feng was not worried. The 3 pieces of blood essence in his hand were the essence condensed from that strange sea of blood. After countless years of being beaten by waves of blood, they had long been refined to the point of perfection. He wasn't afraid that these 2 divine-grade bloodlines wouldn't like them. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed. He held a slightly smaller piece of blood essence in his hand. It was about 100 grams or so. He would test the waters first. He circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the blood essence. The 2 divine-grade bloodlines in his body were like sharks that smelled blood. Chu Feng was able to sense their excitement. They slowly began to absorb the blood essence. He absorbed it bit by bit so that he could carefully observe the changes in these 2 divine-grade bloodlines. As the blood essence seeped into his body, the destruction bloodline was the first to make a move and completely envelop the blood essence. The ancient immortal bloodline lingered in the surroundings but surprisingly did not fight for it. Soon, pure bloodline power flowed out from the destruction bloodline like a trickling stream. Roughly half of it went to the ancient immortal bloodline. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng wanted to laugh. He thought that the 2 bloodlines were going to fight again. He didn't expect them to be so harmonious. It was as if they had reached an agreement. No wonder the ancient immortal bloodline didn't fight for it, as the destructive bloodline's ability to break stuff down was stronger. The hard work was left to it. All the ancient immortal bloodline needed to do was to pick up the end product. Of course, the destruction bloodline was not an honest person, since it had already passed through its hands. It would not fit its personality if it did not keep more for itself, therefore, it was hard. To say who was at the losing end, Chu Feng cursed them in his heart. He calmed down and carefully observed their changes. Before Chu Feng's eyes, the power of blood essence was continuously absorbed by the 2 bloodlines. The volume of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines seemed to have increased slightly. Chu Feng felt it the most. It was just that the concentration of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines in his body seemed to have increased a little. It was insignificant, but it was definitely growing. Not only that, but the scraps of blood essence power that leaked out from the 2 great bloodlines was also completely absorbed by Chu Feng's human bloodline. It also strengthened significantly. Slowly, the entire piece of blood essence was absorbed. At that moment, it was even clearer to Chu Feng that the concentration of both divine-grade bloodlines had increased slightly. Unfortunately, he was still unable to activate the characteristics of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines. From the initial 0.1% to the current 1% or so, it was already an impressive improvement. However, Chu Feng was not happy at all. Instead, he looked bitter. That's 100 grams of top-grade blood essence. Ordinary blood essences cost 100,000 per gram. Based on this rate, he had just spent 10 million. Furthermore, Chu Feng was using a top-grade blood essence. The concentration was probably several times that of ordinary blood essence. The price could be more than 10 times higher. If he had to use points to fill this bottomless pit in the future, would it be 100 million for every 1%? The further he progressed, the more energy he would consume. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He decided that he was better off committing suicide. There was only one word left in his mind: points. Points. They are all about points. This won't do. I have to go to the cursed island. Even if there is that terrifying existence there, I have to go. Chu Feng felt very helpless. He had no choice but to go. With the points that Chu Feng saved up, it would be impossible for him to let the 2 divine-grade bloodlines grow. However, the sea of blood on the cursed island was different. The bloodline power was boundless. This kind of top-grade blood essence was scattered all over the beach. In fact, Chu Feng even wondered whether the immortal emperor from his previous life also went there. Otherwise, how could he nurture the ancient immortal bloodline? It's a bottomless pit. No matter how many points he threw in, there would be no sound. Furthermore, based on how the terrifying existence did not kill him previously, Chu Feng speculated that that existence probably did not have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he would have died. There was no way he could escape back to Earth. This caused Chu Feng to feel slightly at ease. In short, he still had to go to the cursed island. However, he had to be fully prepared before going there. With a heavy heart, Chu Feng decided to absorb the remaining 2 blood essences, a total of 400 grams. He raised the concentration of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines in his body to 4.6%, not even 5%. This verified Chu Feng's guess. The further they progressed, the more blood essence they would need. There was still a long way to go before he could reach 100%. He shook his head. Chu Feng was too lazy to think about such a serious matter. He suddenly thought that it would be better to let the bloodline golden ranking list evaluate it. He could also check if his estimation was accurate. It was not like he had to spend money. With such thoughts, Chu Feng connected to the bloodline golden ranking list. A golden light entered his head, a mechanical voice rang out in his ears, detecting the bloodline of human, Chu Feng, human bloodline concentration, 94.5%. Grade, normal. Destruction bloodline concentration, 2.25%. Grade, divine. Ancient immortal bloodline concentration, 2.25%. Grade, divine. The total concentration of the two divine grade bloodlines was 0.1% less than Chu Feng estimated. It was more or less the same. Chu Feng had wanted to close the interface, but all of a sudden, he heard another notification. Special notification: when the concentration of the destruction bloodline reaches 5%, it can activate the dissociative characteristics, devour. When the concentration of the ancient immortal bloodline reaches 5%, it can activate the cloning characteristics, undying and imperishable. Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. So the standard for the first stage is 5%, with a target, things would be easier. It was better than knowing nothing. At that moment, Chu Feng was certain, in his previous life, the immortal emperor had used clones, not incarnations, the difference of one word, but worlds apart. After the two divine grade bloodlines reached 5%, on one hand, Chu Feng would obtain the devouring bloodline and some of his plans to win people over could be implemented. He was going to start building his own little circle. On the other hand, an undying clone could do many things. Chu Feng felt extremely envious. Now that he had a goal, he was motivated. Chu Feng was no longer confused about the bloodlines. Next, it was time to spend a lot of money and do a lot of shopping. If he did not use up all 5 million points, Chu Feng would not be Chu Feng. After all, points were just worldly possessions. Only by converting them into strength could he earn more points. Chu Feng understood this principle very well. In all seriousness, he opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Chu Feng remembered that he still had 3 chances to draw a sub-legendary treasure chest from the golden ranking list. Let's try it out first. Check out my luck now. Chapter 78, 3 Clones Formation. He opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list and toured to the last page. It was the 7 vibrant and different colored treasure chests. Bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, sub-legendary, legendary, and divine grade. After the rank of each treasure chest, there was a number that represented the points required to draw the treasure chest. A sub-legendary treasure chest required 1 million points per draw. Furthermore, one had to take the risk that it would be an empty chest. This price was really not low. Chu Feng rubbed his palms together. Anything will do, just not an empty chest. He had 3 free draws at the moment. Without any delay, he directly clicked on the sub-legendary treasure chest and started to draw. An explosive golden light flashed across the screen in front of him. The sub-legendary treasure chest was opened. At the same time, the notification for the golden ranking list rang out in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, on obtaining Tenacious Spider Web, sub-legendary. Hearing this voice, Chu Feng was startled. Tenacious Spider Web? Why does this name sound so familiar? It seemed like this was the item he had obtained when he first opened the bronze treasure chest. What fate, back then, that tenacious spider web could only restrain ordinary D-rank creatures. After Chu Feng threw it in the warehouse, he did not bother with it anymore. Chu Feng muttered, "Don't tell me that 1 million will give you the same thing as the bronze treasure chest." He opened his inventory. He checked the introduction of the tenacious spider web. Tenacious spider web, sub-legendary and extremely tough spider web, originated from the A-rank great demon spider, Nyala. It can directly bind any creature below a rank and can also be used on A-rank creatures. When he saw the introduction, only then did Chu Feng relax. This is more like it. It would be easier to catch pet beasts in the future. Furthermore, if he suddenly throws out such a spider web while fighting with the enemy will definitely be flustered. Looks like it's still a rare treasure. He put away the spider web. The first treasure is not bad. It's a good start. Then, he opened the second sub-legendary treasure chest. Another soft sound that only Chu Feng could hear was heard. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining 1.5 million points. When Chu Feng heard the notification, his eyes widened. What the heck? He can actually draw points directly. This was something that Chu Feng had never encountered before, but he was quite satisfied. It's not a loss. It's pure profit. Chu Feng even wanted to open a few more treasure chests, a profitable business. He only needed 500,000 to open the sub-legendary treasure chest. He gained 3 times the profit without any effort. This is the last chance. Do your best. Chu Feng muttered to himself, although the 2 times he opened the treasure chests was not bad. There was no treasure that excited Chu Feng. Of course, this was normal. In his previous life, of the 10 times humans opened treasure chests, 5 times would be empty. Chu Feng already felt that his luck was pretty good. Taking advantage of his good luck, he decisively used his last chance. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, on obtaining a special item, 3 Pierce Pearl. After hearing the notification, Chu Feng was startled. It took him a long time to react. The next moment, he jumped out of bed excitedly. It's the legendary 3 Clones Formation Pearl. In the legends of his previous life, it was one of the most perfect vectors to create an incarnation. An incarnation condensed by an ordinary A rank would not be able to retain much strength due to the incompatibility of the vector. Just like how Mo Qianfan used an A rank limb as a vector, his incarnation could barely be considered a spirit transformation 9th stage. It was much weaker compared to his actual body. In a battle of the same rank, it was completely useless. That was why Mo Qianfan had used it to protect Mo Luo, but if Mo Qianfan used the 3 Clones Formation Pearl as a vector, his incarnation would be at least in A rank. The strength of his incarnation would increase by more than 10 times. This wasn't the greatest use of the 3 Clones Formation Pearl. Whether it was the Abyss Demon race or the warriors on Earth, everyone could only condense one incarnation. Unless this incarnation dissipated, a second one could then be born. This was the law of heaven and earth, and it was extremely difficult to break. However, the most important words of the 3 Clones Formation Pearl were 3 Clones Formation, of course, under the restrictions of the law of heaven and earth. Even with the 3 Clones Formation Pearl, one could only produce one incarnation. However, this incarnation could produce 2 more incarnations. This skillfully avoided the restrictions of the rules. This was the most insane aspect of the 3 Clones Formation Pearl. Imagine, if one fights an enemy of the same rank, the enemy would only have one incarnation that was far weaker than his real body. However, you would have the equivalent to 4 warriors of the same rank who had the same thoughts. The enemy would be beaten to death just from the gang beating. That was the reason why Chu Feng was so excited after seeing the 3 Clones Formation Pearl. More importantly, Chu Feng recalled the notice from the golden ranking list. Once his bloodline reached a certain level, it could nurture a clone. It was a clone that was far stronger than an incarnation and possessed the undying and indestructible characteristic. It was already sick enough. If Chu Feng were to use the 3 Clones Formation Pearl to form his clone, with this strong alliance, it was equivalent to having 2 huge battle powers. Just like that, his strength would double. Chu Feng was unable to contain his excitement. How timely! Chu Feng felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. He itched to return to the cursed island so that he could absorb as much blood essence as possible. Unfortunately, Chu Feng could only think about it before being fully prepared. Chu Feng did not dare to go to that damned place again. He forced himself to calm down. Chu Feng silently assessed the situation. If he can condense a clone before reaching the A rank, at that time, the art of the 9-wave saber would also have reached a certain level. Together with the weapons and equipment reformation, will he have a chance to counter an A rank with his mortal body? Unlike the ancestral dragon, he was not a favored child of the heavens. He was a genuine ordinary human. If he really accomplished that feat, then he would be the first person in history to have done that. Chu Feng took a deep breath. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Food must be eaten bit by bit and the road must be taken one step at a time. He did not continue to open the sub-legendary treasure chest. Chu Feng was already very satisfied with his harvest. He was worried that going too far was as bad as not doing enough. If he spent more than 1,000,000 yuan and ended up opening a few empty boxes, he would feel extremely depressed. The remaining points had to be used wisely. Chu Feng was still thinking about the other 2 fragments of the blazing wings of the sky. This was the most important thing. The blazing wings of the sky was a legendary treasure that had saved Chu Feng's life more than once. At its current level, it could be considered a divine artifact. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one who could compete with him yet, it was more important for him to gather the other 2 fragments as soon as possible. After 300 bronze treasure chests were drawn, the legendary special item appeared, fragment of the first blazing angel, Michael's wings. If he drew 300 silver treasure chests, he would get the second fragment of the blazing wings of the sky, first wisdom angel, feather of Raziel. If he drew 300 gold treasure chests, he would definitely get the last fragment of the blazing wings of the sky, archangel. The bone of Sentinel Talia. The 3 main components were inherited from the 3 holy angels of the angel race. After being forged by the divine craftsman Mito, it became a complete legendary item. Blazing Wings of the Sky, Chapter 79, Fusion. Blazing Wings of the Sky, Blazing Wings of the Sky. A true legendary item, it was a treasure that countless humans called a divine artifact, combining his past and present lives. This was the first time that Chu Feng was closest to obtaining a legendary item, and he was about to have it. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. A legendary item that was within reach. Chu Feng impatiently opened the silver treasure chest and began to draw. 1,000 points were consumed each time, half price was 500 points. To Chu Feng, this was a drop in the ocean, first time, ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining empty treasure chest. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Feng rolled his eyes involuntarily. This was what he couldn't stand the most in his previous life. He clearly did not get anything, yet the notification said congratulations. Congratulations your ass. Chu Feng was speechless. At the same time, he felt fortunate. The first time he drew a silver treasure chest, he drew an empty box. It seemed that he had used up most of his luck. Fortunately, he did not continue drawing sub-legendary treasure chests. His heart did not waver too much. To Chu Feng, drawing silver treasure chests was truly boring. The items that appeared here were usually for B and C ranks. To Chu Feng, they were truly dispensable. They were like chicken ribs that were tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. However, he will be going to the capital tomorrow. Those little things were useless to Chu Feng, but he could find an excuse to give his family and friends. Chu Feng pondered for a moment and muttered, I remember that in my previous life, there were quite a few famous experts in the capital. Presumably, at this stage, everyone is poor. These things are treasures to them. Chu Feng's eyes shone. These are all good treasures that can win people's hearts. At the thought of this, he no longer felt bored. He began to draw the treasure chests crazily. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a high-grade pet beast ball. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining tremor fruit 3, all kinds of fruits. Weapons, materials, there were too many to count. This broadened Chu Feng's horizons. In his previous life, he had never been so extravagant in consecutively opening chests. When he had points in the later stages, he would not open low-level treasure chests. When Chu Feng arrived at the 26th treasure chest, there was suddenly a notification sound. Warning, human, Chu Feng, as personal storage space is full. Please clean up or expand it in time. Chu Feng came to a realization. In the early stages, everyone would have their own personal storage space of 300 units. If he wanted to level up, he would have to consume points. Of course, as Chu Feng was extremely wealthy, he did not care. He directly spent 200,000 points and increased to 1,000 units. This was enough for a short period of time. He continued to draw the treasure chests. Not long after, he heard a special prompt. Human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th silver treasure chest will release a fragment of a special legendary grade item. It's here, this is it. Chu Feng immediately became spirited. Without any hesitation, he opened the silver treasure chest again. Chu Feng stared fixedly at it. After a crisp sound, the pleasant notification sound of the golden ranking list rang out in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a fragment of the special legendary grade item, First Wisdom Angel, Feather of Raziel. I finally got it. Chu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Today, he felt like he had been on a roller coaster. The ups and downs were too exciting. Raziel, known as the Angel of Mysteries and Secrets, was the ruler of the Throne Angels. He was one of the high-ranking angels of the angel race. In terms of status, he was not inferior to Michael. Every feather he left behind was extremely precious. With the smelting of the divine craftsman, Mito, it could be said to be a sharp blade that could kill. In terms of sharpness, perhaps even Chu Feng's cleaved edge saber was inferior. After all, the cleaved edge saber was only a weapon that came with a sub-legendary magical power. No matter what, it couldn't be compared to legendary items. It was also because of the uniqueness of the feathers. Chu Feng looked through the introduction. This fragment also gave him a special characteristic. It was a divine skill, Feather Drop. It was a nice name. However, the introduction of Feather Drop was extremely ruthless, a divine group attack technique. When executed, it would be as if white feathers were falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, the space would be shattered and people would be killed without a trace. Chu Feng took a deep breath. It just so happened that he lacked offensive skills. This was made up for by Raziel's feather. This way, there was no need to spend points to purchase divine powers. After all, divine powers had to be cultivated. However, for skills that came with this kind of divine weapon, he could use it after familiarizing himself with it. However, the power would change according to the user's strength. Chu Feng also knew this. Just like the characteristic of Michael's wings, 100 times the speed of sound. Even now, Chu Feng could only use a portion of it. Raziel's wings should be similar, but it could still be considered a great killing weapon. Legendary items, even fragments, were extraordinary. As for the silver treasure chest, he had spent a total of 150,000 points. It was not worth mentioning. After that, Chu Feng planned to draw 300 more gold treasure chests to draw the last fragment of the blazing wings of the sky as well. It was already late at night, time was precious. Chu Feng began to draw. The original price of the gold treasure chest was 10,000 points each time, half price was 5,000 points, 300 times meant 1.5 million points. To Chu Feng, it was still affordable. Some of the items in the gold treasure chest were considered pretty good, even super balls came out, of course, most of them were ordinary B rank items. At the very least, he was looking forward to it. He continued until the latter half of the night. He had finally drawn 299 times. The special notification arrived as promised. Human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th gold treasure chest will release a fragment of a special legendary great item. The next moment, a treasure that resembled a skeleton appeared before Chu Feng. The skeleton was still glowing with starlight. Not only was it not terrifying, it even bore a holy charm, Archangel, the bone of Sentinel Talia. Before Chu Feng could carefully examine the skeleton, a notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Congratulations, human, Chu Feng has successfully gathered the 3 fragments of the legendary item, the blazing wings of the sky. Do you want to fuse them? Chu Feng said impatiently. Fuse. After Chu Feng uttered those words, behind Chu Feng, Michael's wings suddenly left his body. It slowly floated in front of Chu Feng. The other 2 fragments were also suspended in midair. All 3 of them exuded a divine aura at the same time. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky. It enveloped all 3 of them. Then, Chu Feng saw a scene that he would never forget. Under the effect of the golden light, the 3 legendary item fragments were like snow that had met the sun. They actually started to melt slowly. The 3 melted items slowly approached each other until they were no longer separated. Immediately after, a brand new pair of wings slowly formed. It had a large skeleton supporting it, as well as dense white feathers. At the very tip were 2 sharp wings. The dazzling golden light reached its peak. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion caught Chu Feng off guard. After the loud bang, an enormous pair of brilliant and pure wings quietly floated in front of Chu Feng. Within the brilliance, divine power was circulating. The blazing wings of the sky had reappeared in the world. Chapter 80, in the name of legend, the complete version of the blazing wings of the sky. It released its legendary aura without any scruples. This was because Michael's wings had become a part of it. Chu Feng was able to feel a sense of intimacy from it. It was res-melted and recognized its master again. The enormous blazing wings of the sky suddenly merged into Chu Feng's back. It completely disappeared into Chu Feng's body. However, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly heard the sound of his parents' room door opening. Then, his mother, Sun Yanying's voice rang out. Xiao Feng, it's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? You still have a flight to catch tomorrow. Got it, Mom. I'll sleep now. Chu Feng smiled sheepishly. The commotion caused by the fusion of the blazing wings of the sky was indeed not small. Those who didn't know would think that Chu Feng was acting in an action film in his room. Sun Yanying did not say much and returned to her room. A grown-up son can't be controlled by his mother. Let him be. Only then did Chu Feng calm down and look at the introduction of the blazing wings of the sky on the golden ranking list. There were a total of 3 characteristics: rapid flight, group attack skill, single target attack skill. Only then did Chu Feng understand. The last Archangel, the bone of Sentinel Talia, grants a powerful single target attack skill. Although the 3 characteristics did not change, the limits of each characteristic had been greatly enhanced. His original maximum speed was 100 times the speed of sound. However, the fused blazing wings of the sky could grant the user the speed of light. It was no longer measured by the speed of sound. The speed of light was the maximum speed in the universe. No life or object could surpass this speed. It represented the law of the universe. Even approaching the speed of light was almost unrealistic. From what Chu Feng knew, in his previous life, the fastest S-rank expert was still within the limits of the speed of sound. At most, it was 100 times the speed of sound or 1,000 times the speed of sound. It was still worlds apart from the speed of light. Just this one characteristic made the blazing wings of the sky worthy of being called legendary. Of course, Chu Feng also knew that the blazing wings of the sky merely gave one the chance to attain the speed of light. If one really wished to attain the speed of light, one would also need an extremely strong physique. As of now, he had not thought that far ahead. The first step was to reach 100 times the speed of sound. The second characteristic was feather drop. Chu Feng had never tried out its actual power. Thus, he did not know what sort of strength it possessed. In any case, it definitely wouldn't bring shame to the title of legendary. Third characteristic, Angel's Judgment, an extremely powerful single-target attack skill. As for the actual power, Chu Feng would have to test it out. However, this third characteristic had another characteristic. This piqued Chu Feng's interest. Unique characteristic, Kill. there was a certain probability of ignoring the opponent's rank and directly killing them. Seeing this, Chu Feng was unable to believe his eyes. How can there be such a sick skill? In other words, if a D rank warrior had the blazing wings of the sky, and if his luck was heaven-defying, he could possibly kill an A rank. Chu Feng felt the unique aura of the holy angel race from the blazing wings of the sky. He murmured, it might really work. Could this be the power left behind by those incomparably formidable holy angels in the blazing wings of the sky? If that's the case, if the user was lucky and able to release this power, he would naturally be able to kill anything that stood in his way. Of course, there was definitely a limit. However, Chu Feng was simply unable to attain such a high level of cultivation. As for A ranks and S ranks, they would definitely die. Chu Feng was certain of that. If he used it well, he might be able to turn the tables. Chu Feng was overjoyed. This trip back from the abyss was too rewarding. Furthermore, he had not fully digested everything. After the lucky draw, he still had nearly 5 million points left. It was mainly because he had drawn 1.5 million from the sub-legendary treasure chest previously, which greatly replenished his balance. He had to replenish some of the life-saving equipment he had consumed in the abyss. He immediately opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. He headed straight for his target. High-grade Super Ball was priced at 100,000 points. It was 50,000 points at half the price. He bought 10 of them. Next time he went to the abyss, he would tame some high-ranking pet beasts. He would have more helpers while fighting. The divine recovery medicine below for a rank, the life potion, was originally priced at 100,000 points per portion. It was 50,000 points at half price. He also bought 10 portions of it. The next time he was injured, he wouldn't have to worry about his recovery anymore. Even if he exchanged wound for wound with his opponent, he could also kill his opponent. Absolute Protection Scroll, X10. It had even managed to ward off the full-strength attack of Mo Qianfan's incarnation. This quality was trustworthy. As for the Flame Dragon Storm, he bought 100 scrolls in one go. The last trip to the Cursed Island had been too hasty. As a result, there were only 5 scrolls left. He had made sufficient preparations this time. The next time he went, he would bring as much local products as possible. He replenished 10 grams of Magic Fang Venom. In the end, he also bought some small items like Disguise Potion and Sleeping Gas. Perhaps they would be of great use at the critical moment. After a crazy shopping spree, he had less than 3 million points left. He then opened the Supernatural Power Golden ranking list. He bought the first 6 waves of the Art of the 9-Wave Saber at full price, a total of 2.2 million points. However, Chu Feng felt that it was worth it. This was one of the capitals he had in fighting against A ranks in the future. He shopped until the latter half of the night. Chu Feng only had less than 1 million left. He sighed. He has become poor again. He couldn't help but laugh. Since when had he become such a humble brag? 1 million points. At this stage, which human could have so many points? For the time being, he could not think of anything else to buy. Thus, Chu Feng gave up on the idea of spending all his points. He glanced at the time. There was still more than an hour before dawn. He decided to sit down cross-legged and cultivate for a while. The next morning, Chu Tianlai knocked on the door. Xiao Feng, breakfast is ready. Come out for breakfast later and we'll go to the airport. Got it, Dad. Chu Feng grinned. Dad had always been the one making breakfast at home. The reason was simple. His mom liked to laze in bed and was unable to get up. After breakfast, the family took a taxi to the airport. Chu Feng's uncle in the capital had already made arrangements for their daily necessities. They only needed to carry their bags and move in. In the car, he looked at the traffic in front of him. Chu Feng couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his previous life in the capital. That was the starting point of the story of his previous life, as well as the end point of his loneliness, teachers, classmates, friends, lovers, enemies, countless gratitude and grudges, as well as countless joys and sorrows. With this departure, everything in his previous life would become a thing of the past. Chu Feng would not allow himself to have any regrets in his new life. An hour later, the family arrived at the departure hall of Jiang City Airport. The hall was very spacious, people were coming and going, but it did not seem crowded at all. As a new first-tier city, Jiang City was developing quite well, but with the arrival of the new era, the capital was the center of the storm. There were more opportunities. The family found a row of seats and put down their luggage. They had just sat down when all of a sudden, a young man and woman sat beside Chu Feng's family. Both of them were very young and had short hair. The woman's hair was slightly longer. They were all wearing the same army green uniform. It was similar to the military uniform but not exactly the same. The moment they sat down, the young man with short hair leaned against the back of the seat and grumbled, "I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Where did Wei Xingwu get the rights to give us special training? Chapter 81, Ancient Martial Arts Saints and 10 Great Families. When Chu Feng heard the young man say this, he raised his brows slightly. Wei Xingwu? Captain Wei, his interest was immediately piqued. He sized both of them up. There were actually spiritual energy fluctuations coming from his body. Not bad. It has been some time since he attained the D rank. At this time, he was already considered a genius. Of course, they were completely incomparable to Chu Feng. He sensed carefully. Furthermore, Chu Feng also felt a power fluctuation that was different from spiritual energy, internal energy. It was exclusive to ancient martial artists. Chu Feng became even more interested. These two people seemed to have an extraordinary background. He continued to look at them. The young man's attitude was somewhat arrogant, as if he was someone who had achieved success at a young age and did not care about the world. The woman beside him was much more reserved, but he could still sense her arrogance. From the looks of it, he might be from one of the 10 ancient martial arts families. Ancient martial artists were the general name for a group of special people. They had been cultivating inherited cultivation techniques since they were young. They either cultivated internal energy or external martial arts. In times of peace, they were like gods on land, stepping on water without leaving a trace. Leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls was nothing difficult, perhaps because of oppression of the state. They were rarely seen. They either lived in deep mountains and great rivers, or gathered in some paradise to absorb the essence of the world for cultivation. After the recovery of spiritual energy, their starting point was much higher than ordinary people. In his previous life, at least half of the experts who were nurtured were from different ancient martial arts families. Chu Feng did not have any prejudice against ancient martial arts cultivators. They also fought at the front line with the abyssal demons. It was just that a portion of the obsolete stick-in-the-muds were rather annoying. In the current era of Huaxia, the strongest ancient martial arts forces belong to the 3 Holy Lands: Kunlun Sacred Region, Panglai Immortal Realm, Mount Longhu Holy Land. There were countless experts. Under them were the 10 ancient martial arts families that were distributed across the country. They were equally powerful. For example, the Ying family of Jiangnan, the Qin family of the Qinling Mountain Range, the Tang family of the eastern region, the Amo family of the western border, the Li family of Bashu. The big brother that Chu Feng missed the most, Lin Yi, was from the Kunlun Sacred Region. That was why, after losing 100 times the speed of cultivation, he was still making rapid progress, even though it was not as fast as in his previous life. The strong support of the Kunlun Sacred Region was indispensable. Of course, after the recovery of spiritual energy, if these ancient martial arts descendants didn't know how to keep up with the times, they would eventually be eliminated by the times. But from the looks of it, all the ancient martial arts families must have realized how powerful spiritual energy was. The disciples started to cultivate their spiritual energy. In the beginning, they had internal energy. In terms of strength, they were naturally stronger than ordinary spiritual energy cultivators. The 2 youngsters in front of him should be in this kind of situation. The strength of his spiritual force was only D rank, but his actual combat power was comparable to an ordinary C rank. Naturally, it developed into an arrogance that belittled people. In Chu Feng's words, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. He was arrogant and conceited, but his foresight was too shallow. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chu Feng. He had no interest in educating a kid. He merely listened to their conversation nonchalantly. The young man with short hair grumbled again. The lady beside him comforted him. All right, cut it out. The higher-ups want us to go for special training so that we can all get into the warrior university. The short-haired man scoffed. As he fiddled with his phone, he said indifferently, Warrior University? Is there a need to take the exam? I can get admitted even with my eyes closed. I heard from my dad that the standards for the Warrior University this time are very low. As long as one is a drank cultivator, they can get admitted. Is there still a need for special training? Besides, even if it's special training, we should at least have a stronger instructor. How can we let an ordinary person like Wei Xingwu give us special training? His words were filled with disdain. They were the successors of ancient martial arts, and they were true spiritual energy cultivators. How could he tolerate being shouted at by an ordinary person? The short-haired woman frowned slightly and advised, cut it out. Wei Xingwu might not be capable, but he's an expert in the research of the abyss and spiritual energy. There aren't many people in the country who understand the abyss better than him. With him around, he can provide us with the most suitable plans for training and efficient resource allocation. It is indeed beneficial for our training. I still can't stand the feeling of being oppressed by the weak. The young man was still unconvinced. the two of them did not hide anything. Everyone around them could hear them clearly. Chu Feng did not feel anything. He just felt that this Captain Wei was a little pitiful. Someone was grumbling behind his back. However, while Chu Feng did not care, it did not mean that other people did not care. For example, Chu Feng's father, Chu Tianlai, he had gone through thick and thin with Wei Xinghua. Hearing someone slandering his old comrade behind his back, there was no way he could tolerate it. He immediately stood up, suppressing the anger in his heart. He said, "Young man, isn't it inappropriate to talk about your teacher behind his back? At the very least, you should respect your teacher." They were outside now and he had his wife and child by his side, hence, Chu Tianlai was already trying to control his tone. He was not afraid of danger, but what if the two young people in front of him really started a fight and hurt his wife and child? Now that he was middle-aged, he was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would start a fight without a word. With a family, there came responsibility. Although Chu Tianlai was frustrated, he was also willing to endure this hardship. When the short-haired teenager heard that, he slowly stopped fiddling with his mobile phone. Eyes narrowed, he sized up Chu Tianlai. He leaned against the seat and said calmly, "Uncle, just mind your own business. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. What has our chat got to do with you?" He could tell, Chu Tianlai was just an ordinary person. He couldn't be bothered with him. He felt that they were not in the same circle at all. He waved his hand, intending to dismiss Chu Tianlai. What he didn't know was that it was fortunate that he had no intention of harming Chu Tianlai, or else, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the airport hall today. Chu Tianlai was even more furious at being ignored by a brat. "The Wei Xinghua you speak of is an old comrade of mine. I don't care if others slander him behind his back. But you can't say that when you're about to become old Wei's student. I really feel bad for him." When the short-haired teenager heard that, he sat up straight. He looked extremely displeased. He was proud and arrogant. When has he ever been scolded by an ordinary person? Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt his shoulders sink. A pair of strong hands were lightly placed on his shoulders. The short-haired teenager looked up. He happened to see Chu Feng grinning at him. "Friend, I think my dad has a point. Don't you agree? You must be crazy." The short-haired young man furiously wanted to break free from Chu Feng's hand. He exerted strength, however, he was unable to shake off Chu Feng's hand at all. His face flushed, even with his full might. He was unable to stand up. His eyes were filled with shock. However, Chu Feng had clearly not had enough fun yet. The hand on the young man's shoulder squeezed lightly. There was a muffled cracking sound. His bones were probably cracked. The short-haired teenager immediately cried out in pain. Seeing that, Chu Feng smiled. "Dad, look. He seems to have realized his mistake and is shedding tears of regret." This scene stunned Chu Tianlai. Chu Feng's smile remained unchanged. He liked to help his family and not reason. It was not a big issue. Was there a problem with helping his father? Chapter 82. Heavens, the hand pressing on the short-haired teenager's shoulder gently patted twice. The young man trembled in fear. He made eye contact with the delicate-looking lady beside him. He could see the shock in her eyes. No one else knew why, but how could the woman not know? Her teammate is from one of the 10 great clans. He has strong internal energy and cultivated spiritual energy. He was close to the peak of the D rank, but even so, the young man who looked even younger than them casually pressed him down on the seat. No matter how Li Peng struggled, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean that did not cause any ripples at all. What kind of strength is this? Even a C-rank spiritual energy cultivator would not be able to do that. Could it be that the other party is also from an ancient martial arts family like them? But why are his parents ordinary people? At that moment, many thoughts raced through Leah's mind. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that the young man before her was terrifying. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At that moment, the short-haired teenager, aka Li Peng, could no longer hold back. He cried out in pain. Chu Feng did not feel anything. This made Chu Tianlai anxious. "Xiao Feng, don't fight. Since he admitted his mistake, let him go." Chu Feng obediently removed his hand. He revealed an innocent smile. "Dad, we were just fooling around." With that, he turned around and glanced at Li Peng. "Am I right?" Right. "Uncle, we were just fooling around. I also want to apologize to you. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have slandered Captain Wei behind his back." Li Peng hurriedly responded, nodding his head like a chick pecking on rice. A straightforward apology. Chu Feng had truly frightened him earlier. He was the one who felt it the most. He knew better than Li Ye. At the moment when Chu Feng pressed down on his shoulder, Li Peng felt as if all the power in his body had been sealed, be it spiritual energy or internal energy. They were completely unusable. He instantly became an Ordinary person, even a C-rank could not do this, he had to be stronger. This was the source of his fear. At that moment, how would he dare to contradict Chu Feng? Chu Feng smiled in satisfaction. This fellow is quite sensible. He taught him a lesson and took revenge for his father. This matter was considered settled. The few of them continued to sit together peacefully. However, Li Peng and Leah were restless. They wanted to change their location but did not have the guts. They could only sit upright awkwardly. Chu Tianlai was bewildered. What happened to that arrogant young man just now? He stopped so quickly. Could it be that my son hit him? But from the beginning until the end, he had been by his side throughout. His son had just patted the other party on the shoulder. He didn't understand. After pondering for a moment, Chu Tianlai gave up. In any case, he had also helped Old Wei take revenge. The next time they drank together, he could brag about it again. With that, Chu Tianlai felt wonderful. Seeing his father happy, Chu Feng was also very happy. This was what he was fighting for. Finally, an announcement came through the loudspeaker. Li Peng covered his arm and quickly stood up. He pulled Leah and planned to leave. He did not want to stay with Chu Feng for even half a minute more, but what made him despair was Chu Feng and his family also stood up upon hearing the announcement. The same flight? No way, Li Peng wailed in his heart. At that moment, Chu Feng walked past Li Peng with his luggage. He glanced at the ticket in Li Peng's hand. He raised his eyebrows and smirked. What a coincidence. We're seated in the same row. Li Peng nearly cried again. He looked at Chu Feng and was barely able to squeeze out a smile. Why, yes, what a coincidence. Boo-hoo. His whimper at the end was almost inaudible. He wanted to slap himself. One's mouth really cannot be too cheap. A loose tongue causes trouble. He had no choice but to accept his fate. He just hoped that this flight would end soon. Crestfallen, he trailed behind Chu Feng's family. Li Peng turned to look at his younger sister who was actually gloating. He threatened fiercely, "Don't laugh. If you continue laughing, I won't take you with me the next time we go to the abyss." Leah did not care about her brother's threat at all. Instead, she teased him, "Big brother, I feel like that person doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. He's already so strong at such a young age. Why don't you hurry up and cozy up to him? Perhaps this is the opportunity for you to rise up." Li Peng took the opportunity to smack his sister on the head. "Now that you've grown up, you even dare to laugh at me." Chu Feng heard everything clearly from the front. This pair of siblings didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. It was purely because they had stayed in a big family for too long. That's why they were too arrogant. They could be considered good seedlings if they were taught a lesson. Needless to say, Chu Feng had no interest in accepting disciples. If he did not eliminate the threat of the abyss, Chu Feng would not relax in the slightest. The journey was silent. After boarding the plane, Chu Feng closed his eyes and slept. This made Li Peng extremely happy. He could finally heave a sigh of relief, all the way till they got off the plane. The moment Li Peng left the airport, he took a deep breath. It feels so good to be free. Then, he felt almighty again. He asked Leah casually, "Didn't you say that your good friend from university is coming to pick you up? Where is she? I'm hungry." Leah rolled her eyes at him. She couldn't be bothered with him. Her gaze swept across the people who were waiting for arrivals. Suddenly, she waved her hands excitedly. "Coco, I'm here." Li Peng followed Leah's gaze. He was greeted with the sight of two beautiful women. One was tall and curvy, while the other was cultured and refined. He couldn't help but blurt out, "DMN, they're all top grade." Leah punched Li Peng. "TM warning you not to have any ideas about my girlfriends. Otherwise, just wait to die." The two of them hastily met up with the two girls. When he got closer, he realized that there was a middle-aged man beside the two beauties. The man ignored them and kept staring at the exit. "Coco, I missed you so much." Without any hesitation, Leah hugged the tall and beautiful Coco Sunday. Coco-san also hugged Leah happily. "Xiaoya, let me make the introductions. This is my cousin, Chu Sairu. That uncle there is my dad. The two of them are here to pick up my aunt's family, which is Sairu's parents and younger brother. When we fetch them, let's have dinner at my house." When Shusairo heard Coco-san mention her, she smiled politely at the two. The smile was so gorgeous that it could overturn a state, and her eyes were like crescent moons. Li Peng was dumbfounded. At the side, Leah slapped her brother awake with disappointment. "This guy is my brother, Li Peng. You don't have to be nice to him." These words made everyone laugh. "Hello, I'm Li Peng. We have to fetch my brother-in-law later, right?" Li Peng was casual and spoke without thinking. Leah rolled her eyes in anger. Shusairo merely smiled politely. She suddenly waved her petite hands happily. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Feng, over here." Everyone looked in the direction of Chu Sairu's voice. They watched as the three of them got closer, while the others still had no reaction. Li Peng froze to the spot. He pointed at Chu Feng with a trembling finger. Heavens! Why is it him again? It's over, I'm dead. Chapter 83, You Can't See Me. At that moment, Li Peng really wanted to cry. He's dead meat. Just now, he thought that he was almighty again, and his voice was not soft either. With Chu Feng's abilities, he believed that Chu Feng must have heard what he said earlier. Seeing the smile that was not quite a smile on Chu Feng's face, Li Peng displayed an extraordinary decisiveness at that moment. Pa! Pa! He slapped his own mouth twice. Then, he looked at Chu Feng with a pleading gaze. The Coco-san, who was at the side, didn't understand what was going on. Xiaoya, what is your brother doing? Self-harm? As Li Yi knew the whole story, she said angrily, Ignore him, he deserves it. Li Peng said awkwardly, Oh, there was a mosquito just now, so I swatted it. Of course, he himself did not believe this reason. Does one slap themselves so hard to swat a mosquito? As they were talking, Chu Sairu and her uncle, Sun Jianbin, had long gone forward and took the luggage from Chu Feng and the others. Standing still, there were tears in Chu Sairu's beautiful eyes. Dad, Mom, Xia Feng, I miss you guys so much. Chu Tianlai and Sun Nianying's eyes became moist. Due to the sudden descent of the abyss, the couple wasn't able to be concerned about Chu Sairu, who was in the capital city. They could only communicate through video calls. They felt that they owed their daughter a lot. On the other hand, Chu Sairu was worried about her family's safety. She was on tenterhooks every day. This was great. Their family was finally reunited. Chu Feng shouted with a beaming smile, Sis, you've become prettier again. Nonsense. Chu Sairu rolled her eyes at Chu Feng. In front of her family, Chu Sairu let down her guard. Chu Feng laughed foolishly. He had been close to his older sister since they were young. When he went out to fight when he was young, he was timid and got bullied. Only his older sister protected him. Unexpectedly, when they grew up, his sister became gentler, but he had become violent. While the siblings were chatting, their uncle Sun Jianbin hurriedly called out to Chu Tianlai and Sun Nianying, Tianlai, Xiaoying. You must be tired from the journey. Hurry up and go to my house to rest. I've prepared a place for you to stay. It's right next to my house and everything is ready. You just need to move in. Sorry to trouble you. Chu Tianlai felt a bit embarrassed, but Sun Nianying rolled her eyes. My older brother prepared this for me. It's none of your business. Ha, I'm just being polite. Why are you so agitated? Chu Tianlai smiled wryly. This scene made Coco-san and the rest laugh. Of course, there was one person who could not laugh, even if he was smiling. It was a bitter smile. Li Peng knew very well that he had just taken advantage of Chu Feng by teasing his older sister. It was already very kind of Chu Feng not to beat him to death. Li Peng was very tactful and began to act like an ostrich, muttering under his breath, You can't see me, you can't see me. With Chu Feng's perception, of course he knew what this guy was up to. It was just that he couldn't be bothered with him. It would ruin the atmosphere if he were to beat him up now. After Coco-san was done greeting Chu Tianlai and the elders, she suddenly abandoned Li Yi and hugged Chu Feng's head as she said delightedly, Little madman. Do you miss your cousin? Little Madman was the nickname that Coco-san gave Chu Feng when he was young. Only this carefree cousin liked to call him that. Feeling the softness in front of him, Chu Feng felt helpless. Big sister, don't you know that there should be a prudent reserve between the sexes? They are already so old. It's not quite right to behave like when they were kids, isn't? However, he had to appear very happy. Miss you. I lost all appetite for food and drinks every day. Ha, that's more like it. Let me tell you secretly, your cousin is also a D-rank cultivator now. If anyone bullies you in the future, I'll help you beat him up. Coco-san boasted proudly. This surprised Chu Feng. Chu Feng had been in too much of a rush earlier, and had not had the time to assess. It was fine if he did not look, but to his surprise, his two sisters had already become D-rank cultivators. Seeing Chu Feng's astonished gaze, Coco-san became even more proud. Isn't the assessment for Huaxia Warrior University about to begin? All the universities, the military, and other organizations have the mission indicators given by the higher-ups. In order to increase the passing rate of the students, our university has already prepared a seeded team. Sairu and I are both very talented and have passed the preliminaries. After that, we obtained some resources and actually broke through directly. We are really geniuses. Yes, geniuses indeed. Chu Feng could only agree. This was good too. Originally, Chu Feng planned to use his resources to increase the strength of his family. At the very least, they could protect themselves. Of course, it would be even better if their talent was not bad. Perhaps it was because she felt that Chu Feng was being perfunctory. Coco-san pouted, "Little madman, do you not trust me?" "Humph. To think that I was so kind as to want to introduce two great experts to you." Coco-san pouted even more, but she still pulled the siblings to her side. "Look, my girlfriend, Li Yi, and her brother, Li Peng. They are both powerful spiritual energy cultivators. Let me tell you a secret. They are also ancient martial artists. Build a good relationship with them. When you become a cultivator in the future, they can bring you to the abyss." Beside her, Leah hurriedly tugged on the corner of Coco-san's shirt, her face flushing red. She whispered in embarrassment, "Coco, stop talking." She cursed inwardly, "Your brother is too strong. He beat my brother up like he was beating a chick. Bring him into the abyss? Did you ask if he was willing to take us?" However, Coco-san was mistaken. It was as if she had discovered a new world. "Ah. Xiaoya, are you shy? Oh my god, do you like my cousin? That's great." Leah was so embarrassed that she almost tore her shoes. She looked at her brother Li Peng for help. However, she realized that Li Peng had his neck straightened. He did not even dare to glance at Chu Feng. He was still muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Leah was so angry that she wanted to strangle him. Chu Feng smiled and tried to smooth things over. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you to take care of me in the future." "Definitely, definitely," Leah hurriedly responded. Li Peng simply did not hear it. At the side, Uncle Sun Jianbin, Chu Tianlai, and Sun Yenying called them. "Let's go home first." Coco's mom made a table full of delicious food. As the host, Sun Jianbin pulled his sister and brother-in-law into the car. Chu Sairu followed closely behind. Chu Feng had wanted to sit in the same car as his parents. After thinking about it, he suddenly smiled and greeted his uncle. "Second uncle, I'll take Sis Coco's car." Without waiting for his second uncle to respond, he got straight into the back of Coco-san's little car. Seeing that the situation was not good, Leah snatched the front passenger seat. She did not want to sit with Chu Feng. Her brother had offended him all along the way. He should take responsibility for his own mistakes. Li Peng was left in tears. Taking mincing steps, he got into the back seat. He did his best to stick close to the window and distance himself from Chu Feng. "Brother Peng, are you carsick? Let me wind down the window for you," Coco-san asked in bewilderment. "And no, I'm not. Just drive." Li Peng coughed awkwardly. With the momentary noise from the car, Chu Feng spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear, such that Li Peng heard the voice clearly. His voice was faint, but it was filled with threat. "Don't have any designs on my two sisters. Otherwise, I'll settle the old and new scores with you, understand?" Chapter 84, A Show of Strength. This voice made Li Peng tremble in fear. He frantically nodded. He was afraid that Chu Feng would touch his shoulder again if he was slow. After learning that Chu Sairu's younger brother was Chu Feng, even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to have any designs on her. Chu Feng was very satisfied. Hence, he stopped scaring Li Peng. He secretly took out a life potion. He pretended to accidentally touch Li Peng's shoulder. Li Peng was so frightened. Thinking that Chu Feng was going to teach him a lesson again, he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the next moment, he felt a warm feeling on his shoulder. The bone fracture seemed to have recovered in an instant. Not only that, but the spiritual energy in his body also suddenly surged. It was as if he had eaten something nutritious. It actually increased by a large amount. With his strength, it would have taken him some time to break through to the C rank. However, after the warm current entered his body just now, he was so close to breaking through to the C rank. SS, Li Peng looked at Chu Feng incredulously. His heart was in turmoil. Was it him? What kind of treasure did he just use on me? However, Chu Feng shook his head lightly, indicating for Li Peng to shut up and not speak. Li Peng could only suppress his shock. He grew even more afraid of Chu Feng. This guy is too mysterious. He just casually took out a little treasure and I almost managed to level up. This was much more effective than the C-rank water cloud fruit he had consumed previously. Needless to say, Life Potion did not know that it was the Life Potion that cost 100,000 points each. Even if it was just a trace, the effect was much better than any fruit. To Chu Feng, this was nothing, but to low-level warriors, it was a treasure. Chu Feng felt that even though that fellow's mouth was a bit foul, he was still his older cousin's friend. It was not a good idea to crush his bones. He might as well make up for it. Unexpectedly, his image in Li Peng's heart suddenly became mysterious and lofty. Chu Feng and Li Peng remained silent the entire time. On the other hand, Coco-san and Li Yi chatted nonstop. Neither of them realized what had happened in the back row. the group ate a feast at Su Jianbin's house. At night, Chu Tianlai contacted Captain Wei. He planned to send Chu Feng over personally. Chu Feng immediately refused. He said that she had already made an appointment with the Li siblings and would be going over together tomorrow. He promised again that he would not sneak away this time. On top of that, Sun Jianbin insisted on taking the old couple out shopping the next day to see the prosperity of the capital. Chu Tianlai didn't continue insisting. After dinner, Coco-san and Chu Saira had to rush back as they still had training at night. There were only 5 days left until the Warrior University assessment. They did not dare to neglect their training. Not only did the two girls want to enter Warrior University, but they also wanted to take a gamble on the abundant rewards from the assessment. It was very useful for cultivation. The Li family siblings also found an excuse to leave. However, they promised that they would definitely come and fetch Chu Feng tomorrow. Chu Feng arrived at his new home with his parents. The night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Li Peng got an SUV from somewhere. They were already waiting for Chu Feng downstairs. When Li Peng saw Chu Feng coming down the stairs, he hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for him eagerly. Li Yi looked like she had seen a ghost. Why did it seem as if his older brother had become a completely different person after he sat in the car with Chu Feng last night? Not only is he not afraid of Chu Feng, he is even going to him with all his might. He even woke up early in the morning and dragged her to wait for Chu Feng. At that time, the sky was still dark. The siblings waited downstairs for more than an hour. Li Yi asked Li Peng for the reason, but this guy merely said mysteriously, "You'll have a bright future if you follow Big Brother Feng. Don't worry. I won't forget you when I get some benefits." Li Yi gritted her teeth in anger. How shameless can you be? You're much older than him. You're calling him Big Brother just like that? Once Chu Feng got into the car, Li Peng asked about his well-being. Chu Feng felt very uncomfortable. In the end, he had to give Li Peng a punch before he stopped. Li Yi cheered at the side. The few of them bickered as they left the city. Their destination was a military base in the suburbs. Northern Region, 7th Military Base. Captain Wei was in charge of the military base. During their conversation, Chu Feng also found out that the two siblings possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They were from one of the 10 great clans, the Sichuan Li family. The energy in Sichuan was quite powerful. This was not far off from Chu Feng's guess. However, what astounded Chu Feng the most was the fact that both of them were from the special forces. It was even the kind of soldier kings. Chu Feng was speechless for a moment. Are all the soldier kings like Li Peng? However, in terms of strength, Li Peng deserved his title as a soldier king. The advantage that martial artists had over ordinary people was too obvious. Furthermore, Chu Feng also found out that most of the people trained by Captain Wei were from the army. There were also some people who were sent over by the various great clans. In short, there were over 100 students there. As they chatted, they got close to their destination. The military base was located halfway up a short mountain. The mountain road was rather steep. However, Li Peng's driving skills were not bad. He steadily parked the car in front of the military base. There was a large sign in front of the base, "Military Base, authorized personnel only." Before Chu Feng and the others got out of the car, several armed soldiers had already surrounded them. "What are you here for? Do you have any identification?" Even though Li Peng was being respectful to Chu Feng, his rank in the army was not low. He directly handed over his and Li Yi's identification documents. "Sir." The soldier hurriedly saluted after seeing it. However, he still looked to Chu Feng and indicated for Chu Feng to show his identification documents. Unfortunately, Chu Feng only had an identity card. Li Peng hurriedly said, "He's with us." Captain Wei asked him to come. "His name is Chu Feng. You can call him and ask him." Hearing Chu Feng's name, the soldier nodded and let them pass. "Captain Wei specially instructed us today." "All right, you guys can go in." Li Peng drifted and drove the car in. This military base was quite large. There were all kinds of training facilities. Li Peng felt his hands itch. He found a parking lot and parked his car. After the three of them got out of the car, they realized that there was a large square beside them where many people were training. Beads of sweat poured down like rain, and every punch hit flesh. Someone noticed the trio. He pointed at Chu Feng and the others and laughed loudly. "Yo, there are newcomers again. This is going to be interesting. Who's going for it this time? Let these newcomers know the rules here. Big Brother Bakwan, it should be my turn this time. That old monkey beat me to it last time." Everyone turned to look at the burly man sitting on the stage. The man was full of bulky muscles. His bronze skin was filled with explosive energy. His fists were covered in scars. The burly man said indifferently, "In that case, let Skinny Monkey do it. Just educate them a little. Don't be too harsh." All right. The tall man called Skinny Monkey couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Chu Feng and the others and shouted, "Hey, you fellas over there. Yeah, that's right, you guys. Come over here." Someone else joined in, "Brother Monkey, think of something new this time. Don't use the same tactics. All right, watch me." Hee hee, I love seeing these newbies crying their eyes out. Chapter 85. So this thing has a name. Chu Feng and the others had just gotten out of the car and had yet to stabilize themselves when they heard people shouting for them in the plaza. "You called us?" Li Peng's eyebrows knitted together. He came from the army. He knew that every place liked to put newbies in their place. It was easier to manage them in the future. He had done this many times before, however, when he became a newbie. Bah! What kind of shitty rule is that? Comment, Li Peng sneered. Could it be that these fellows take us to be little lambs? Then, he turned around and took complete charge for Chu Feng and Li Yi. "Big Brother Feng, Xiaoya, just watch. I will let them know that in this society, they will be beaten up if they take advantage of their seniority." At this moment, Li Peng became arrogant again. It was in his nature. Once he felt that there was no threat, he would be fearless. Chu Feng did not mind. In his eyes, it was a farce. These people were no different from children playing house. There was no need to run away, as these people might find fault with him then. He would avoid a lot of trouble if he were to defeat them. Chu Feng had always been someone who detested trouble. Generally speaking, the dead would not cause trouble. Following that, Li Peng led the way while Chu Feng and Li Yi followed behind. They arrived at the square. Whoosh, a group of people surrounded them. Li Peng crossed his arms in front of his chest and glanced at everyone with disdain. His cool stance made people want to bash him up. "You guys, are you calling me for something?" Hee hee, another arrogant newbie who doesn't know his place. I like taming such unruly little fellows. Skinny Monkey did not get angry and chuckled. "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Now, run 100 laps around this plaza and we can take it as getting to know each other. I can spare you a beating then." The plaza was at least the size of 2 football fields. 1 lap was 1 kilometer. Running 100 laps consecutively, even martial artists would not be able to take it. This was clearly making things difficult for him. Needless to say, Li Peng would not indulge him. He sneered, "Cut the crap. I know the rules. Let's do it. Do you want me to just kill you, or do I kill all of you?" These words immediately filled them with hatred. Chu Feng had to admit that Li Peng was an expert at courting hatred. Li Peng did not even notice that the group of people were only staring at him and had completely ignored Chu Feng and Li Yi. Skinny Monkey could not react in time. FCK, this newcomer is even more arrogant than me. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. Just do it and get it over and done with. While the two were talking nonsense, Chu Feng took a rough glance at the crowd in the plaza. He had just taken a look. There were actually quite a few experts in the plaza. The one called Baquan was actually a C-rank warrior. The Skinny Monkey they sent out was also a peak D-rank warrior. If Li Peng was careless and underestimated his opponent, he might be beaten up. After thinking about it, Chu Feng reminded him, "Don't be careless. The other party isn't weak either." However, Li Peng did not take it to heart. Yesterday, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was feeling extremely stifled. He also wanted to engage in a big battle and break through to the C rank. "Don't worry, Big Brother Feng. I'll make him kneel down and apologize to us." Hearing this, Chu Feng looked at Li Peng with sympathy. This guy might be out of luck. Forget it, can't be bothered to say anymore. One will only learn after suffering a loss. The people around them formed a circle. In the middle were Li Peng and Skinny Monkey. The two of them were ready to attack. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey exploded, and he seemed to have turned into an agile monkey. The spiritual energy fluctuations of a peak D rank could not be concealed. There were also strong internal energy fluctuations. At that moment, Li Peng's expression changed slightly as he solemnly said, "The Wang family of the Northern Ridge? Ha, you do have some good judgment." Skinny Monkey didn't hide it either. With that, he charged forward, monkey fist. He was so fast that Li Peng couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Li Peng had a good foundation. He reacted at the 11th hour. He displayed a mix of spiritual energy and internal energy without reservation. They were both at the peak of the D rank. However, compared to Skinny Monkey, his power was not condensed enough. "The Li family of Sichuan? You're not bad yourself." Skinny Monkey also recognized his technique and sneered, "Just nice, our families still have some old grudges. Let's get some interest from you first." Then, without giving Li Peng a chance to react, he executed the monkey fist with all his might. Li Peng could barely hold up against him. Chu Feng did not care about the battle between the two of them. Instead, he was very interested in the gossip. He glanced at Lin Yi beside him. Can you tell me about it? Lin Yi did not try to hide it and snorted. It's all because of a woman. My eldest senior brother and the eldest senior brother of the Wang family fought over her. And there was some resentment, causing the juniors of the two families to not get along. The most laughable thing is that woman ignored them completely. Oh? Chu Feng raised his brows. He loved to hear gossip like that. Nia Qinglan of the Panglai Immortal Realm. A demoness. Many people from the 3 sacred lands and the 10 great clans are her admirers. Lin Yi sounded very unhappy, so it's her. Interesting. In my previous life, the Panglai Saintess chased after me for half a year because of a small matter. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, just accidentally bumped into her while she was bathing. It wasn't intentional. Who asked you to bathe in a wild lake? That's not your house. How petty. While the two of them were conversing, Li Peng and Skinny Monkey's battle was also coming to an end. It was as Chu Feng had anticipated. Li Peng was careless and lost the upper hand. As his spiritual energy was not condensed enough, he lost in the end. He was being pounded on the ground. Both of his eyes were beaten into panda eyes. The people around them were all laughing. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look and turned her head away, too miserable. After teaching the first one a lesson, Skinny Monkey was extremely proud as he curled his finger at Chu Feng provocatively. You'll be next. You won't let a young lady get beaten up for you. Right? Chu Feng looked at Skinny Monkey with a faint smile. This guy's ability to court hatred isn't low either. Chu Feng admitted that he had a slight urge to beat him up, but thinking about it, isn't it a little too embarrassing for him to personally take part in a fight between children? What if someone found out about his identity one day? How would the rumors spread? The top on the spiritual energy golden ranking list, God Feng, battled a D-rank expert. Chu Feng could not afford to lose face like that. To prevent that from happening, Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He walked over to Li Peng, who was lying on the ground and too ashamed to face anyone. He took out a golden fruit from his bosom. Hey, eat it and help me go for another round. You won't lose this time, trust me. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Li Peng looked up. He happened to see the golden spiritual fruit in Chu Feng's hand. His eyes widened and he stuttered, B-rank treasure, golden sacred fruit? For me to eat? Chu Feng asked in surprise, so this thing has a name? Chu Feng had casually taken it out from his storage space. He really didn't have anything worse than this. He couldn't help but sigh. This trash actually has a name. Seeing that Chu Feng did not respond, Li Peng asked cautiously, Big Brother Feng. Are you really going to let me eat the golden sacred fruit? Chu Feng nodded indifferently. Of course, I still need you to give him a few tight slaps. Chu Feng casually took out the golden sacred fruit. The crowd was petrified. Skinny Monkey thumped his chest indignantly. Give it to me, isn't it just a slap? Give me a number. Till slap myself. Chapter 86, Subduing the Enemy Without Fighting. The moment the golden sacred fruit appeared, everyone's breathing became heavier. In the current times, there weren't many D-rank spiritual fruits. C-rank spiritual fruits were already very precious. As for B-rank spiritual fruits, it was equivalent to having a mine. It was so extravagant. Thus, Chu Feng's act of wasting treasures was simply too excessive. Everyone felt that it was not worth it. Wasting a Class B treasure just so that a D-rank warrior could defeat another D-rank warrior. The maximum effects of the B-rank spiritual fruit could only be brought out when it was slowly turned into mist and combined with other precious materials. Nobody used it like that. The crowd was discussing fervently, how about just asking Skinny Monkey to apologize? Such a precious treasure would be wasted for nothing. However, Chu Feng acted as if he did not notice the gazes of the crowd. Is it precious? I can't even be bothered to use this thing, so be it if it's wasted. Besides, I can still vent my anger. Chu Feng felt that it was very worth it. Hey, do you want it or not? If not, then forget it. Chu Feng was displeased to see that Li Peng was still sitting on the ground. Twat it. Li Peng sprang up from the ground, taking 3 bites and 2 big bites. He directly swallowed the golden sacred fruit. He was afraid that Chu Feng would go back on his word. He still left a bite behind and planned to throw it to his sister. Chu Feng looked at the saliva on it and interrupted him in disdain. Don't. You've already eaten it. I still have more. If you fight beautifully, I'll give Shaya another one, Chu Feng said indifferently. He really had a lot of these things. He had drawn so many treasure chests, most of them contained stuff like this. Hearing what Chu Feng said, Not only was Li Peng stunned, the others also looked at Chu Feng with their mouths agape. They were collectively petrified. You still have more. How rich are you? After eating the spiritual fruit, Li Peng felt his whole body burning uncomfortably. The minor injury from earlier had already been healed. He desperately wanted to find someone to have a huge battle. Skinny Monkey was the best opponent. He charged towards Skinny Monkey like a madman. At this moment, Li Peng was full of vigor. Every punch and kick bore a ferocious wind. His speed had also increased significantly, and he was no slower than Skinny Monkey. Anyone with eyes could tell that Li Peng was transforming into a C-rank warrior. Skinny Monkey was unable to hold up against him. After a few blows, he was knocked to the ground. Li Peng remembered Chu Feng's request. Don't hit anywhere else, just smack Skinny Monkey's mouth. Within seconds, Skinny Monkey's mouth was swollen like a ham sausage. He couldn't even speak properly. Terrified from the beating, Skinny Monkey hurriedly sought help from his big brother. Big brother Baquan, hit me. Hit me. His mouth was swollen and he could not speak clearly. His help me also became hit me. In the middle of the crowd, the stocky man's expression turned extremely ugly. Baquan is a rank warrior. He was also from the Wang family of the North Ridge. He was Skinny Monkey's older cousin. Watching his own brother being treated like this, Baquan would not be considered domineering enough if he could still tolerate it. Enough, stop. Baquan shouted angrily. He wanted to stop Li Peng, but how could Li Peng care about him now? Chu Feng's words were the heavens. If Chu Feng did not get him to stop, Li Peng would not stop even if that guy was beaten to death. He continued to pummel him. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Baquan's voice turned cold. Chu Feng dug his ears. Friend, this is against the rules. When my friend was beaten up earlier, I didn't ask for the competition to end, did I? Baquan snorted. He was in the wrong. Give me some face and I'll acknowledge you as my friend from now on. Chu Feng casually blew the earwax that he had just dug out. Give you face? Is it as valuable as a golden sacred fruit? The moment he said that, Li Yi could not help but laugh. Chu Feng is simply too sarcastic. He casually threw out a golden sacred fruit, but now, he's comparing Baquan with the golden sacred fruit. Isn't he clearly saying that Baquan's face is nothing? Baquan's expression turned utterly cold. Chu Feng made him feel threatened, therefore, he did not intend to fight alone. They had the advantage in numbers, so ganging up on Chu Feng would exhaust him to death. Men, attack. I want to let this kid know the consequences of having a foul mouth. The crowd froze. Even though they were unable to see through Chu Feng, they were still able to tell that Chu Feng was a genius. However, Baquan's usual dominance was rooted too deeply in them. Some people still slowly walked towards Chu Feng. Seeing that, Chu Feng smiled lightly. He suddenly asked Li Yi, Shaya, do you know what the highest realm of warriors is? Li Yi was stunned. She did not understand why Chu Feng would suddenly ask that. She was really curious. What is it? Chu Feng grinned. The highest realm of warriors is called subduing the enemy without fighting. Then, in the next instant, a row of B-rank spiritual fruits suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng. None of them were inferior to the golden sacred fruit. The moment they appeared together, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to have become much denser. Chu Feng said nonchalantly, now, I will start to put up a bounty. I will give a small piece of B-rank fruit as a reward for just hitting that big idiot called Baquan. I will give 2 small pieces of B-rank fruit for slapping his face and 3 small pieces for slapping his mouth. Anyone who just knocks this guy out, I'll reward him with an entire B-rank fruit. You can start now. Right after Chu Feng said that, the entire plaza was silent. He could faintly feel everyone's breathing becoming heavier. The next moment, everyone simultaneously turned around and looked at Baquan. Baquan, who had been extremely arrogant a moment ago, suddenly panicked. Although he was a C-rank warrior, he could not defeat so many people. He would be lucky not to be beaten to death. Are you guys rebelling? Baquan roared, but at this moment, no one cared about his words. You can't blame us for not being humane. It's just that he is offering so much. No one knew who started it. The next moment, everyone fought to be first, afraid that they would be left behind. Sneak attack, strangling, wedgie, they would do anything. Baquan had initially wanted to incite the crowd to beat Chu Feng up. However, he did not expect that her cleverness would backfire on him. All of a sudden, he had trapped himself in. Li Yi was speechless. She looked at Chu Feng. So this was what you meant by subduing the enemy without fighting, throwing money. One just needs to throw money wildly. Everyone was engaged in a heated battle. Li Peng was envious. Leaving Skinny Monkey behind, he also joined in the fun. Skinny Monkey, who was no longer being beaten, observed for a while. The next moment, he walked towards his big brother hesitantly. Damn monkey. Are you trying to rebel? Don't forget who I was beaten for. This scene was witnessed by Baquan. he was so angry that his liver trembled. He was careless and got punched in the nose again. It was so painful that Bakwan teared up. In the face of his big brother's accusation, Skinny Monkey could not help but shout, "Big brother, we should keep the goodies within the family. Let me hit you a few more times. When we get the fruit later, we can share it." This tempting deal nearly made Leah collapse from laughter. She was hunched over and laughing nonstop. Even Chu Feng was unable to contain his laughter. Interesting, Skinny Monkey's actions were rather timely to cut losses. This farce lasted for a full 10 minutes. Only then did Chu Feng shout, "Alright, let's stop here. I saw how many times each of you hit him just now. Come and get the fruit." Boom! The crowd immediately threw down Bakwan, who was badly mangled. They lined up before Chu Feng. The pitiful Bakwan's eyes were blue-black, his nose bridge had collapsed, and his mouth was swollen badly. Lying helplessly on the ground, he watched as his own brother joined the queue. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "Tell me, what the hell is going on?" Chapter 87, Filial Piety is Great. He looked at the group of people in front of him who were eagerly waiting. Chu Feng did not hesitate. Using his hands as knives, he split each fruit into small pieces. Even so, every small piece of B-rank fruit contained energy comparable to a normal C-rank fruit or even higher quality. Hey, you get 2 pieces. Don't try to deny it. You were pushed out of the crowd after just 2 punches. You only get 1 piece. If you doubt me again, you won't even have this piece. Let me add on, although I'm not lacking in fruits, I don't want to be a sucker either. I saw clearly how many strikes you guys hit and which spot you hit. If anyone dares to lie to me again, don't even think about getting a piece. Go away. You didn't even manage to squeeze in and you still have the face to ask for fruits. Thus, today, a harmonious scene appeared in the plaza of the military base. A group of people lined up neatly and claimed fruits. Chu Feng was not lying. There was no need for him to act dumb and not give them. He did not lack these things. Only 5 or 6 fruits were taken out. It was not worth mentioning, those who had put in the effort earlier had all gained something. At the end of the distribution, Skinny Monkey then stood in front of Chu Feng somewhat bashfully. Chu Feng was unable to contain his laughter upon seeing how he wanted to refuse yet also wanting to accept it. In addition, his mouth was swollen from Li Peng's slap. He looked extremely comical, holding back his laughter. Chu Feng recalled what had happened. "TSK, TSK. Behave to say, you're the one who put in the most effort. You punched your big brother in the head, slapped him, and even kicked him twice. Oh. With so many people fighting with you, it was really not easy for you. A total of 5 pieces." When Skinny Monkey heard that there were 5 pieces of fruit, he got so excited that he forgot about the awkwardness. He received the 5 small pieces of spiritual fruits from Chu Feng. He turned around and jogged to the side of Bakwan, who was struggling to get up. His face was full of solicitousness. "Big brother, we had a deal. We'll split it equally. I'll take some losses and give you 3 pieces." With that said, he generously handed over 3 pieces of spiritual fruit. It had to be said that Skinny Monkey was very honest at this time. However, Bakwan wanted to die. Looking at his brother's smiling face, at that moment, Bakwan did not even hate Chu Feng anymore. Right now, he wanted to kill his younger brother the most. "You are so king filial, your filial piety is so great." He couldn't hold it in. He threw a punch straight at his face. Boom. Boom! Skinny Monkey could not dodge in time. He fell to the ground and rolled around while clutching his nose. "Io, big brother, why did you hit me? I gave you the fruit out of kindness, yet you hit me?" As he spoke, Skinny Monkey felt so wronged that he wanted to cry. Bakwan was so angry that his nose was crooked. How embarrassing. He struggled to get up. He furiously kicked his own brother. "Who the hell asked you to be so kind? Who the hell made you hit me the hardest? Who the hell asked you to give me half?" Every time he spoke, he would give him a hard kick. At the side, everyone watched with interest. Such a big show was not common. Chu Feng smiled faintly. He turned around and glanced at Li Peng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side and breaking through. A complete B-rank fruit was enough for him to break through to the C-rank. There might even be some left over. It would also be beneficial for his future cultivation. He picked up a complete B-rank spiritual fruit and threw it to Li. "Yeah, here, eat it. You can also break through to the C-rank." That was what Chu Feng had promised. Leah was a little shocked. "Big brother Feng, I didn't do anything to deserve this. Just take it if I give it to you." Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently. "Your big brother earned this for you. In that case, thank you." Big Brother foam. Leah accepted it silently. In the early stages of cultivation, she really needed such a spiritual fruit. She remembered this favor in her heart. Even in a great clan like theirs, a B-rank fruit could only be enjoyed by the most outstanding people. The two siblings had never received such treatment before. This favor was not small. As Ba Quan became exhausted, most of his anger dissipated. This farce ended. To Chu Feng's surprise, Ba Quan, who had calmed down, did not drag Skinny Monkey away in the first instance. Instead, he came to Chu Feng. Chu Feng had thought that he would say some ruthless words to retrieve some face for himself. However, Ba Quan actually cupped his fists at Chu Feng. "Brother, monkey, and I offended you earlier. I apologize to you. Now that we've learned our lesson, I hope this matter can end here. In other words, I admit defeat and will not seek revenge in the future. Also hope that Chu Feng will not bear grudges. It was best to move on from this." Ba Quan wasn't stupid. He was no longer a hothead who had just entered society. On the contrary, he was usually careless, but quite sharp at times. From the very beginning, he was unable to see through Chu Feng. Chu Feng casually threw out more than 10 B-rank fruits and had them playing in the palm of his hands. This kind of person was too mysterious. Furthermore, to have such wealth, Ba Quan could not afford to offend him. There was no real enmity between them yet. At most, it was a dispute caused by personal feelings. There was no need to make enemies. Moreover, when Li Pang and the others called the name Chu Feng, he vaguely thought of a name. A legendary name, God Feng, one, he was also an existence he admired. This was the main reason why he gave in. The top on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List, Bloodline Golden Ranking List, Pet Beast Golden Ranking List, and Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking List. Could it be him? Ba Quan had no idea, but it was better to believe it to be true than not. That was why the scene just now happened. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose slightly. From Ba Quan's gaze, he saw a lot. This is a smart person. Forget it. They are all going to be Captain Wei's cadets and would be comrades. There's no harm in giving him face. He stretched out his fist and exchanged a punch with Ba Quan. A smile appeared on Ba Quan's face. He knew this matter was done and dusted, following which, Ba Quan roared, "Welcome to the newcomers." The others also hurriedly reacted and cheered loudly at the same time, "Welcome to the newcomers." Instantly, the entire plaza was filled with roars. Leah was speechless. Big Brother foam is awesome, a newcomer reporting to duty, yet it seemed like a leader had arrived to conduct a spot check. With this ability, she was convinced. Chu Feng smiled faintly. He raised his hand to suppress the cheers. He asked softly, "I want to ask where Captain Wei is. I'm new here, so I have to report to him first." Hearing this, Ba Quan suddenly sighed. Captain Wei went to the city. He should be back soon. Chu Feng felt that there might be a reason for this. He waited for Ba Quan to continue explaining. Ba Quan took a deep breath. It's like this. Yesterday, Captain Wei suddenly received a notice from the higher-ups. The standard to enter the Warrior University from our 7th military base this time was doubled. But our resources were cut by half. Captain Wei was so angry that he went to demand an explanation early in the morning. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing that. Why did this happen? Skinny Monkey also came back to his senses at this time. When he heard the discussion, he continued angrily, "It's all because of those shameless bastards from the 3rd base. A bunch of shameless bastards. Their instructor has a strong background and doesn't get along with Captain Wei. They're obviously targeting us." Chapter 88, Going Too Far. Before Skinny Monkey could finish his sentence, an ear-piercing breaking sound suddenly came from the car park not far away. A few people in camouflage military uniforms alighted from the car. The car door was slammed shut. Even from afar, he could feel the anger in their hearts. Someone was still speaking furiously. Ba Quan took a look and said with a heavy tone, "Captain Wei and the rest are back, but it looks like the negotiation didn't go well." Hearing those words, Chu Feng also looked at them. 3 men and 1 woman, most of them were familiar faces. Captain Wei Xingguo was leading the way. Behind him was a beautiful girl. It was the genius researcher Lin Shaoling, who he met in the abyss. As for the tall man at the back, Chu Feng remembered that his name was Lu Ming. When they encountered the little nightmare-ingesting beast, he planned to sacrifice himself to buy time for his companions to escape. He was a good man. Fortunately, he was saved by Chu Feng in the end. Chu Feng was familiar with all 3 of them. As for the last slightly stooped old man, Chu Feng did not recognize him. Gradually, the sound of their conversation reached the plaza. Lin Shaoling sounded like she was about to cry. "Captain Wei, they are really bullying us. They claim that you are an expert in the utilization of resources and that you can make use of every resource to its fullest potential. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition between the various organizations, they must cut our resources by half. But those efficient ways of utilizing resources were also researched by us after paying a high price and putting in a lot of painstaking effort. Since when is it a sin to make the most efficient use of resources? Does it serve us right to give up our resources to them? What rights do they have? At the end, Lin Xiaoling could not help but cry. Behind her, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. That's one thing, but why did they raise our passing rate from 25% to 50%? There are less than 5 days left until the assessment. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for us? Are the higher-ups stupid? This is going too far. At the front, Captain Wei shook his head expressionlessly. He signaled for Lu Ming to stop talking. Beside the three of them, a slightly old man said in a deep voice, "Xinghua, we must reduce the consumption of resources. My suggestion is to use the few resources we have to focus on nurturing the most outstanding members like Ba Quan and the others. If they can perform well in the assessment, we will be able to handle the difficulties those people imposed on us." This meant that those who were not talented and displayed low efficiency in using resources would be eliminated. Concentrate on using the resources to only nurture a few faces. After all, without resources, no matter how talented one was, one would not be able to improve faster than others. If other people could use the misted C-rank spiritual fruit, you wouldn't even get a D-rank spiritual fruit. What could they use to compete with others? Wei Xinghua remained silent. The old man continued, "Xinghua, you have to make a decision. You can't be soft-hearted now. If those guys find a reason to target you, your career will be over. As far as I know, you've taken in the child of an old comrade, right? I heard that his son is just an ordinary person. If that's the case, the resources required would be at least several times that of a student. One more person would consume more resources. I suggest that he return." "Enough." Wei Xinghua suddenly interrupted the old man. "Old Huang, I understand your concerns. However, whether they can get into Warrior University is the most crucial turning point in their lives. I can't cut off their future and focus on nurturing just a few people. I can't do that. Old Chu's child can't leave either. Old Chu saved my life many times. Back then, he was already more outstanding than me. Originally, the opportunity to stay in the army was his, but in order to save me, he was injured too badly. That was why I gained the advantage. I can't forget these things. I know that old Chu hopes that his son will succeed. He has never asked me for anything in his life. Since he has spoken, I must help him accomplish it. As for the resources for old Chu's child, just use Jia Jia's resources." The old man frowned. "Jia Jia is your daughter. If you give your daughter's share to someone else, won't you be ruining her?" Wei Xinghua shook his head. "I know Jia Jia's talent. She likes to do research." The old man wanted to say something else, however, Wei Xinghua interrupted him. "Enough. Didn't you say that some choices have to be made? We're near the kids. Don't talk about such depressing things." With that, Wei Xinghua suddenly quickened his pace. He walked towards the plaza. Chu Feng's brows were knitted together as he watched those people slowly approach. Others might not have heard their conversation just now, but Chu Feng heard it clearly. He did not expect to encounter such a problem the moment he arrived. However, his father had good taste. The brother he acknowledged was quite reliable. Even if things were extremely difficult, Captain Wei still saved a spot for him. Chu Feng lowered his head. It was unclear what he was thinking. At that moment, Wei Xinghua and the others had already arrived at the plaza. Everyone looked at Captain Wei. They all gathered around anxiously. "Captain Wei, how was it? Have the higher-ups agreed to take back the order?" "Yeah, Captain Wei, how's the situation? Are we really going to have our resources cut by half? If that's the case, what's there to cultivate?" Wei Xinghua took a deep breath and spoke calmly. "Since everyone's here, I'll make an announcement. The higher-ups' orders will not change. In the future, all resources in the 7th base will be halved. The passing rate for the Warrior University must be above 50%, otherwise, all resources for the 7th military base will be ceased. I don't agree with this order, but I can't refuse a military order and have no choice but to implement it. In addition, I have submitted my resignation to the superiors. You will be my last batch of students. But don't worry. In these 5 days, I will do my best to maximize efficiency and make use of the remaining half of the resources to maximize everyone's improvement. As for the passing rate, I will not make any requests. Alright, dismissed. The crowd was in an uproar after his announcement. FCK, they must be crazy. They're pushing it too far. Captain Wei, don't be rash. Are you not going to lead the troops anymore? The old man in the military uniform looked at Wei Xinghua anxiously. Obviously, he didn't know about Wei Xinghua's resignation either. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions. A new era is coming. With your knowledge of the abyss, this is the best time for you to exercise your abilities. If you resign, your career will be over. Wei Xinghua's expression was calm, but he suddenly grinned. Career? So be it. I don't think it's worth it to serve those people, so I might as well leave. Wei Xinghua raised his hand to stop old Huang and asked, "Oh right, is old Chu's son here yet? Bring him out and let me meet him." At the mention of his old comrade's son, a smile appeared on Wei Xinghua's face. It was as if he was recalling the past. There was no scheming, treachery, or brown-nosing. Everyone was just filled with passion. Captain Wei, I'm here. My dad wants me to ask after you. Amidst the crowd, Chu Feng slowly raised his head with a smile on his face. Following that, the crowd parted to reveal Chu Feng. On the other hand, Captain Wei froze to the spot. Lin Xiaoling's eyes widened and she covered her mouth. Why is it you? Why do you need special training? Chapter 89. Tell me, can you do it? Right after Chu Feng spoke, Lin Xiaoling was the first to recognize Chu Feng. The others were slightly slower. As Lin Xiaoling finished speaking, Wei Xinghua and the others finally came to their senses. Upon seeing Chu Feng's familiar face, Wei Xinghua was shocked. He pointed at Chu Feng and muttered in disbelief, "How could it be you?" Ba Quan and the rest were confused. You don't even know the person who came for your special training? What a joke. Could it be that Chu Feng snuck in? Doesn't seem like it. Chu Feng grinned. Nice to meet you, Captain Wei. My dad asked me to say hi to you. He also said that he'll treat you to a meal in a couple of days and hopes that you will give him some face. Oh, right. My dad also said that if you don't give him face, he will tell the public about you writing love letters to the top 10 military beauties at the same time. Wei Xinghua's face turned red. He cursed. How can that be? That old bastard. Why does he tell the child everything? Then, he shot a fierce glance at Chu Feng. Besides, didn't you already blurt it out? This is definitely that bastard Chu Tianlai's idea. Wei Xinghua could tell that this was a plot. Indeed, the people around them tried to hold back their laughter. Turns out Captain Wei was a playboy when he was young. He was quite ahead of his time, cast the net widely, but selective fishing. What a scumbag. This time around, Wei Xinghua was certain that Chu Feng was that bastard's son. Only that bastard Chu Tianlai knew about this kind of embarrassing matter. He really had no idea who Chu Tianlai's son was before this. The two old pals had only mentioned it to each other. Wei Xinghua did not ask further. In any case, as long as it was Chu Tianlai's matter, he had to settle it no matter what. This resulted in the current situation. If he had known that it would be that ruthless Chu Feng, Wei Xinghua would rather die than be embarrassed. The monster who chased a B-rank nightmare-ingesting beast around the abyss over 10 days ago. Does he still need my special training? Just who was the one training who? Wei Xinghua had already cursed Chu Tianlai countless times in his heart. However, he still had to maintain the sternness of an elder. Ahem, Chu Feng, you. After thinking for a long time, Wei Xinghua really didn't know what to say. The young man before him was his savior. It was Chu Feng who had kindly helped Wei Xinghua. Captain Wei, my dad insisted that I come over. I don't dare to reject him. Just treat me as an ordinary student under you and train me as you wish. Ahem, all right then. Wei Xinghua looked around awkwardly. It was just to ease the awkwardness, but the more he looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at Skinny Monkey and the others, his brows furrowed. Your strengths. Why did it suddenly increase so much? Wei Xinghua had also become a D-rank cultivator by now. Naturally, he could feel the difference in the spiritual energy fluctuations on everyone's bodies. There were more than a dozen of them, and their spiritual energy fluctuations were much stronger than when he had left this morning. This speed of growth could only be achieved if everyone ate a C-rank spiritual fruit. Even when they had sufficient resources, they would first process the C-rank spiritual fruit into mist before all of them absorbed the energy together. When had they ever been so extravagant? When Skinny Monkey and the rest heard Captain Wei's question, they were also a little awkward. As warriors, after obtaining a spiritual fruit, they would naturally consume it immediately to increase their strength. No one would save something like this. However, they did not expect Captain Wei to see through it immediately. But how should they explain this matter? Should they say that they had beaten their boss up and that they were rewarded for it? It was easy to say, but it didn't sound good. Baquan's face turned green. If they had to explain it again, was it considered digging him out from his grave and whipping his corpse? At that moment, Chu Feng said with a faint smile, "Captain Wei, this is a small gift for my brothers." Hearing that, Baquan heaved a sigh of relief. He cast a grateful glance at Chu Feng. Wei Xingguo nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. That would make sense. In Wei Xingguo's eyes, it was very normal for Chu Feng to have some C-rank spiritual fruits with his strength. But this guy is too generous. A C-rank spiritual fruit is such a precious thing, yet he gave it away so easily. Thinking about the military base's current situation, Wei Xingguo sighed. In that case, I'll thank you on their behalf. The base is indeed in a difficult position now. You're providing us help in our hour of need. Hearing those words, Chu Feng smiled lightly. Chu Feng had heard everything that Wei Xingguo and the others had said earlier. Wei Xingguo was a loyal person and treated him well. Chu Feng did not mind returning the favor. Captain Wei, let me ask you something. How are the other bases doing? Wei Xingguo glanced at Chu Feng. He did not know why Chu Feng was asking about that. He sighed and spoke the truth. Right now, the third base is the strongest. Yu Minghai has trained more than 100 people and more than 30% of them have become warriors. There are even 3 C-rank students. They are far more powerful than the other bases. This time, their base has obtained a large amount of resources. After 5 days, this number might even double. In comparison, the difference between them was not small. There were only a dozen or so warriors in the 7th base. The others all had spiritual energy in their bodies, but they had yet to break through to the D rank. They could only be considered as reserve warriors. There was no guarantee that they would be able to enter Warrior University. Chu Feng nodded and said nonchalantly, in other words, during the assessment, the strongest base will only have 5 to 6 C ranks and 50 to 60 D ranks. Is that what you mean? Wei Xingguo nodded helplessly. What do you mean by only? Based on the current resources situation of his 7th military base. From now to the day of the assessment, he did not dare to think about C ranks. If there were even 20 D ranks, he would be laughing out loud. In fact, half of their resources had been deducted. No matter how effective his method was, one won't get anywhere without equipment. The outcome was already determined. Everyone understood the disparity. The atmosphere in the plaza became oppressive. Even Baquan clenched his fists tightly. He was indignant. If it was a fair competition, he would have nothing to say if they lost. But now, they had lost so miserably and so cowardly. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. The crowd saw that Chu Feng was smiling. He exchanged glances with Captain Wei and said calmly, Captain Wei, don't be discouraged. If I tell you that it'll take care of all the resources you need for your training, do you have the confidence to take down the third base? When Captain Wei heard that, he was happy at first, but then felt despair. Xiao Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but the cultivation of these hundreds of people is not enough with just a few or a dozen or so C-rank spiritual fruits. You need a large number of spiritual fruits for yourself to cultivate. I'll think of something. Chu Feng smiled and did not explain. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of spiritual fruits suddenly appeared before them. Each spiritual fruit was filled with dense spiritual energy fluctuations. Wei Xingguo was rooted to the spot. He looked at the row of spiritual fruits in front of him. His heart was pounding. He gulped. B rank. B rank, all of them are above B rank and above. He even saw an A rank Skyfire sacred fruit. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The jaws of Baquan and the rest fell to the ground. However, nothing came out. This astounding scene was forever imprinted in their minds. Seeing that, Chu Feng looked at the crowd and said indifferently, I'll take care of the resources, but I also have a request. In 5 days' time, all members have to be D rank and above. There has to be 30 C ranks and above. Tell me, can you do it? Chapter 90, The Power of a Finger. I'll take care of the resources, but I also have a request. In 5 days' time, all members have to be D rank and above. There has to be 30 C ranks and above. Tell me, can you do it? Chu Feng's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The fluctuations from the hundreds of spiritual fruits that were B rank and above made the surrounding air hot. Just a breath of the air was intoxicating. Everyone subconsciously gulped. Answer me, can you do it? This time around, Chu Feng increased his volume. It sounded like thunder. It woke everyone up. Bakwan was the first to regain his senses. He took a deep glance at Chu Feng. Then, he shouted without hesitation, "We can do it! Mighty God Feng!" Soon after, Skinny Monkey and the rest reacted, each was louder than the other, "We can do it! Mighty God Feng!" The commotion was like a sea with surging waves. Wei Xinghua and the others were astonished. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Then, he turned to look at Wei Xinghua. "Captain Wei, do you think we can defeat all our opponents now?" Chu Feng did not ask who was targeting Captain Wei and why. Those were Wei Xinghua's personal matters. All he wanted to do was to help Wei Xinghua slap some people in the face. Wei Xinghua would naturally deal with the rest. Sometimes, when you are strong, you are justified. With good results, he could naturally reason with the higher-ups. This was a temporary expedient. The person who was targeting him from behind could not possibly cover the sky with one hand. At that time, it would be the time for Wei Xinghua to counterattack. Needless to say, Wei Xinghua understood these principles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain his current position. Chu Feng was not worried. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Wei Xinghua suppressed the astonishment in his heart. He suddenly grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder. His voice was choked as he said, "Xiao Feng, thank you. Old Chu has a good son." Chu Feng grinned, "Of course. My dad's greatest achievement in life was giving birth to me." Chu Feng was not humble and did not even hesitate when praising himself. Wei Xinghua chuckled. The gloominess in his heart was swept away. No one would want to leave dejectedly due to someone else's scheme. Wei Xinghua had no other choice previously, but now, he changed his mind. With Chu Feng's support, not only did he want to fight for it, but he also wanted to seek revenge. As long as the team he trained shone brightly in the Warrior University's assessment, it would naturally attract the attention of higher-ups. At that time, all those people who were targeting him would get in trouble. Hundreds of B-rank spiritual fruits. Wei Xinghua wondered whether there were even that many spiritual fruits in the treasury. The little guy in front of him gave him too big a surprise. With the support of so many spiritual fruits, he felt that Chu Feng's request of 30 C-ranks was too little. At that time, having such a team on the assessment arena, who can compete with them, who can compare, who would dare to compete, everyone in the plaza was in a frenzy. Some people were curious about Chu Feng's strength. "Big Brother Feng, exactly how strong are you?" "That's right, what kind of strength does he have to be able to obtain such huge gains in the abyss?" Bakwan was curious as well. From the beginning till the end, Chu Feng had never made any moves. It was so mysterious that it made one's heart tremble. Captain Wei looked at Chu Feng. His intention was to ask Chu Feng if he should tell them what had happened in the abyss. He knew that very well. At that time, Chu Feng had already been able to chase after a B-rank nightmare-ingesting beast. He must be even scarier now. Chu Feng lightly shook his head and turned Captain Wei down. He turned to look at everyone and smiled as he said, "Curious about my strength?" Skinny Monkey and the rest nodded fervently. Too curious, they would be lying if they said they weren't curious. Chu Feng smiled faintly. "In that case, I'll let you guys experience it." Then, Chu Feng did not do anything. He simply pointed his finger forward. Like a dragonfly touching the water, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering might gathered at his fingertip. They merely sensed it from afar, but they could feel their entire body trembling. His finger slowly moved downward. The next moment, boom! Boom, boom! Boom! After a series of loud explosions, in an instant, and uniformly, everyone laid neatly on the ground. Even Bakwan, a C-rank warrior, was no exception. The might of just a single finger was truly terrifying. Bakwan's face turned red. He tried his best to stand up, however, he couldn't even move. His eyes were filled with shock. He had thought that Chu Feng would be stronger than him, but there was a limit to his strength. But who would have thought? It was a world of difference. The difference was too great. The others had the same expression. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes nearly popped out. How strong is he? In an instant, more than 100 people were crushed by a single finger. They couldn't even resist. Li Yi could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She glanced at Li Pang, who was still breaking through. Fortunately, her big brother admitted defeat quickly and apologized at the airport. Otherwise, they would have become enemies with someone like Chu Feng. They might be terrified even when they were eating and drinking. Captain Wei and the others were standing behind Chu Feng. Naturally, they were not pushed to the ground. However, the shock on their faces could not be concealed. They knew that Chu Feng was very powerful, but they did not expect that he had already reached such a level. At that moment, a name suddenly appeared in his mind: Chu Feng. Feng, not just him, there were also smart people in the plaza. Some people also vaguely guessed something. However, smart people had an advantage. They knew what to say and what not to say. If someone was willing to talk, they would naturally talk. There was no need to meddle in other people's affairs and annoy them. If they ended up offending Chu Feng because of that, it would be a great loss. As for Chu Feng himself, he was truly indifferent. When he made his move, he had already guessed that someone would definitely suspect his identity, but so what? With his current strength, there were not many people and things on Earth that he was afraid of. The state apparatus counted as one. They controlled large-scale destructive firearms. There were also nuclear weapons. Even now, he didn't dare to say that he would be able to save his own life in the face of that. Of course, the country wouldn't deploy them so easily. Other than that, there were other internal energy grandmasters who lived in seclusion. The strongest was even comparable to an A rank. He was still no match for them. Of course, it was also very difficult for the other party to kill him. Once the blazing wings of the sky were unleashed, even A ranks would be reduced to dust. There was another one. Chu Feng had other considerations. 5 days later, at the Warrior University's assessment, he would meet many familiar faces. In his previous life, Lin Yi was the one who had stood out and been the center of attention. In this life, how could Chu Feng allow him to have his wishes fulfilled? He wanted to make his appearance in the most dazzling way possible. He would crush Lin Yi completely. It would be best if he could never recover from this setback, as his strength would be exposed sooner or later. Chu Feng was not really bothered. As he pondered over this, he retracted his oppressive aura. Everyone on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as if their entire body had turned to jelly. However, in the next moment, someone exclaimed, "Why do I feel like my spiritual energy has become much more condensed?" That's right. I just ate 2 small pieces of B-rank fruits. My spiritual energy is still very unstable, but now I don't feel any discomfort. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Wei Xinghua couldn't help but take another glance at Chu Feng. He must have done it on purpose. The oppressive might from earlier was both a demonstration of strength and assistance. He helped hundreds of people condense their spiritual energy simultaneously, this kind of extreme control that seemed easily done. Chapter 91, Successive Breakthroughs. Chu Feng's actions completely won over everyone's hearts. They all looked at Chu Feng as if they were worshipping a god. Wei Xinghua even had a feeling that right now, in the 7th military base, even his words would not be as effective as Chu Feng's. Of course, Wei Xinghua didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. Even he himself was completely won over by Chu Feng. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Awesome. I've broken through to the C rank. I'm only 20 years old. I'm really a super genius." It was Li Peng. Just now, he had been deep in cultivation and did not know what had happened. He absorbed most of the spiritual fruit's energy and finally succeeded in breaking through. He was bursting with confidence now and a little floaty. A 20-year-old C rank could be considered a genius. He wanted to enjoy the worship of the crowd. However, the awkward thing was, after he praised himself for a while, no one was even looking at him. Even Li Yi could not be bothered with him. Xiaoya. I broke through. Li Peng couldn't help but add again, I'm already at the same rank as our eldest senior brother. Oh. Unexpectedly, Li Yi merely replied indifferently, after seeing Chu Feng's finger just now. Who cares if you are a C rank? Even a C rank would be crushed by a single finger. Besides, this guy still doesn't know that Chu Feng has just taken out a pile of B rank fruits. After this, they could all break through to the C rank. So, you think you're awesome? Li Peng wanted to cry. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he went to face the wall and sulked. Time waits for no man. Under Wei Xinghua's arrangements, everyone immediately started a new round of cultivation. Everyone was arranged to be in a huge sealed space. It was similar to a basketball court. However, there were many strange wires in the air. Some unknown liquid flowed inside. Li Peng and his sister were among the people there. At that time, Li Peng had found out everything from Li Yi. He was filled with regret. He actually missed such an exciting scene. No wonder no one cared about him breaking through to the C rank. On the second floor was the control room. Chu Feng, Captain Wei, Lin Xiaoling, and the others stood in the control room. Through the huge transparent glass in front of them, they could clearly see that everyone had already quietly sat down cross-legged. Wei Xinghua explained, this was developed by me, Xiaoling, and many other researchers. I call it the spiritual energy extractor. This spiritual energy extractor can absorb active spiritual energy molecules from the air and purify them, turning them into pure spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed by warriors. Although the efficiency is low, and it's far lesser than the amount provided by the spiritual fruit, it's still an endless supply. In addition, if we throw the spiritual fruits into the spiritual energy extractor and turn it into mist, we can preserve the spiritual energy in the spiritual fruits to the greatest extent. This is our greatest research outcome thus far. Chu Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Captain Wei is indeed an expert. Won the abyss. He actually managed to develop this thing in such a short period of time. In his past life, similar places existed in the ancient realm of the desolate god, and the effect was many times stronger. However, for the current Earthlings, this was already considered a sacred cultivation ground. There was no need to fight to the death in the abyss to obtain an endless stream of spiritual energy. Just this alone was enough to make countless people jealous. Under Wei Xingguo's instructions, Chu Feng casually tossed a red B-rank fruit into it. He really didn't know the name, but as the fruit entered the pipe, it was immediately enveloped by a beam of light. Immediately after, mist seeped out from the surface of the fruit. Then, the mist was sent into the sealed space and was provided to all the warriors for cultivation. More than 100 warriors were cultivating at the same time. It consumed a lot of energy. However, the energy of a B-rank fruit could still allow them to train for a long time. Moreover, the quality was higher. The absorption rate would also be higher. It would be easier to improve, as expected. In the next moment, a warrior's face suddenly flushed red. He growled. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly increased. He then roared in excitement, applying for a D-rank evaluation. When did breaking through become so easy? Wei Xingguo muttered to himself. Before he could finish speaking, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The warriors on the first floor began to break through one after another. More than 10 reserve warriors broke through to the D-rank. Everything was as simple as eating and drinking. Chu Feng was completely calm. He had already expected this. Seeing the energy of the fruit being consumed, he threw in another one. It was also considered clearing his inventory. Keeping them would take up space. This cultivation session lasted for more than 2 hours. The first round of cultivation was the best. More than 20 people broke through to the D-rank. 3 of them even took the opportunity to break through to the C-rank. Li Yi, Skinny Monkey, and a young man in black. This way, the 7th military base already had 5 C-ranks, and this was only the beginning. Seeing that everyone was done with their cultivation, Chu Feng spoke through the loudspeaker. From now on, everyone will spend 2 hours every night to absorb energy. The rest of the time, you will undergo combat training. You must be able to completely control your spiritual energy before you can continue to absorb energy. In addition, we will implement a reward system in our team from now on. It will mainly be based on combat ability. The capable will climb up, and the weak will go down. I will reward those who perform well. Chu Feng's voice was somewhat serious. A warrior's rank could be increased using spiritual fruits and other natural treasures, but their strength could not. A B rank with weak spiritual energy might not be able to defeat a C rank with a solid foundation. Chu Feng, who was a C rank but able to fight against a spirit transformation expert, was excluded from this. After making other arrangements, all of them were sent to the plaza by Chu Feng to fight. They were not just pretending to fight each other. Chu Feng observed coldly from the side. If anyone were to relax, he would kick them immediately. At that moment, Chu Feng also had the intention of grooming his own forces. He would use these people to practice first. Of course, in his future team, he wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't a monster, he wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't a powerhouse, and he wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't a genius. He would create an invincible elite troop. It just so happened that Chu Feng knew who was a genius and who would definitely become an expert in the future. Imagine, if there was a team with the A ranks from his previous life as soldiers, and the S ranks from his previous life as generals. After being nurtured by Chu Feng, they would become a fearful presence for the Abyss Demon race. That was what Chu Feng was thinking. Since he had come to the capital, he had to do something. He watched the training in the plaza for a while. Chu Feng felt bored. He planned to go to Huaxia Capital University to look for his 2 older sisters. He had even given these outsiders such great benefits. How could his 2 sisters not have anything? Anyway, he had a lot of good stuff. He had to nurture those 2 beauties first. Furthermore, Chu Feng vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there seemed to have been an extraordinary expert in Huaxia Capital University. This time, he could go and meet that person. The other party should have already revealed their outstanding talent. With this thought in mind, he borrowed Li Peng's SUV and sped away. Chapter 92, Socially Awesome, Huaxia Capital University. Before the Abyss descended, it was one of the top universities in Huaxia. There were many academicians of the Academy of Sciences and experts from various fields who had come from there. This was where smart people gathered. Chu Feng drove to the entrance of Huaxia Capital University, as his off-road SUV had a military license plate. The security guard let him in without asking. Chu Feng gasped with admiration. Looks like Li Peng is not a good for nothing. At least his car is still useful. he entered the university campus. He was surrounded by green plants. A few students were walking along the road. Chu Feng merely took a glance and discovered that the ratio of spiritual energy cultivators in the capital university was not low. As expected of a top university, the students here were much better than ordinary people in terms of cultivation. Of course, Chu Feng was merely looking around. His main purpose was to find someone to ask where his two sisters were. Before the abyss descended, Chu Feng knew the academy they were in, but after the abyss descended, the departments in all universities had changed drastically. He did not know exactly where his sisters were, however, he had heard Coco-san mention that both of them had been recruited to the seeded team of the capital university. He just needed to find the seeded team. He parked the SUV in a random parking lot, then, he got off the car and decided to ask someone. There were not many seeded teams in a university. They should be easy to find, however, Chu Feng walked for 10 whole minutes without seeing anyone. Could it be a university holiday? But it's not time for that yet. Chu Feng was puzzled. Suddenly, he heard the shouts of girls coming from the field. There were piercing exclamations from time to time. Wow! Brother Hao is so handsome. Ah! Bai Zihao, I love you. This punch is so manly. It's over. I've fallen head over heels. He is indeed worthy of being one of the top men in our school's seeded team. I'm willing to call him God. Chu Feng heard the voices. He raised his eyebrow. He has something to do with the seeded team? In that case, he should know where Big Sister Sairu and Big Sister Coco are. Chu Feng walked straight towards the crowd on the field. When he got closer, he saw that on the observation platform, a handsome short-haired young man was working hard on a set of boxing techniques. From time to time, there would be sounds of air being torn apart. A group of girls were gathered around. Every time the young man threw a punch, the girls would cheer. Chu Feng felt embarrassed upon seeing that. Did they all really understand his punches? He really didn't know whether these girls were enjoying that young man or his punches. The boxing technique executed by the young man was called 5 Elements Fist. It was a silver-tiered boxing technique on the Supernatural Power Golden ranking list. For newbies, the mightiness of it was not bad and it was not expensive. It was very cost-effective. In his previous life, there were many people who cultivated it. Chu Feng had also practiced it for several days. Later on, because it was not powerful enough, he gave up on it. But even so, Chu Feng had trained that boxing technique to perfection. All techniques, divine abilities, and domains could be divided into 4 small stages: entry, lesser mastery, greater mastery, and perfected. As for the young man before him, he was at most at the lesser mastery stage. And he was barely there. He just looked attractive but had no substance. It was nice to look at, but because it was too flashy, he did not understand the essence of it at all. Every punch of this young man was filled with flaws. If Chu Feng were to go up, even if they were to use the same spiritual energy and the same cultivation technique, he could kill the young man with one punch. Of course, Chu Feng had only come to ask about the 2 girls. That young man could do whatever he wanted. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered. Excuse me, thank you. Chu Feng arrived before the crowd and spoke courteously. He intended to ask the young man, however, before Chu Feng could approach him. He was actually squeezed out by these girls. A fat girl with a face full of pimples glared fiercely at Chu Feng. What are you doing? Do you want to watch our brother Hao fight? Get in line. Another girl chimed in. That's right. We all came early to claim our spots. You want to go to the front row without queuing? Dream on. If you want to learn boxing from Brother Hao, you should be more proactive. Serves you right for not having a spot. Looking at the girls who were complaining about him, Chu Feng had a confused expression. What the FCK is all this? I just wanted to ask for some information. Do you think I'm interested in your brother Hao? Is there a need to learn this fellow's boxing technique? I can beat him up 100 times with one finger. These brainless fans are simply unreasonable. At that moment, Chu Feng wanted to take back the words he said before about the smartness of the students in the capital university. It seemed like there were idiots everywhere. The commotion here affected the front row. Then, Bai Zihao also noticed what was happening. He frowned slightly. He suddenly retracted his fist. Ah! Brother Hao, why did you stop? I want to see more. You're super handsome. Yeah. Big Brother hasn't practiced long enough today. Bai Zihao ignored his fangirls. Instead, he looked at the crowd and said calmly, all right, let him in. Bai Zihao was speaking like a king. The group of fangirls made way. Bai Zihao pointed at Chu Feng. You look unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. Why are you looking for me? Before Chu Feng could answer, with his hands behind his back, Bai Zihao looked up at the sky in a showy manner. If you want me to teach you fist techniques, don't speak. I said that I won't take in disciples. These words caused the fangirls to cheer again. Chu Feng felt so embarrassed. Big brother, will you die if you're not pretentious? How can you be so shameless? It's true that when he was not embarrassed, then his listeners should be. This was not the end. Bai Zihao raised his head proudly again. If you really want to learn, my brother has a special class in lecture hall number 1 in school this afternoon. At that time, he will explain his understanding of the 5 elements fist. You can go and listen. Below the stage, many fangirls screamed, "Brother, how is what you said true? Oh my god, as the top student of the capital university, Brother Ziyuan is actually going to open a supernatural power course. I must go and listen." Me too, me too. Hearing everyone praise his big brother, Bai Zihao instantly became even more proud. His big brother was the source of his confidence. Bai Ziyuan was the top student in the capital university's Department of Warriors. He was an undisputed genius. He currently ranked 8th on the Spiritual Energy Golden ranking list. None of the people who could get into the top 10 on the C rank of warriors globally were simple. Bai Zihao was Bai Ziyuan's younger brother. At this moment, he was looking at Chu Feng with a slightly arrogant expression. Now, you can watch me practice behind my fans. If you're perceptive enough, you might be able to comprehend something. Chu Feng was truly unable to contain himself. Does this person really not know what shame is? He interrupted him. Don't, stop. I don't want to learn boxing. Even if I did, I wouldn't learn such a trashy punch like yours. It's full of flaws. I don't want to embarrass myself. Chu Feng spoke frankly. It was indeed trash. The fist technique itself was not bad, but Bai Zihao had practiced it poorly. The moment this was said, Bai Zihao was stunned for a moment in disbelief. Then, he flew into a rage. Bullshit. My brother taught me this fist technique personally. How can there be a flaw? Chu Feng smiled lightly and said casually, if your brother practices boxing like this, then your brother is also trash. If you're unconvinced, then hit me with your rubbish punch. Chapter 93, If you can't bear to lose, don't practice martial arts. If your brother practices boxing like this, then your brother is also trash. Chu Feng's words pierced Bai Zihao's heart like a sharp sword. He could tolerate others insulting him, but he would never allow anyone to say anything bad about his brother. Chu Feng's words caused the brainless fans present to go crazy. Led by the fat girl with a face full of pimples, they began to criticize Chu Feng. Do you know what kind of person his brother is? How dare you spout nonsense here? Who do you think you are? Have you not become a warrior yet? Let me tell you, Big Brother Ziyuan is a super being who ranks 8th on the Spiritual Energy Golden ranking list. Who do you think you are compared to him? How dare you call him trash? Chu Feng was not angry. Were they talking about Bai Ziyuan? The man seemed to be one of his targets today. There was no telling what the guy was like yet, but from the looks of it, he had quite a few brainless fans, and a younger brother with awesome social skills. Bai Zihao waved his hand and shouted angrily, silence. All the girls shut up. Chu Feng immediately felt that the world had become quiet. He grinned, don't be unconvinced. Even if your brother is here, I will still say this. If you're no good, admitting that will allow you to make progress. Bai Zihao's chest heaved up and down. He could no longer tolerate it. He said viciously, didn't you want to have a taste of my fist? Alright, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Chu Feng yawned, hurry up then. I have something else to do. This attitude of disregard made Bai Zihao go crazy. He instantly assumed the starting stance of the 5 elements fist. Seeing this, Chu Feng shook his head. That's the wrong starting stance. I don't know whether it's because your brother taught you wrong, or because you didn't learn well. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Bai Zihao roared and threw a punch. He used one of the 5 elements fist, the extremely violent fire fist. Your fist is too low when you punch, causing the resistance to increase. When the spiritual energy in the punch is circulated to your right fist, there is a pause of half a second. It is not smooth enough. After the punch, it is straight and lacks variation, not to mention that you haven't understood the most important essence of the technique yet. Chu Feng sighed, there were too many mistakes. As someone who had once cultivated the 5 elements fist to perfection, he could not bear to keep watching. forget it, to let you see what the true 5 elements fist is. At the same time, Chu Feng also moved. It looked like the same starting stance, but it gave off a sense of unity. He was like a porcupine covered in spikes that the enemy could not attack. Kid, watch carefully. The 5 elements fist shouldn't be performed that way. Chu Feng said indifferently. He only used a trace of spiritual energy. It was even less than what a reserve warrior could unleash. However, at this moment, the 5 elements fist seemed to have come to life in Chu Feng's hand. It exploded like flames. It was fine if he did not move at the moment he acted. It was as if a volcano had erupted. He threw a punch. The air seemed to have been ignited. It let out a painful screech. Chu Feng's fist arrived first. It collided with Bai Ziheo's fire fist. Boom. There was a crisp sound. Bai Ziheo's expression changed drastically. He was sent flying uncontrollably. His right fist was already deformed and twisted. The pain made Bai Ziheo break out in cold sweat until he hit the ground. Bai Ziheo was still unable to accept this. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. My brother taught me that technique. How can it be defeated by a nobody? In Bai Ziheo's mind, his big brother represented omnipotence. No one could surpass Big Brother. Even the fist techniques taught by Big Brother should be invincible. However, Bai Ziheo could not deny it. At the instant Chu Feng's fist arrived, he felt like a violent erupting volcano was pressing down on him. It could not be resisted. There was no way to dodge. Thinking back, he still felt lingering fear. Even his big brother had never made him feel such fear. What was even harder for him to accept was from the spiritual energy fluctuations of the guy who attacked him. The guy was clearly just a reserve warrior, but he had just stepped into the C rank, with such a huge difference in spiritual energy. And even though they both punched, he still lost completely. The brainless fans around them instantly shut up. Some girls had even written essays celebrating Bai Ziheo's victory. It suddenly occurred to them that the god in their heart had been defeated in an instant. He lost so quickly. For a moment, everyone was silent. Bai Ziheo looked at Chu Feng dejectedly. He asked in a hoarse voice, "You didn't use the 5 elements fist just now, did you?" At this point, he was still wishful. His opponent must have used a super powerful technique. It just looked similar to the 5 elements fist. Chu Feng sneered and shook his head. If you were such a sore loser, then stop practicing martial arts. You'll only embarrass your brother. The corners of Bai Ziheo's mouth twitched. He swallowed everything he wanted to say. Perhaps the fellow before him was right, but even if I lose, it doesn't mean that my brother's fist won't work. My big brother is invincible, yes. I'll go find Big Brother. Let Big Brother compete with him. Big Brother will definitely be able to defeat him. Bai Ziheo muttered to himself and walked out of the field anxiously. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly shouted, "Damn, I almost forgot why I came here. Let me ask you something. Do you know Chu Sairu and Coco-san?" Bai Ziheo was no longer as arrogant as before. He hurriedly nodded. "Yes, we're all classmates from the seated team of the warrior department." "Where do they live?" "Dormitory Building 7. All the girls from the seated team live there." "All right, you can leave now." After learning the address, Chu Feng was in no mood to pay attention to Bai Ziheo. He turned around and left. It was not until Chu Feng had walked far away that Bai Ziheo finally came back to himself and slapped his own head. Damn, I forgot to ask him his name. Forget it. He should be here to find Chu Sairu and Coco Sunday. I should be able to find him through them. Bai Ziheo muttered to himself and hurried to find his big brother. He did not even care about his adoring public. On the other side, Chu Feng did not think too much about it. He walked out of the field and forgot about this matter. It was just teaching a little kid that there was always someone better. It was really not a big deal. He asked around in the campus of the capital university. He finally found Dormitory Building 7. Downstairs, Chu Feng was in trouble again. He had forgotten to bring his cell phone. After spending a long time in the abyss, he tended to forget to carry these high-tech products after returning to Earth. How could he call these two girls down, just as Chu Feng was scratching his head? Suddenly, Chu Sairu and Coco-san walked out of the dormitory building. There was a girl beside them. However, Chu Feng did not recognize her. The three of them were all walking in a hurry. Sis Sairu. Sis Coco. Chu Feng greeted them. Coco-san was the first to discover Chu Feng. She said in delight, Xiao Feng. Why are you here? However, before Chu Feng could answer, Coco-san grabbed Chu Feng's arm and pulled him into her embrace. Quick, go to lecture hall number 1 and get a seat first. Bai Ziyuan will be explaining his 5 elements fist publicly soon. If we're late, there won't be a seat. What? Chapter 94, thrilled to see the prey, Chu Feng was speechless, so he was going to go against the Bai brothers today. Along the way, Coco-san dragged him forward. Behind him, Chu Cyrus smiled quietly. Coco, it's alright. There's still time. Let Xiao Feng catch his breath. He's not like you, who's already a warrior. Worried that her brother would be tired, Chu Cyrus said with concern. Chu Feng felt warmth in his heart, and his sister was the one who cared for him most. However, before Chu Feng could respond, the arrogant-looking girl who had been following Chu Cyrus suddenly spoke. Cyru, you're wrong. Brother Ziyuan is so famous. Many people will definitely rush to attend his public lecture. What if we're late and don't have a seat? I'm not as patient as you. After that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, in my opinion, your younger brother isn't even a warrior. It doesn't matter whether he goes to Big Brother Ziyuan's public lecture or not. He won't understand anything even if he goes. Chu Cyru frowned in displeasure, but before she could say anything, Coco-san immediately rebutted. From the looks of it, the two girls did not have a good relationship. Pang Yan, who are you looking down on? You've only been a martial artist for a few days, and you're already looking down on ordinary people? Who doesn't come from ordinary people? Just because Xiao Feng is an ordinary person now, he doesn't even have the right to listen to public lectures? Do you know what a public lecture is? As long as you come, you can listen. There's no discrimination. Even Bai Ziyuan didn't say that only warriors are allowed to attend the lecture. Why are you so condescending? It had to be said that there were also benefits to Coco-san's fiery temper. At that moment, Pang Yan was so angry that she could not say a word. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth. Alright, let's find out what he can learn. If he walks out of the lecture hall in a daze, Coco-san's face will be slapped. Who cares? Coco-san was not going to let this woman go easily. She was scheming, snobbish and jealous. Coco-san had long disliked her. However, the students who were from the seated team were assigned to the same dormitory. Coco-san was extremely disgusted these days. Sis Cyru, Xiao Feng, let's take our time. She can go for the spot she wants. As she spoke, Coco-san pulled Chu Feng and Chu Cyru. She glanced at Pang Yan provocatively. Humph. Pang Yan snorted. She had planned to get closer to Chu Cyru today. Yesterday, she heard that Chu Cyru had been awarded a C-rank spiritual fruit by the school because of her outstanding performance. Pang Yan was interested in that award. That was why she came with her. She wanted to see if she could get some benefits. This was all messed up by Coco Sunday. Damn it, in the end, Pang Yan could only speed up and leave unwillingly. Behind him, Coco-san stared angrily at Pang Yan's back. View as she subconsciously pinched Chu Feng's arm. Chu Feng grimaced in pain. My big cousin. If you hate her, why did you pinch me? Chu Cyrus smiled and said gently, let's go. Then, she suddenly thought of something. She glanced around to confirm that there was no one around. Chu Cyro carefully took out a shining spiritual fruit from her purse. Xiao Feng, take this. Go back and eat it. You should be able to break through to the D rank before the assessment. Chu Feng looked at the C rank spiritual fruit in his sister's hand and his heart could not help but feel warm. His sister had doted on him the most since he was young. At the side, Coco-san wanted to say that this was a reward for Sister Cyra's breakthrough to the C rank, but she swallowed her words. It was not bad to give it to Xiao Feng. Even if the two of them did not break through to the C rank, it should not be a problem for them to get into the Warrior University. It would only make the school unhappy. The problem was Xiao Feng. If he could not break through to the D rank, the assessment would be dangerous. Coco-san could still tell which was more important. Chu Feng was just about to decline the offer. He was here to give them spiritual fruits this time. So how could he accept their spiritual fruits? Chu Feng was going to state his purpose in coming here, but in the next second, Chu Cyro stuffed the spiritual fruit into Chu Feng's pocket. Don't reject me, or else I will be angry. Then, she grabbed Chu Feng's hand and walked towards the lecture hall. Chu Feng was about to say something, when Coco-san grabbed his other hand. Sis Cyro means well. Don't reject us. Let's go. We'll take you with us. Thus, Chu Feng was being held by the two beauties on his left and right. They walked quickly along the tree-lined path of the capital university. Countless young elites who passed by saw this scene and felt their hearts shatter. Chu Cyro and Coco-san were both among the most beautiful girls in the school, and they were real warriors. Their talent was outstanding. Their admirers could circle around the capital university 10 times. Now, they were actually holding a stranger's hand at the same time. What was going on? On the other side, at the backstage of lecture hall number 1 of the Capital University, a white-haired young man was calmly sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. Even though he was sitting quietly, his bearing was still extraordinary, causing people to take a few more glances at him. When the staff at the backstage passed by, they spontaneously slowed down. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing the white-haired young man. The backstage was silent. Everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, a sobbing voice broke the silence. "Big Brother, you must help me." The white-haired young man frowned and slowly opened his eyes. "How many times have I told you? A warrior must not panic when encountering trouble. Panic, other than making you lose your judgment, can't solve any problems. Big Brother, I understand. But at this time, don't lecture me anymore." Bai Zihao arrived in front of the young man, feeling a little aggrieved. The white-haired young man was the top student of the Capital University. "Bai Ziyuan, what do you want now?" Bai Ziyuan felt rather helpless about his younger brother. He was like a child, and he was not mature at all. Speaking of business, Bai Zihao reacted and hurriedly said, "Big Brother, this is a big matter. I met someone in the field today. He also practices the 5 elements fist." Bai Ziyuan shook his head helplessly. "There are many people who know the 5 elements fist. What's the big deal? It's different. That man is younger than me, but his 5 elements fist is ridiculously powerful. He saw me practicing and called me trash. He said Big Brother is also trash. I couldn't help but exchange a punch with him." "Oh?" Bai Ziyuan became interested. What was the result? Although his younger brother could not compare to him, his brother was also a C-rank warrior. His brother did not lose, right? Could it be the top student from another university? Then Bai Zihao deserved to lose, lost terribly. Bai Zihao replied dejectedly. Bai Ziyuan chuckled. "Winning and losing are common. If you lose in a competition of the same grade, so be it. This will let you know what 'there is always someone better' means. Your 5 elements fist has many flaws." Bai Zihao knew that his big brother had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "No. I lost. But he's not a C rank. To be precise, he's not even a warrior. But even so, he still defeated me with 1 punch." Before Bai Zihao could finish speaking, Bai Ziyuan, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up and looked at his younger brother with widened eyes. "You must not lie about this. Is he really not a C rank? I'm very sure. The spiritual energy contained in his fist is extremely weak." After listening to Bai Zihao, Bai Ziyuan fell silent. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. "Good. Good. Where is this person? I must meet him." Bai Zihao realized that his big brother's fist seemed to be trembling. He knew, that's not fear, it was excitement. He was excited to see the prey. His words had successfully piqued Big Brother's interest. He was secretly delighted. "Kid, just you wait. My big brother has made his move. Let's see how arrogant you can still be." Chapter 95. Can I trouble you to go on stage and fight? To Bai Ziyuan, there was nothing more attractive than a powerful opponent. He was a true martial arts fanatic. As for Chu Feng defeating his younger brother with only the strength of a reserve warrior, Bai Ziyuan was confident that he could do the same. His younger brother had too many flaws in the 5 elements fist. As long as one's understanding of the 5 elements fist was deep enough, and one seized the opportunity, defeating him wouldn't difficult. No matter what, that fellow was definitely a worthy opponent. Bai Ziyuan was really interested. He was the undisputed number 1 person in the Capital University. Even in the entire alliance of the 18 universities in the capital, he was still one of the top few. It was lonely at the peak. Point 1, there were not many people who could fight him. He ranked 8th on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. One had to know that the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List did not just depend on the grade of spiritual energy. In the beginning, as the Golden Ranking List did not understand each human, it could only rank them through their levels. But as the human warriors continued to reveal their strength, talent, and battle results, these were all parameters for the measurement of the Golden Ranking List. As the information on the Golden Ranking List increased, the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List would truly become a ranking of experts. For example, Chu Feng was actually a C rank with 65% spiritual energy. He was no longer the human warrior with the highest spiritual energy level. However, he still firmly occupied the top on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. It was because he could kill a spirit transformation expert. he also had a pet of the spirit transformation rank. Who could compare to him? In the lecture hall, Bai Ziyuan felt his blood boiling as he hurriedly asked, Zihao, tell me, what's his name? Where is he now? Bai Zihao scratched his head awkwardly, I forgot to ask. If Bai Zihao weren't his biological brother, Bai Ziyuan would have really wanted to kill this incompetent fellow. However, he once asked me about Chu Sairu and Coco Sunday. He should be here to look for them. Bai Zihao hurriedly explained, there's still time for us to find those two girls. Is that so? Then there's no need to look for him. Bai Ziyuan resumed his usual calmness and said indifferently, Chu Sairu and Coco-san also cultivate the 5 elements fist. They will definitely come to listen to my lecture. If that person is with them, he will naturally follow them. His voice was filled with confidence. Whoever cultivated the 5 elements fist, they weren't as strong as him, they all needed to come to his lecture. This was Bai Ziyuan's confidence. At the same time, Chu Feng was pulled into the lecture hall by the 2 women. The lecture hall was crowded, but the seats were not full yet. They had come at the right time. They found seats in the middle and sat down. Suddenly, Pang Yen shamelessly sat beside Chu Sairu. She still had some hope. If Chu Sairu were to turn that C-rank spiritual fruit into mist, she might be able to cultivate with her. Sairu, I've thought it through just now. I was too hasty previously and spoke without thinking. I have no intention of looking down on your younger brother. Don't take it to heart. Chu Sairu frowned. She did not want to talk with her. She merely nodded slightly. Pang Yan wanted to continue to worm her way into being friends with her. However, she realized that Chu Sairu had closed her eyes and was clearly not going to speak. She gritted her teeth in anger. She knew that it was hopeless to take advantage of her. Her expression immediately turned cold. She snorted coldly. What are you so arrogant for? I'll surpass you sooner or later. She turned around and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Time ticked by. Soon, the entire lecture hall was filled with people. Some of the students who arrived late had no seats and stood in the back row. Ding, the bell rang. Bai Ziyuan led Bai Zihao and walked on hurriedly from the backstage to the podium. He smiled and nodded at everyone. Everyone, I'm honored to be able to discuss the mystery of the 5 elements fist with everyone today. The moment he finished, the crowd instantly clamored. They shouted Bai Ziyuan's name in unison. The applause was like thunder. This showed how popular Bai Ziyuan was at the capital university. Behind him, Bai Zihao suddenly poked his big brother excitedly. He whispered in his ear, Big brother. He's really here. He's at seat 13 in the 7th row. Bai Ziyuan nodded subtly. He looked around. In the end, his eyes stopped on Chu Feng. Got it. You can go to the side first. Seeing him, Bai Ziyuan was no longer anxious. He would rather finish the lecture first. Following that, Bai Zihao got off the stage. With a calm smile on his face, Bai Ziyuan officially began to explain his understanding of the 5 elements fist. When the world was created, the 5 element, known as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, came into being. As for the 5 elements fist, it was born along with the world and is an interpretation of the laws of the world. As Bai Ziyuan explained unhurriedly and demonstrated with actions, from time to time, exclamations of realization could be heard in the lecture hall. The questions that had plagued them for a long time were suddenly cleared up. He was indeed worthy of his title as the top warrior in the capital university. Beside Chu Feng, Chu Sairu, and Coco-san were also fascinated. The content of Bai Ziyuan's lecture was very helpful to them. Chu Feng felt a bit drowsy. He was really not interested. Bai Ziyuan's understanding of the 5 elements fist was not bad. He was much stronger than his younger brother. He was quite remarkable for a young man of his age. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, he was really mediocre. There was nothing extraordinary. He didn't grasp the special qualities of the 5 elements fist at all. In this way, he was still far from perfection in the 5 elements fist. Chu Feng could not be bothered to look, but in the eyes of some people, it was another matter. Pang Yan had just suffered a lot from Chu Sairu and Coco Sunday. At this moment, she naturally wanted to take revenge. She said mockingly, Yo, Sairu, is your younger brother going to sleep? I told you there was no need for him to come at all. He wasted a front row seat for nothing. I was doing it for his sake previously. Why didn't he listen to my advice? Coco-san turned around and glared at Pang Yan. Watch your mouth. Pang Yan did not care about anything at that moment and sneered. Did I say something wrong? There are so many yearning warriors behind him who don't have seats. They can't even see clearly if they want to. Your younger brother can't understand anything, but he has taken a good seat. Even with Chu Sairu's good temper, she could not help but frown. Pang Yan, this is a matter of first come first serve. You are going a bit too far. Before Chu Sairu could finish speaking, Chu Feng smiled lightly and pressed Chu Sairu's little hand. He turned to look at Pang Yan and grinned. Senior, you can eat whatever you want. At most, you'll only suffer from indigestion. But if you speak nonsense, you might die. Chu Feng looked at Pang Yan with a beaming smile. An invisible killing intent seeped out of his body. It was so heavy that Pang Yan could not breathe. Pang Yan felt as if her entire body had fallen into an ice cave. For a moment, she did not know what to say. At this moment, the crowd suddenly cheered. It made Pang Yan awake. Only then did Chu Feng retract his killing intent. He listened to the discussions around him. The most exciting part of duel is finally about to begin. Love to watch Brother Ziyuan fight. It's so pleasing to the eye. According to the tradition, it should be by Zihao who goes on stage. He's strong enough to let Big Brother Ziyuan better display the essence of his fist technique. On the stage, Bai Ziyuan did not let Bai Zihao join him this time. Instead, he turned his gaze to the crowd before him. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng. A strong fighting intent erupted from his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Friend from seat 13 of the 7th row, may I trouble you to come on stage to practice with me?" Chapter 96, Fist Like a Sword. The moment Bai Ziyuan finished speaking, the entire lecture hall fell silent. Then, they finally came back to themselves. What? Who's at seat 13 of the 7th row? Could it be that a top student from another university, who's here for communication? That's probably the case. Otherwise, why would Big Brother Ziyuan fight him? Quick, find out who he is. The crowd was in a mess. However, Chu Feng was still sitting leisurely. The reason was simple. He really did not know his seat number. Who would look at their seat number when listening to a lecture? Of course, he really couldn't be bothered to check it. Suddenly, Pang Yan glanced at her seat number. It was seat 10 of the 7th row. Wouldn't that mean the third person on her right was seat 13 of the 7th row? Pang Yan focused her gaze and suddenly exclaimed, "It's you?" Pang Yan pointed at Chu Feng. Her voice was trembling. What was going on? Why would a grand character like Bai Ziyuan ask for Chu Feng? He even wanted to fight him. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? She had found out about this while chatting with Chu Sairu. His sister surely knew his strength, right? Me? Puzzled, Chu Feng turned around and took a glance. Oh, it's really me. Other than being a bit surprised, Chu Feng did not have any other emotions. It was a little unexpected, but not entirely surprising. He was standing up for his younger brother. This was quite common. That was how things went in novels. After the young people were beaten up, their seniors would defend them. He had to get used to it. However, before Chu Feng could say anything, the two sisters beside him suddenly stood up. Chu Sairu changed her usual gentle style. Her attitude was extremely unyielding as she stared at Bai Ziyuan. Bai Ziyuan, I don't know how my younger brother offended you, but if you want to take revenge, come at me. No real men would bully a kid. Coco-san also chimed in, that's right. No matter what, you're the top student in the capital university. Is this all you have? On the stage, Bai Ziyuan was somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? He was just thrilled to find a worthy opponent. How did it become bullying a child? The man broke the bones of his younger brother, a C-rank warrior. He couldn't be considered an ordinary person. Bai Ziyuan had no choice but to explain, Miss Chu, Miss Sun, I think you've misunderstood. I don't want to find trouble with this friend. Although he broke my brother's hand this morning, it was my brother who provoked him. He deserved it. I have no intention of standing up for him. Learned that your brother's 5 elements fist is quite remarkable. I was itching to spar with him. Bai Ziyuan was done explaining. However, the discussions at the scene became even louder. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with widened eyes. What? Did I hear wrongly? He broke Bai Zihao's hand? Big Brother Ziyuan admitted it himself. How can it be fake? This guy doesn't look like he has any spiritual energy at all. Is he actually that strong? Beside him, Chu Sairu and Coco-san were also looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. Xiao Feng, is what he said true? Chu Sairu could not help but ask. She couldn't believe it. The little fellow who was not even a D-rank warrior in their eyes could actually break the bones of a C-rank warrior. Chu Feng blinked twice and shrugged innocently. Oh, that's true. But that was because Bai Zihao's fist technique was too lousy and had too many openings. I used a trick to send him flying. They couldn't blame him for this. The problem was that none of them had asked him. Furthermore, in Chu Feng's eyes, this was not a big deal. The guy was just a C-rank warrior. Did they have to make such a fuss about it? After Chu Sairu heard Chu Feng's words, she fell into deep silence. A trick? What kind of trick could let him beat such a strong enemy? After a long time, Chu Sairu took a deep breath and muttered, "Do you really know the five elements fist?" Chu Feng nodded. "Humph, then go up and fight him. I want to see how much you've hidden from us." Chu Sairu snorted. She could not be bothered to ask Chu Feng about his strength. She would know everything once he went up and fought with Bai Ziyuan. To Chu Sairu, with Bai Ziyuan's strength, no one could hide their strength in front of him. Alright then. I didn't want to waste time. Chu Feng muttered. He really did not want to fight, it would not do him any good, but since his sister had spoken, so be it. Chu Feng was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but to others, these words were too arrogant. Damn. What is this guy doing? Does he think that he's Big Brother Ziyuan's match? No way, no way. Chu Feng could not be bothered with the surrounding crowd. What did they know? He walked up the stage slowly, he looked casual. On the other side, Bai Ziyuan appeared rather solemn. "Ariand, I won't bully you. You should still be a reserve warrior. In that case, I will suppress my spiritual energy to the same level." Then, he clasped his fist at Chu Feng. "TM Bai Ziyuan. Please enlighten me." Chu Feng merely nodded. In his opinion, it was indeed enlightenment. As for how much Bai Ziyuan could comprehend, it would depend on his luck. As for whether he could suppress his spiritual energy or not, that was up to him. It wouldn't make any difference anyway. However, Chu Feng had no idea. His actions caused an uproar. There were countless curses. There were boos everywhere. He asked you to enlighten him just to be polite. You didn't take him seriously, right? Is this the attitude that a master has towards his disciple? What are you so pretentious? Do you really think you're someone important? You're overestimating yourself. Opposite him, Bai Ziyuan had no expression on his face. He just made a starting stance. Chu Feng took a glance. Not bad. He could tell that the guy had some foundation, as expected of a genius at the peak of the A rank in the future. In his previous life, if given a few more years, he would have also entered the dollar rank. However, the man's current strength was still not worthy of Chu Feng's attention. "Give me a punch." Chu Feng said indifferently. Bai Ziyuan did not stand on ceremony. Like a ferocious tiger, he growled. He clenched his fists. They were as sharp as gold. It was the sharpest metal element technique of the five elements fist. On the other side, at the same time that Bai Ziyuan punched, Chu Feng merely took a glance at it. Then, he shook his head slightly in regret. As expected, you still haven't comprehended the essence of metal. If the man had comprehended the fist intent, he would have thought highly of him. What a pity. At that moment, Chu Feng felt extremely bored. He casually assumed the starting stance of the five elements fist. An indifferent voice sounded, "The best expert in the five elements fist. You're still far from it." At the end, Chu Feng suddenly burst out. He shouted angrily, "With the metal element fist, your punch should be like a sword, slashing through all the enemies in front of you. You must have an unyielding will. Your fist has softened. Your aura is not good enough. You are an amateur." Chu Feng did not do anything special. It was also a golden fist light. However, it seemed to contain the aura to break through the heavens. It seemed as light as a feather, but it was extremely heavy. It erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged forward. The seemingly light punch collided with Bai Ziyuan's burning fist, but at the moment of contact, Bai Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. He did not even care about keeping his promise of suppressing his spiritual energy. He immediately unleashed all his spiritual energy. Boom! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the lecture hall. While Bai Ziyuan was still in shock, he suddenly realized that Chu Feng would not spare him once he gained the upper hand. He charged forward and punched wildly. Bai Ziyuan could only exhaust himself dealing with it. At this moment, Bai Ziyuan subconsciously wanted to dodge. Chu Feng shouted angrily, "Don't dodge. If you dodge, your aura will dissipate. Harder. Harder. Treat me as your enemy who killed your father. I killed your entire family. You want revenge. You want to kill me. Kill me." Chu Feng's voice seemed to contain a strange demonic power. Instantly, Bai Ziyuan's eyes turned red. Chapter 97, Trash, Come Again. Chu Feng's words seemed to have stirred up the hatred in the depths of Bai Ziyuan's heart. His eyes were bloodshot. His body, which he had planned to dodge, stopped abruptly. The powerful pressure caused his bones to creak, but Bai Ziyuan didn't seem to notice. He had changed his usual refined image. He let out a beast-like roar, roar. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. At this moment, his fists seemed to have become two huge tiger claws. They had the power of shattering gold and rocks. He grabbed at Chu Feng ferociously. Ha, this is more interesting. Seeing this, Chu Feng was not afraid at all. He even burst into excited laughter. On the other side, Bai Ziyuan erupted with all his C-rank spiritual energy. However, Chu Feng still maintained his spiritual energy as a reserve warrior. This was more challenging. Take another punch from me. Chu Feng did not hide or avoid. His fist was like a sword. It was unstoppable. If you were a tiger, then I am a sharp blade. If you dare to reach out, I'll sever your claws. Chu Feng's eyes were sharp. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch. He pushed the five elements fist to its limits. The blinding light made the people in the lecture hall cover their eyes. Although the spiritual energy on Chu Feng's fists was far inferior to Bai Ziyuan's fists, everyone present still had an indescribable feeling. Somehow, they felt that Chu Feng was stronger. The next moment, the two metal element fists collided. It was as if Mars had crashed into Earth. A sharp airwave spread out. The wooden tables and chairs were instantly cut off. Oh my! Run! Warriors in the front row, block it. Otherwise, the people behind will be in danger. Ah! My arm has been cut, and even my bones are showing. A D-rank warrior covered his arm in fear. He sat in the front row. The airwave had erupted too suddenly. If he had not reacted fast enough, he did not know if he could save this arm. This is too terrifying. Are the airwaves already so terrifying? Then what happened to the two sides in the battle? This was what everyone was thinking. They all looked at the tattered podium. As the sawdust and smoke dissipated, Chu Feng stood there calmly, his clothes fluttering even without the wind. On the other side, Bai Ziyuan panted heavily, his right arm hung limply. His muscles were still spasming slightly. Obviously, it was the result of excessive exertion of strength. At this moment, Bai Ziyuan's bloodshot eyes gradually regained clarity. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at Chu Feng and said in a daze, Your spiritual energy was maintained at the level of reserve warriors. How can this be? He was a peak C-rank warrior. He was using the five elements fist which he was most proud of. Furthermore, what shocked Bai Ziyuan the most was what Chu Feng had taught him earlier. At that moment, his body seemed to have understood Chu Feng's teachings. That punch just now was at least twice as powerful as his usual punch. That mysterious feeling intoxicated Bai Ziyuan. It was a domain he had never come into. But even so, he was still the one who had suffered a crushing defeat. Bai Ziyuan could not help but fall into deep thought. At that moment, everyone present could hear a pin drop beside him. Bai Zihao was breathing heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. He could not believe his eyes. He was proud of his big brother. The invincible Bai Ziyuan in his heart was still not that fellow's match. His brother had lost even more miserably than him. In the audience area below the stage, Chu Sairu and Coco-san exchanged glances. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Was he still the younger brother who never grew up in their eyes? Is Xiao Feng a warrior? Coco-san muttered. Chu Sairu took a deep breath and shook her head in confusion. I don't know. He can't be. Just now, Xiao Feng's spiritual energy did not reach the limit of a D-rank warrior. Therefore, she could not be sure, but this was even more terrifying. He was not a warrior, but he had sent the top student of the capital university flying with a single punch. What kind of freak was this? Beside the two girls, Pang Yan was so frightened that she could not say a word. Her heart was filled with fear. She felt like a clown. She actually repeatedly mocked a five elements fist grandmaster, claiming that he did not know how to punch. If Chu Feng were to take revenge afterwards. After a long while, on the podium, Bai Ziyuan finally recovered. From that mysterious state of comprehension, there was no longer fear in his eyes. Instead, he was extremely excited, an elite, a true expert. The man's few words had nearly allowed him to comprehend the essence of the technique. At this moment, Bai Ziyuan had already placed Chu Feng in an extremely high position in his heart. Immediately after, there was a surge of fighting spirit. Bai Ziyuan felt that this was his opportunity. If the young man in front of him could teach him more, his five elements fist could definitely advance to another level. TM Bai Ziyuan. Please enlighten me. It was the same sentence as before, but now that it came from Bai Ziyuan again, there was an inexplicable feeling. He really wanted to seek advice. This time, no one in the audience defended Bai Ziyuan anymore. They seemed to consider it reasonable. Chu Feng sighed. Forget it, since he was already here, and since this fellow wanted to be beaten up so badly, he would just satisfy him. Bai Ziyuan did not dare to delay. He performed the water element fist, which rushed towards Chu Feng like a gurgling stream. Chu Feng did not hesitate anymore. he took a glance and assumed his role as a teacher. The water element fist should be like waves, overlapping each other endlessly. You should use softness to counter hardness. The water changes unpredictably, catching the enemy off guard. The sea may contain everything, and it can also destroy everything. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Let your fist transform into an extension of the waves. Use the force to fight and destroy your opponent. As he spoke, he used the same water element fist that sent Bai Ziyuan flying. Bai Ziyuan, who had fallen to the ground, was somewhat stunned. He felt an unbearable pain in his chest, as if his punch had landed on him. Chu Feng shook his head indifferently. Is that all you've got? Get up and continue. The earth element fist is a defensive fist. It is thick and boundless. You must turn your fist into a prison. A prison. An extreme defensive fist technique. The wood element fist. As Bai Ziyuan was sent flying again and again, Chu Feng's voice became colder and colder. The speed of his fists also became faster and faster, until Bai Ziyuan could not hold on anymore. He knelt on the ground, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Chu Feng was still cold and indifferent. Trash, come again. Bai Ziyuan struggled to get up and said nothing. Chu Feng's words kept replaying in his mind. His punches were also faster, heavier, and stronger each time. However, he was still sent flying. He was only able to endure longer than before. In the entire lecture hall, only Chu Feng's cursing could be heard. Wrong again. Trash. No, no. Fool. Bai Ziyuan felt that his improvement was rapid. He was very close to understanding the essence of the technique, but at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly retreated. No more fighting, no more fighting. How boring. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he slowly walked back to his seat. Only Bai Ziyuan was left standing on the stage. He was so close. Why did this guy stop fighting? He couldn't be more regretful. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled lightly. Kid, if I don't make your heart itchy, how can I bait you? The man was a Pika warrior in his previous life. It should be enough for him to be a captain in Chu Feng's future legion. Chapter 98, Fishing Master. Chu Feng was very naughty. He was mean and playful. He had clearly given Bai Ziyuan hope, but at the most crucial moment, he suddenly stopped. This made Bai Ziyuan so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Chu Feng merely smiled as he watched all of this. He could come and beg him, or he could comprehend it himself. Even though it was only the last small step, it was the hardest. Without 10 days to half a month, one could forget about finishing the step. This was the time for warriors to show themselves, not to mention half a month. In just a week, a warrior's strength could undergo a tremendous change. As a member of the top tier, Bai Ziyuan naturally did not want to be left behind. Sister, Sis Coco, the lesson is over. Let's go. Chu Feng ignored the strange gazes of the crowd. He pulled the two beauties and walked out. It was not until Chu Feng had walked far away that the crowd finally clamored. Everyone was discussing fervently. The battle today had completely stunned them. They couldn't be more shocked. On the podium, Bai Ziyuan's expression changed. After thinking about it, as if he had made up his mind, he suddenly rushed out the door. He chased after Chu Feng. Behind him, the group of people looked at each other. It looked like there was going to be a big show. They all chased after him. They were afraid that they would miss an exciting scene. Bai Ziyuan was naturally much faster than Chu Feng and the girls. He caught up with them in no time. What are you doing here? Even though Chu Feng asked the question, he knew the answer clearly. Bai Ziyuan suddenly gritted his teeth. Under everyone's gazes, he knelt before Chu Feng. He said seriously, Master, please take me as your disciple. Ah. Coco-san could not help but exclaim. That guy was the top student of the capital university. In the past, they had looked up to him. Today, he actually suddenly knelt before Chu Feng. This was too shocking. However, Chu Feng shook his head. No, you're older than me. What are you thinking? Besides, I'm too busy right now. He was playing hard to get. Chu Feng had done it on purpose. However, his words dumbfounded the crowd that were watching the show. He rejected it. He actually rejected it. The expert on the spiritual energy golden ranking list had asked to be someone else's disciple, only to be mercilessly rejected? What was wrong with this world? Bai Ziyuan was indeed worthy of his title as a martial arts fanatic. Seeing that Chu Feng had refused him, he actually became anxious. His forehead was slightly sweaty. In his opinion, the accomplished were the masters. So what if he was young? As long as the man was stronger than him, it was not shameful to acknowledge the man as his master. Bai Ziyuan looked anxious, but he did not know what to say. At that moment, Chu Feng knew going too far was as bad as not doing enough. He had to give this guy some hope. What if the fish that had just taken the bait escaped? If you want to respect me as your master, it's not impossible. If you can comprehend your own fist aura within 5 days, I'll take you in. Furthermore, I'll also teach you the advanced version of the 5 elements fist, the 5-element true essence. Bai Ziyuan looked at Chu Feng in shock. Are you talking about that dark golden supernatural power, the 5-element true essence? The full set of a dark golden supernatural power was worth nearly $1 million. He had seen it on the supernatural power golden ranking list. To him, the price was an astronomical number. Chu Feng nodded casually. It's just the first move. When you master it, I'll naturally give you the rest. There was no need for him to buy the 5-element true essence. It was already in his head. In his previous life, it had been one of his main combat supernatural powers. If he used this to fish, he was not afraid that the fish would not bite the bait, but even so, it still made Bai Ziyuan extremely excited. Thank you, master. I'll go back and practice now. He sent this martial arts maniac away. A faint smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. Kid, now that you're on my boat, don't even think about getting off, just work as my captain. He pulled away his 2 sisters, who were still dumbfounded. He quickly left the crowd. He found a hidden corner. Before the 2 sisters could react, he took out a bunch of spiritual fruits from his storage space. The lowest of them were B-rank spiritual fruits. There were more than 20 of them. There were also 2 A-rank spiritual fruits. Chu Feng said, you can use these spiritual fruits as you wish. I have more after you use them. By the way, madams, you must remember that you can only use B-rank spiritual fruits at your current strength. If you want to use A-rank spiritual fruits, you must first turn them into mist. Furthermore, although the energy of the spiritual fruits is sufficient, don't use it blindly. You have to gain more battle experience. Only such a warrior can go far. Also, don't reveal them. Use them secretly. When the assessment begins, scare those who are jealous of you to death. Alright, I have to go back for training. See you during the assessment. Chu Feng said a lot. The spiritual fruits he gave them were enough for them to use for a long time. He had his own plans after this. He probably wouldn't be able to meet the 2 of them again. He could only give them reminders first. After he finished saying those words, Chu Feng was worried that the 2 of them would refuse him. He simply walked away. Even after Chu Feng had left, the 2 girls were still unable to react. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. The brother they thought was an ordinary person, as a non-warrior, had beaten up the number 1 person in the capital university. Furthermore, he casually took out dozens of precious spiritual fruits. All of this was too surreal. The 2 girls fell silent. There was a long pause. Coco-san suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Chu Sairu. Sis Sairu, do you think Xiao Feng is that person? Chu Sairu fell silent. Feng? Perhaps. If that was the case, the Chu family would really have presented an extraordinary person. Her parents probably did not know yet. They definitely didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to get Xiao Feng for training. This guy hit it too well. At the thought of this, Chu Sairu suddenly felt a little happy. I wonder how dad and mom will look when they find out that their son is the number 1 person in the world on the day of the assessment. His father, who had always hoped for his son to grow into a genius, would see that his son had really become a genius. How would he react? She was looking forward to it. Thinking about it, Chu Sairu wanted to laugh. She turned around and pulled Coco-san towards the school's martial arts arena. Sis Sairu, where are you going? Let's go and cultivate. He gave us so many spiritual fruits. We can't embarrass him when we fight for the assessment. Their voices became further and further away until they completely disappeared. Chu Feng, who had left the capital university, hurried back to the base. The plaza was still crowded. All the students were still engaged in combat training. Seeing that Chu Feng had returned, they all greeted him excitedly. On this day, their improvements were much greater than the previous 5 days combined. Chu Feng also smiled. He stood quietly at the edge of the plaza. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was already close to evening. The sun was setting. The sunlight was warm and comfortable. Ever since his rebirth, Chu Feng's heart had been tense the entire time. He did not dare to relax at all. But at this moment, for some reason, Chu Feng felt relieved. He looked at the burning clouds in the distance. Layers upon layers, overlapping each other, the clouds was magnificent. Under the breeze, the clouds were rolling. It was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed to have sensed something. He flipped his hand and took out the cleaved-edge saber. He subconsciously executed the art of the 9-wave saber. The third wave that had troubled Chu Feng for a long time, at this moment, was no longer a problem. Chapter 99, Third Saber Move, Cloud Wave. Chu Feng was practicing his saber alone. Originally, no one had noticed him, everyone was engaged in a frenzied battle, but gradually, his saber became sharper and faster. This caused waves of roars in the air, booming sounds could be heard continuously. Ba Quan was the first to notice, because at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. That could take his life at any moment, and it was right beside him. Terrified, he looked around. Thus, he saw Chu Feng's blade. Countless blade lights surrounded Chu Feng, layers upon layers. He looked very slow, but in reality, he was frighteningly fast. This feeling of spatial disorder made him so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. As the noises grew louder, more and more people's attention was attracted. Seeing this, Li Peng exclaimed, "What a powerful saber! Leave a feeling that I will definitely die if any saber aura strikes me. Too strong. Could this be Brother Feng's true strength?" Li Peng suddenly had a feeling, even though he had already tried to overestimate Chu Feng's strength, perhaps he had underestimated him. Everyone knew that Chu Feng was powerful, but he had never known how strong he was. This was related to their knowledge. Up till now, the strongest creature Li Peng had seen was only a B-rank creature from the abyss. At that moment, Li Peng felt that just this saber aura alone could easily kill that ferocious beast, not to mention the terrifyingly sharp blade. In the square, everyone swallowed. Their admiration for Chu Feng had reached an extreme. At the same time, they were filled with confidence about the assessment 5 days later. With such an expert leading them, what was there to be afraid of? Chu Feng's blade did not stop. This lasted for more than 2 hours until the sky turned completely dark. Chu Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly retracted his saber and stood upright. He looked at the nearly invisible clouds in the sky. He murmured, "The third stage of this art of the nine-wave saber is called Cloud Wave." Originally, every stage of the art of the nine-wave saber had no names. However, Chu Feng felt that he had comprehended the move by observing the clouds. If he did not give it a proper name, he would feel that something was missing. He decided to name the move after the clouds. It could also be considered as commemorating his saber. Today, it had reached a new height. The art of the nine-wave saber was divided into 9 stages. Every 3 stages was a major level. Chu Feng guessed that upon reaching the 5th or 6th stage, he might have the strength to fight against an A rank. Now, he had only been reborn for 3 weeks. Chu Feng was already standing at the peak of the first major level. His strength had increased by several times. He did not know what level of opponent he could fight if he unleashed his full battle prowess. 4th stage spirit transformation, 5th stage, perhaps it was higher than that. Mara, who had gone all out back then, had the strength of a 6th stage spirit transformation expert. Chu Feng felt that he could fight against it now. Unfortunately, this was not the abyss. There were not many experts for him to experiment on. However, Chu Feng was still very happy. He looked around. He suddenly realized that everyone in the plaza was staring at him blankly. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Feng asked in bewilderment, "Why are you all looking at me? Is there a flower on my face?" Li Peng stammered. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Big Brother Feng, you're too awesome. From now on, you're my idol. Get lost. What's the use of having a fan like you? You're too ugly." Chu Feng cursed with a smile, hee. Li Peng was very happy to be scolded. He suddenly shouted, "God Feng is awesome." With him leading the way, the others also shouted excitedly, "God Feng is awesome. Long live God Feng. All right. Today is a happy day. I'll reward everyone with a A-rank spiritual fruit. Everyone, listen to my orders. Target, spiritual energy extraction room. Run forward." Chu Feng felt that it was necessary to reward these very perceptive subordinates. Therefore, he decided to help them dilute the energy of the A-rank spiritual fruit. Oh yeah. Long live God Feng. Everyone was stunned. Then, a tsunami of cheers erupted. Everyone rushed towards the spiritual energy extraction room. They were afraid that the others would beat them to it. Chu Feng suddenly cursed, "Line up and advance." What a mess! After being shouted at by Chu Feng, everyone was silent. After seeing Chu Feng's blade earlier, no one dared to ignore his words anymore. All of them lined up obediently. They followed the others ahead of them. Seeing this, Chu Feng grinned. Behind him, Wei Xingguo walked over to Chu Feng with a complicated expression and muttered, "Xiao Feng, thank you." Chu Feng smiled faintly, "Captain Wei, just because you were willing to give away your daughter's cultivation resources to me and not allow me to be driven away, I feel that this little bit of effort is worth it." You heard that? Wei Xingguo looked at Chu Feng in astonishment, then, he smiled bitterly and understood. That's understandable. With your strength, what else can I hide from you? Alright, Captain Wei, you, Xiaoling, and Lu Ming should all go in and cultivate later. There will be many benefits. Chu Feng said indifferently, as their military officer. If you don't have the strength, you can't command them, right? Chu Feng made it impossible for Wei Xingguo to refuse. He forcefully threw the three of them in. The only one left was the old man Wei Xingguo had called Elder Huan. Old Huan, you're too old. There's no need for you to go in. Please help me control the machine. Chu Feng instructed indifferently. Old Huan was left speechless. He realized what was going on. So this guy wouldn't let him in purely to take revenge on him for supporting the decision to drive the guy away. He was too vengeful. Forget it, he had been the villain anyway. However, Old Huan could not stop muttering in his heart. The man was already so strong. Yet he was still so petty. Chu Feng could not be bothered with what Old Huan was thinking. He casually threw a fiery red fruit in. He turned on the machine. In the following days, Chu Feng did not go anywhere. He stayed in the base. He tried to adapt to the various characteristics of the complete version of the blazing wings of the sky. He cultivated the art of the nine-wave saber. He studied the two divine-grade bloodlines. He comprehended the water element domain field. Chu Feng was comprehending everything he had. Although his strength did not increase significantly, Chu Feng could sense that he was transforming. This was his nirvana journey. In his spare time, he would just train these students. Life was simple and fulfilling. Time flew by. Soon, it was the day of the entrance examination for the Huaxia University's warriors. Today was a crucial day for Huaxia. To countless students, it was also a day that would change their fate. Countless people from all over the country swarmed over. Even the powerful ancient martial saints and 10 great clans had sent their disciples and direct descendants. Everyone knew that in Huaxia, the state apparatus was still the greatest force. Here, their descendants could receive the most perfect nurturing. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on the capital. Chapter 100, Gathering of Talents. Early in the morning, everyone in the 7th military base had gathered in the plaza, including Chu Feng. There were a total of 108 students. He wondered if it was a coincidence. It was just like they were the 108 generals. At this moment, everyone's eyes were bursting with indescribable confidence. No one knew better than them that their strength had undergone a tremendous change in these 5 days. On this trip, they would definitely be the most dazzling black horses. At the front of the team, Baquan, Skinny Monkey, Li Peng, and Leah stood side by side. Over the past few days, everyone had seen their strength improve fast. They had vaguely become the leaders of this team. Of course, Chu Feng was considered a shepherd. Over the past 5 days, Chu Feng had obtained the respect and reverence of everyone. Chu Feng's words were like a military order. They all followed him obediently. Even Wei Xingguo was envious. At this moment, Wei Xingguo had become the second in command. However, he wasn't angry at all. He even preferred this. As such, Chu Feng would only do his best to train these little fellows. On the high platform, Chu Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze across the proud and intimidating crowd below the stage. He said calmly, "After 5 days of special training, all 108 students in our 7th military base have broken through to the D rank. Among us, there are 32 early-stage C-rank warriors, 15 middle-stage C-rank warriors, and 2 late-stage C-rank warriors. We have all exceeded our targets." Right after Chu Feng had said those words, as if they had been suppressed for too long, everyone could not help but roar with excitement. Hooray! The 7th military base is awesome. God Feng is awesome. The cheers were earth-shattering. It was as if even the mountain range was trembling. Even they could not believe their own results. No one dared to believe it. 5 days ago, they only had 1 C-rank and more than 10 D-rank warriors, and 5 days later, they had completely changed. There were nearly 50 C-rank warriors in total. This was a terrifying number that could make an opponent change expressions and exclaim in shock. There was no need to compete with the other bases. They would definitely be the best. They had worked hard for this, but more importantly, Chu Feng had supported them with countless spiritual fruits. The gazes with which everyone looked at Chu Feng were filled with admiration. Chu Feng merely smiled lightly, suppressing all the cheers. His voice was still indifferent. "Remember, our goal is only the top. No matter which force our opponent comes from, even if all the direct descendants of the ancient martial arts families and 10 great clans come, you have to step on them, understand?" Understood. Everyone stood upright and roared. At this moment, no matter where they came from, and even though some were from the 10 great clans, at this moment, they were all proud of themselves for standing here. Baquan clenched his fists tightly. His heart was surging. It was true that he was from the Wang family of the Northern Ridge, however, he was not a direct descendant of the clan, so he was naturally not regarded highly, otherwise, he wouldn't have run out with his younger brother, but this time, he had to tell the old-timers in his family, even though he was from poor backgrounds, he wasn't inferior to those precious direct descendants of his family, given an opportunity. He could also soar into the sky. Chu Feng looked at the agitated crowd below. He knew that these guys were already excited enough. There was no need to say anything else. He said calmly, "Let's go to the capital's national stadium." The crowd lined up and got into the military cars. There was no sound during the process. Their discipline was extremely strict. The assessment this time was chosen to be held in the capital's largest stadium. There were no special reasons. It was just that the place was big enough. There must be a lot of people this time. If the place was small, not to mention the assessment, it might not even be able to accommodate so many people at the same time. At the capital's national stadium, it was already crowded. Countless cameras and drones were aimed at the place. All the well-known television stations had taken action just to seize a superb location in advance. Young warriors from all over the world and their families were gathered here. The number of people was still beyond imagination. The state government had no choice but to set up a large number of rest areas outside the capital's stadium. They were divided into regions to ensure that everyone who came had a place to rest for the upcoming assessment. This time, the Universe assessment adopted an online registration method. It was to prevent the chaos in field registration. At this moment, most of the people who had arrived at the stadium were young warriors who were idling around. Some people from large organizations and forces had not arrived yet, therefore, there were no dazzling figures, but after a while, gasps of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. "Look! It's the team from the Capital University of Technology. The skinny young man leading them is called Wan Feng. I heard that he defeated a C-rank warrior a few days ago. He's very strong." FCK, isn't that the people from the Wang family of the Northern Ridge and the Li family of Bashu? Why are they so close? There seems to be some conflict between them. Don't tell me they're fighting now. Not far away, the Wang family of the Northern Ridge and the Li family of Bashu each had nearly 20 people. They were all warriors of D rank and above, with 5 or 6 C rank warriors. It could be seen how powerful these large families were. However, at this moment, under the lead of the two young men, some conflict seemed to have happened between the two teams. The young man leading the Wang family sneered at the young man who was of similar age. "Li Chengfeng, don't be stupid. It's impossible for Fairy Nye to fancy you. I'm her perfect partner." The young man called Li Chengfeng was also not polite. "Wang Yun, why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You look big and burly. And Fairy Nye isn't blind. Your Wang family is famous for your turtle technique. Don't tell me you've turned into a real turtle. Damn, do you want to fight?" Wang Yun was furious. He hated it the most when people teased his Wang family's techniques. "Why, are you afraid?" The Li family led by Li Chengfeng did not back down. The two teams almost started a fight. Fortunately, a team in charge of security stopped them. The two of them did not dare to continue making trouble. They exchanged some harsh words and left resentfully. This was only one of the incidents in the Warrior University's assessment today. There were too many young geniuses. They were all at the prime of their lives. It was normal for them to fight whenever there was a disagreement. It was just that the pitiful guards had to keep acting as firefighters and extinguishing the flames everywhere. At that moment, another force arrived. "Hey, they seem to be the seeded team of the Capital University. As the strongest team of all schools, they can't be weak." Someone responded, "They definitely are not weak. Their leader is called by Zun. He's a freak among the top 10 of the Spiritual Energy Golden ranking list. Who can be his match?" Someone else replied, "But I heard that he was defeated by someone a few days ago. He hasn't shown his face in this period of time. Does he deserve his fame? Who knows? Anyway, it will be clear during the assessment." These people were discussing. Suddenly, the entire capital's national stadium fell silent. While some people were at a loss, they heard someone shout, "Someone from the Panglai Immortal Realm, one of the 3 sacred lands, has arrived. Wow, their leader, Nye Qinglan, is so beautiful. Oh my god. Look at their auras. They do not restrain themselves at all. 15 people, and all of them are C-rank warriors. Hiss. Is this the lineup of a sacred land? A team of 15 C-rank warriors is the best in the entire arena, isn't it?"